Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Gemma. I should have known this was going to be a disaster the moment Tasha said the words, charity auction. I don't belong here. This room, this glittering champagne-soaked cesspool of the ultra-rich, it's like stepping into a different planet. One where people casually drop 6 figures on a single dinner date and wear custom designer gowns like it's just another Tuesday. I tug at the neckline of my dress, shifting uncomfortably as I wait behind the velvet curtain. The silk is tight, hugging my curves in ways I'm painfully aware of. Tasha, my best friend and trader extraordinaire, shoved me into it and declared that it would help drive up the bids. I hate that she might be right. Because let's be real, the only reason I'm here is desperation. Houston textile conservation is drowning. I've worked years, my entire life, to build a business restoring rare, historical fabrics, and thanks to a series of financial disasters, I'm one bad week away from losing everything. So here I am, standing on a stage, waiting to be sold off to the highest bidder like a particularly well-dressed escort. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer booms, his voice obnoxiously cheerful. We have the stunning Gemma Houston. The curtain swings open, and I'm blinded by the stage lights. A polite round of applause ripples through the crowd. I lift my chin, fake a confident smile, and force my legs to move. The auctioneer grins at me, his white teeth blinding. A talented textile conservator and business owner, Gemma is a woman of beauty and brains. Let's start the bidding at $5,000. The number makes my stomach turn. Someone actually bids. 5,000. 7. 10. A laugh bubbles in my throat, wild and slightly unhinged. I can't believe this is actually happening. The numbers climb higher. 15,000. 20. I shift on my feet, trying not to look as uncomfortable as I feel. A few men in the front rows are eyeing me like a goddamn meal, and my skin crawls. I don't know how much longer I can take this. Then, 50,000. The entire room freezes. I blink, sure I misheard. The auctioneer stumbles over his words. $50,000. That's... I turn toward the voice, searching for the absolute lunatic who just threw down a small fortune for a single dinner date. And that's when I see him. Alistair Finch. Oh, hell no. He's sitting at a private VIP table, half hidden in the shadows. He looks out of place here, like he's enduring this event out of obligation rather than enjoyment. Messy dark blonde hair, wire-rimmed glasses, sharp cheekbones, a tailored black sweater that probably costs more than my entire studio rent for the year. And those blue eyes, piercing, unreadable, locked directly on me. I swear to God, there's no amusement in them, no cocky grin, no flirtation. He's just staring me down like I personally offended him by existing. What is he doing in a place like this? I lick my lips in nervousness. The man always manages to unnerve me. I've worked with some of his pieces a year ago, and he's undoubtedly a man hard to please. All rough edges and with money worth more than 10 lifetimes. He holds my gaze. lingering far longer than necessary. I shake my head, trying to stay composed. Then I put my attention on the auctioneer, trying to dispel thoughts of him. The auctioneer looks around, waiting for another bid. No one else speaks. Of course they don't, because Alistair Finch just ended the game. The gavel slams down. Sold! To Mr. Finch! The crowd erupts into whispers, but all I can hear is the blood rushing in my ears. I cannot believe this. I don't bother looking for him, because he finds me. I'm backstage, yanking off my heels when his voice cuts through the air. You're avoiding me. I whip around, glowering. No kidding, Sherlock. Alistair Finch is leaning in the doorway, hands in his pockets, looking like he regrets every life choice that led him here. Why the hell did you bid on me? I demand. Because it was necessary. Necessary? I let out a bitter laugh. You just spent 50 grand, like you were buying a cup of coffee. That's not necessary. That's insane. He doesn't flinch. Instead, he steps forward, voice low, measured, careful. I need a girlfriend. All of my attention is on him. Then I laugh even harder. He needs a girlfriend. A woman. From the way he treated me a year ago on the textile project he commissioned, he clearly doesn't like working with women. He treated me like this, questioning my capability, and even mentioning that men would do better work than me. Damn him. Okay, you have officially lost your damn mind, I say, point blank without sugarcoating it. I'm serious. I rub my temples. Oh, you're serious. That's even worse. He exhales sharply, adjusts his glasses. It's complicated. Right, sure. Let me guess. You need to distract the press? Make some PR nightmare go away? His jaw tightens, and that's my answer. I sigh. Finch, I don't do fake relationships. I'll pay you. I stop. He sees it. The hesitation, the tiny flicker of holy crap. I actually need the money, and he goes for the kill. $300,000, he says smoothly. My heart stops. My mouth opens, closes, opens again. You're serious. Painfully, I gaze at him, at his calm, unreadable expression, at the way he doesn't look away, doesn't second-guess himself. And suddenly I get it. This is desperation. It's no longer what he wants from me. He needs this. Badly. And I need the money. $300,000 could save my studio. I should say no. I should walk away. Instead, I take a deep breath and look him in the eye. Fine. His shoulders relax, just barely. You have a deal, Finch. I am going to regret this.
Chapter 2. Alistair, I should have just hired an actress. I could have easily found some aspiring Hollywood type who would take the money, smile for the cameras, and keep her mouth shut. Instead, I have Gemma goddamn Houston, a woman who looks like she'd rather throw me off a cliff than hold my hand in public. She's sitting across from me in my study, legs crossed, arms folded, glaring at me like she's about to flip the desk over. This is a mistake, she says. I sip my whiskey, unbothered. You already agreed. I agreed to the money, she corrects, tapping her fingers against her knee. I didn't agree to whatever weird power game you think you're playing. I lean back, lounging. What exactly do you think this is? She tilts her head, eyes narrowing. That's what I'd like to know, Finch. She says my name like it's an insult, like she's chewing on it just to spit it back out. I shouldn't find that as irritatingly attractive as I do. You need money, I say smoothly. I need a girlfriend. It's transactional, Houston. Don't overthink it. She snorts. You're asking me to pretend to be your loving, devoted, ride-or-die girlfriend for the next few months, and you think I'm overthinking it? Yes. She throws her hands up. Jesus Christ. I watch her amused as she glares at the ceiling, mumbling something under her breath that sounds suspiciously like I should have asked for $500,000. You're making this more dramatic than it is, I say. Yeah? She leans forward, elbows on the desk. Tell me, Finch, what exactly do you expect from me? I hold her gaze. I expect you to show up, smile, and sell the story. She lifts a brow. And by sell the story, you mean? You'll accompany me to public events. We'll be seen together. There will be headlines, speculation, rumors. The press will do most of the work for us. She nods slowly, processing. And you expect me to play the role of dutiful, adoring girlfriend? Yes. Her lips curve slightly. You sure you want to sell that hard? I pause, sensing a trap. What do you mean? She leans back, crossing her legs deliberately, letting the silk of her dress slip just enough to distract me. Well, Finch, you don't exactly scream warm and affectionate. So if we really want this to be convincing, I'm going to have to do a lot of work. I watch her, my grip tightening around my glass. She's baiting me, poking the bear, so I decide to poke back. I place my glass down, stand, and move toward her. Slowly, deliberately. Her eyes flicker just for a second. Are you suggesting, I murmur, stopping just beside her chair, that I'm incapable of being affectionate? She tilts her head up, meeting my gaze. I'm suggesting that you don't exactly radiate romance. I smirk. Lucky for you, Houston. I don't need to be in love with you to be convincing. She blinks once, twice. Before she can respond, I straighten. The contract is straightforward. You'll receive a stipend up front. The rest will be delivered in increments throughout the duration of the agreement. 3 months minimum. If we decide to extend, terms will be renegotiated. She blinks away the moment, rolling her eyes. Jesus, do you draft all your relationships like business deals? No, usually I just avoid them altogether. Shocking. I slide a manila folder across the desk. She eyes it suspiciously. What's this? The contract! She hesitates, but she picks it up, flipping through the pages. I watch her, noting the way her brows furrow, the way her lips press together in concentration. I should not be looking at her mouth. So, let me get this straight, she says after a moment. I'm expected to be available for public appearances, maintain a convincing romantic dynamic, and follow whatever arbitrary rules you decide to throw in. I nod. That about sums it up. She drums her fingers against the folder. And if I refuse to do anything, if, for example, I decide I don't want to pretend to be madly in love with you, I smirk. Then the contract is void. She arches a brow. And I don't get paid. Correct. She lets out a slow exhale, shaking her head. You really are a piece of work, Finch. I shrug. So they tell me. She looks at the contract again, silent, weighing her options. Finally, she grabs a pen. I'm really going to regret this, she mutters. I watch, satisfied, as she signs. You already do.
Chapter 3. Gemma, I should have asked for more money. No, really. 300 grand is a lot. But now that I'm sitting across from Alistair Finch, watching him scrutinize me like I'm a goddamn investment portfolio, I realize I lowballed myself. I tap my nails against the ridiculously polished mahogany desk in his study, pretending I'm not affected by the way he's watching me like he's already calculating the risk. What now? I ask, lifting a brow. Alistair adjusts his wire-rimmed glasses, as if this whole situation is an unfortunate inconvenience he just needs to get through. Now we discuss expectations. I scoff. Expectations? Finch, you just bought a fake girlfriend, not a corporate merger. His expression doesn't change. If we're doing this, Houston, we're doing it right. I lean back and cross my arms. Fine. Lay it on me, boss. He steeples his fingers, annoyingly calm, and starts listing things off like a goddamn PowerPoint presentation. 1. You will be seen with me at public events, functions, and any necessary outings. You will not, under any circumstances, deviate from the script we agree upon beforehand. I blink. You have a script? 2. He continues, ignoring me. Our relationship needs to appear genuine. That means holding hands, close proximity, light affection where required. I choke on my own spit. I'm sorry, light affection? He barely reacts. A kiss for the cameras if necessary. I frown, pursing my lips. He says it completely deadpan, like this is just another business deal to him. Wow, I murmur, shaking my head. You're really out here making romance sound like an HR policy manual. He just arches an eyebrow, waiting. I exhale dramatically. Fine, what else? 3. You will move into my home for the duration of this arrangement. I nearly fall out of my chair. I'm sorry, what? He doesn't blink. We live together. It strengthens the illusion. Oh, screw that. I shoot up from my seat. You are out of your goddamn mind if you think I'm just gonna move into your mansion like some reality TV contestant. It's temporary, he interrupts smoothly, still ridiculously composed. It's more convincing if we share a home. Yeah? Well, it's also more convincing if you tattoo my name on your butt. But you don't see me demanding that, do you? His lips twitch just slightly, like he's fighting the urge to smirk. Bastard. This is non-negotiable, he says, voice calm, final. I glare at him. Do I at least get my own wing of the mansion? I mutter. You'll get your own room, he replies. I narrow my eyes. Define room, because if I wake up in some gilded princess tower nonsense, I'm gonna burn it down. His expression doesn't change. Noted. I sigh, rubbing my temples. What else, Finch? He leans back, completely unaffected, like I'm the one being unreasonable here. That's it for now. I roll my eyes. Oh, for now? Fantastic. He slides a black credit card across the desk. I eye it warily. What's this? You'll need new outfits for public appearances. My brows shoot up. Are you saying my clothes aren't good enough for you? He doesn't even pause. Yes. I gape at him. You rich motherfucker. Designer dresses, tailored looks, he continues, ignoring my righteous rage. Anything that fits the image. I fold my arms. And what image is that exactly? Alistair watches me for a beat. Deliberately slow, he tilts his head. Mine. Oh, screw him. Heat prickles up my spine, but I shove it down with pure, unfiltered annoyance. I snatch the card off the desk. Fine, but I'm buying the most expensive stuff I can find. His lips twitch again. Be my guest. I'm packing my entire life into suitcases. And I want to die. Tasha, who I thought was my best friend, is sitting on my bed, scrolling through her phone like this isn't a massive, life-altering event. Rich people are so damn weird, she mutters. I Googled Finch, by the way. Did you know he doesn't even have an Instagram? What kind of psycho doesn't have social media? I shove another pair of jeans into my suitcase. The kind of psycho who just bought a girlfriend for PR reasons. Tasha grins. Okay, but objectively speaking, he's kinda hot. I pause, because damn, she's not wrong. But I refuse to acknowledge it. Shut up. I grumble, zipping up my bag. Just saying, she sings, flopping back onto my bed. A brooding, mysterious billionaire? You could do worse. Yeah? I snap. Ask me again when I'm trapped in his haunted mansion. Tasha laughs, but I don't. Because this doesn't feel real yet. But in the morning I'll be moving into Alistair Finch's world.
Chapter 4. Alistair. I knew Gemma Houston would be a problem. I just didn't expect her to be this much of a problem. She's only been in my house for 3 hours, and I'm already reconsidering every decision I've ever made in my life. Because she won't stop talking. This place is ridiculous, she mutters, dragging her suitcase through the marble-floored hallway like she's been personally victimized by my architecture. It's a house, I say flatly, walking ahead of her. It's a goddamn palace, she corrects. You could fit an entire neighborhood in here. Do you even use half these rooms? No. She stops walking, stares at me. Then why the hell do you live here? I turn, meeting her gaze. Why do you ask so many questions? She huffs, muttering something about rich people hoarding space like dragons, but follows me without further argument. Small victories. I push open the heavy oak doors to her new room and step aside, letting her take it in. It's large, ridiculously large, fine, with floor-to-ceiling windows, high vaulted ceilings, and a massive four-poster bed that looks like it belongs in a royal palace. Gemma stands there, silent, her expression unreadable. This bed is too big, she says. I arch a brow. Are you complaining about having too much space? I could get lost in this thing. She presses her hand against the comforter, brows furrowed. This is some King Arthur nonsense. Would you prefer a cot in the servants' quarters? She whirls on me, glaring. Do not start with me, Finch. I smirk, then stop complaining. She grits her teeth, clearly reconsidering every life choice that brought her here. Good. We stand there, locked in a silent, irritated staring contest, until finally, she lets out a dramatic sigh and throws her suitcase onto the bed. Fine, she grumbles, unzipping it. But I swear to God if this place is haunted. I turn to leave. Ghosts aren't real, Houston. She snorts. Says the rich man living in a horror movie mansion. I don't dignify that with a response. Instead, I walk out, leaving her to settle in. If she's going to survive here, she's going to have to get used to the silence. I wake up at exactly 2:14 a.m. Not because I want to, because I hear her. I sit up, blinking against the darkness, and listen. Footsteps, barefoot, slow, hesitant. I push the covers off and step out of bed, exhaling sharply as my feet hit the cool floor. I don't bother turning on the lights. I already know exactly where she is. The hallway outside my room. I open the door just as she's walking past. Gemma jumps back, hand flying to her chest. Jesus Christ! I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed. What the hell are you doing? She glares, clutching the oversized sweatshirt she's wearing. Exploring. I lift a brow. At 2 a.m? She shrugs, clearly unbothered. Couldn't sleep. This place is too quiet. I watch her, the way her arms fold over her chest, the way her fingers twitch like she's not used to all this stillness. She's restless, out of place. And for some reason, I don't like it. I sigh. Come on. She frowns. What? You won't sleep until you're comfortable, I say, turning back into my room. So let's fix that. I don't wait for her response. I just leave the door open. Either she follows or she doesn't. I expect her to hesitate, to argue, to tell me to go screw myself. But a moment later, I hear footsteps, and then she steps inside. Gemma stops just inside the doorway, looking around like she's expecting some kind of secret billionaire lair. This is normal, she says, surprised. I glance at her. What were you expecting? I don't know. She gestures vaguely. Some kind of villain lair. Maybe a panic room filled with gold bars. A wall of secret sex toys. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. She smirks. Did I hit a nerve, Finch? Do you ever shut up? Nope. I walk to the bed and sit down, motioning for her to hurry the hell up. She eyes me warily. This is weird. It's only weird if you make it weird. She mutters something about famous last words, but joins me anyway. We sit there side by side, an arm's length apart. She tugs at the sleeves of her sweatshirt. I lean back against the headboard. No one speaks. The silence stretches, unbearably long. You're warm, she mutters. I glance at her. What? Your body heat, it's... She shifts slightly, like she's irritated by the admission. It's comfortable. My chest tightens. I turn away, refusing to acknowledge how her voice sounds, how her presence settles something in me that I don't want settled. Before I can think better of it, I let my arm brush against hers. Just a small movement, barely noticeable. But she notices. Her breath catches and she goes completely still. And for one long, dangerous second, we don't move.
Chapter 5. Gemma. I screwed up. Not in the oops, I bought expired milk kind of way. No. I screwed up in the I accidentally got too close to Alistair Finch, and now I can't stop thinking about it kind of way. It's been 2 days since that weird, tension-filled, definitely not normal moment in his bedroom, and I haven't slept properly since. Because now, whenever I close my eyes, I remember the way he felt next to me. The way his body heat bled into mine. The way his arm brushed against mine. So goddamn casually. Like it didn't mean a thing. But it did. I felt it, and he felt it too. I know, because the second it happened, he froze. Didn't move. Didn't speak. Just sat there. Stiff and silent. Like he was waiting for me to react. And I should have. I should have pulled away, cracked a joke, anything. But I didn't. Instead, I sat there, pretending that my pulse wasn't going haywire, pretending that I didn't feel a slow, impossible heat curling in my stomach, pretending that Alistair Finch's presence wasn't affecting me, but it was. Now, I'm standing in front of a full-length mirror in his stupid mansion, wearing a dress I didn't pick, preparing for a public event that I don't want to go to, all because I signed a deal with the devil. And that devil? He's currently walking into the room, adjusting his cufflinks like he wasn't single-handedly responsible for ruining my goddamn peace. Are you ready? He asks, voice calm, controlled, unaffected. I hate that. I hate how collected he is, like the other night didn't rattle him in the slightest, like I'm the only one feeling this. I turn slowly, arms crossed. You could at least pretend to be excited about taking me out, Finch. His brows lift slightly. This isn't a date. I give him a mocking gasp. You mean we're not madly in love? Wow. There goes my entire belief system. He exhales through his nose. Let's go, Houston. I follow him down the grand staircase, still irritated. Still vaguely confused about how I got here. When we step outside, there's a black luxury car waiting for us. Its sleek, glossy surface reflecting the dim evening lights. The driver opens the door, and before I can even think about grabbing the edge of my dress and getting in, Alistair places a hand on my lower back. I freeze for half a second. So does he. In a blink, it's over. He steps back like nothing happened. I slide into the car like my brain isn't short-circuiting. This is going to be a long night. The second we step into the ballroom, I know why Alistair needed me. Everyone here is watching him. I can feel it. The way heads turn, how whispers pass between pearled socialites and stiff-looking businessmen. This isn't just some charity event. This is a public trial. And Alistair Finch? He's the reluctant defendant. I let him lead me forward, feeling the weight of every single stare following us. Jesus! What the hell did he do to make people look at him like that? Eyes on me, Alistair murmurs under his breath, his fingers brushing against mine. I barely hold back a shiver. Bossy, I murmur back. You agreed to this, he reminds me, voice low and smooth. I smile up at him, leaning in slightly, just enough to sell the illusion. I also agreed to $300,000, but I haven't seen $1 yet, I whisper. He smirks. Patience, Houston. Before I can fire back, a woman in an emerald green dress approaches. Alistair. She coos, her lips curving like she knows something I don't. I didn't think you'd show tonight. Alistair stiffens. Neither did I. The woman glances at me. And you must be... Gemma, I say smoothly, slipping my arm through Alistair's like I've done it 100 times before. His girlfriend. Something flickers in her eyes. Interest, surprise, amusement, like she doesn't quite believe it. I tilt my head, smiling sweetly. And you are? Just a friend, she replies. Yeah, sure. Alistair barely reacts, but I feel the tension in his body, the way his grip on his drink tightens slightly. Noted. I decide to make it worse. I shift closer to him, deliberately slow, pressing my body against his side. He tenses. Good. So, how do you two know each other? I ask, looking up at him, my voice all innocent curiosity. His jaw twitches. The woman smirks. Oh, we go way back. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I glance up at Alistair. Anything I should know? He meets my gaze, his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he leans in. His breath is warm against my skin, and when he speaks, his voice is lower than before. Careful, Houston, he murmurs, soft, taunting. I shiver. He pulls back, smirking just slightly like he knows exactly what he just did. Oh, I am going to kill him. I tighten my grip on his arm, smiling up at the woman. Well, I say sweetly, it was lovely meeting you. But Alistair and I have a dance floor to conquer. Before she can respond, I pull him away, ignoring the way his body is unnervingly solid beneath my grip. We step onto the gleaming dance floor, and suddenly, I realize what I just did. I just dragged Alistair Finch into a public dance. His hands are on me. There's no backing out.
Chapter 6, Alistair. I should have seen this coming. Gemma Houston has been a thorn in my side since the moment she walked into my life, so of course she wasn't going to behave at our first public event together. No. She had to drag me onto the goddamn dance floor in front of hundreds of people. And now I'm standing here with my hand on her waist, her palm resting against my shoulder, and her body too goddamn close to mine. It should feel uncomfortable. Instead, it feels like a problem. You're enjoying this, I murmur, low enough that only she can hear. She tilts her head up, smirking. And you're not. I clamp my mouth shut, refusing to answer. Instead, I guide her into the slow, steady rhythm of the dance. She follows effortlessly, too effortlessly. She's warm under my touch, moving like she's done this before, like she's used to playing these games, like she knows what she's doing to me. I keep my grip firm but polite, my fingers pressing just enough into the silk of her dress to remind her who's leading. Her pulse jumps beneath my palm. Interesting. You're tense, she murmurs, voice teasing but curious. I don't react. And you're predictable. She scoffs. Excuse me. You wanted to throw me off, I say, keeping my expression smooth, my movements practiced. You thought pulling me into a dance would put you in control. Her fingers tighten slightly on my shoulder. I smirk. How's that working out for you, Houston? She exhales sharply. You're unbearable. And yet, here you are. She glares up at me. I resist the urge to laugh, but before she can retaliate, I see him, just beyond Gemma's shoulder, standing near the bar. Watching me? Jake. My stomach drops. For a second, I forget about Gemma, the gala, the dance, because the only reason he would show up here is to remind me that he still has me in his grip, that I am not free. Alistair. His voice cuts through the noise, sharp and deliberate. I let go of Gemma. Step back. She frowns, confused. What? Excuse me, I mutter, already walking away. I make my way toward him, my pulse steady, my expression unreadable. This is what he wants. He wants me to react, to flinch, to acknowledge that he still owns me. I won't give him the satisfaction. Fancy seeing you here, cousin, Jake drawls, swirling his whiskey. Didn't think you were the gala type these days. I don't bother with pleasantries. Why are you here? He smirks. Oh, checking in. My jaw clenches. Jake only checks in when he's about to make my life a living hell. He leans in slightly. Nice performance out there. I don't react. Jake takes a slow sip of his drink, his gaze flickering toward where Gemma is still standing on the dance floor, watching us. Didn't peg you for the relationship type, he murmurs. But then again, I didn't peg you for a lot of things. I keep my voice even. Leave her out of this. He grins. Now, why would I do that? My fingers tighten into a fist at my side. I want to hit him. I want to break his stupid face. But I can't. Because that's what he wants. And right now, I can't afford to lose control. Jake exhales dramatically. Relax, I'm just here to enjoy the party. I don't believe him. Not for a second. But before I can press further, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Everything okay? Gemma. I turn. She's standing there, arms crossed, eyes flickering between me and Jake. Jake, of course, looks delighted. And who is this? He asks, his smirk widening. I don't introduce him, because I don't want him anywhere near her. But Gemma? She tilts her head, giving me a pointed look. No introductions, Finch? Jake chuckles. Finch? Oh, I like her already. I grit my teeth. This is not how this was supposed to go. Before I can shut it down, Gemma extends a hand. Gemma Houston, she says, offering a tight, fake smile. His girlfriend. Jake raises an eyebrow, amused. Girlfriend, huh? Gemma shrugs, still holding the role perfectly. That's what they tell me. Jake looks at me, grinning like he's just discovered my worst-kept secret. Well, well, he murmurs. Guess I'll be seeing more of you then. I step in. No, you won't. Jake smirks. We'll see. And then he walks away, leaving me standing there, hating myself, hating him, and hating the fact that Gemma is still watching me like she just witnessed something important. She waits, expecting me to say something, explain something. I don't. I just turn and walk away. If I stay any longer, she's going to start asking questions I can't answer.
Chapter 7. Gemma. Something is wrong. I can feel it in the way Alistair stiffened the moment that man approached him. I can see it in the way his entire body locked up, the way his jaw tensed, the way his fingers curled into fists before he forced them to relax. He didn't introduce me, didn't explain, didn't even say goodbye, just turned and walked away, leaving me standing on the dance floor, staring after him like a goddamn idiot. And I hate it. Because this wasn't part of the deal. I was supposed to be the one playing along, the one faking this relationship, wearing the dress, smiling for the cameras, pretending to be his perfect, polished girlfriend. He's keeping secrets. And I want to know why, but I don't speak to him on the ride home. Not because I don't have questions. Oh, I have plenty of those. But because I know when a man is putting up a wall, and right now, Alistair Finch has built a fortress around himself. He's sitting next to me in the car, staring straight ahead, jaw tight, fingers drumming against his knee, annoyed, restless. Somewhere else entirely. I lean back against the leather seat, crossing my arms. So, nothing. I try again. That was fun. He barely reacts. I grind my teeth. I especially like the part where you just walked the hell away from me in the middle of a dance floor, without an explanation, like a complete jerk. He exhales, slow, controlled. I told you, he says, finally looking at me, finally meeting my gaze. I had to deal with something. I arch a brow. Oh, is that what we're calling it? Something? He doesn't reply. But I see the flicker of annoyance in his expression, the way his shoulders tense just slightly. I tilt my head, pushing further. Who was he? His jaw tightens. That's the confirmation I need. I lean in. Alistair. He glances at me, quick and sharp, a flicker of warning in his eyes. You're not obligated to know everything about my life, he says, voice calm but clipped, like he's already done with this conversation. I raise my brows. No, because I'm pretty sure that I wave a hand between us. This whole arrangement is built on the idea that we know just enough about each other to make it believable. Silence. I smirk. So either you tell me what the hell that was. I gesture toward the Gala, where he abandoned me like last week's leftovers. Or I'll just make something up. And trust me, Finch, you don't want to know what my imagination is capable of. His nostrils flare. Houston? Was it an ex? I cut him off, smirking wider. Did you ruin someone's life in the stock market? Maybe a pissed-off billionaire heir who wants your fortune? Or, wait, no. I snap my fingers. You stole someone's yacht, didn't you? He pinches the bridge of his nose. Christ! Come on, Finch. I lean in closer, grinning, loving how much this is getting under his skin. Tell me your tragic little secret. His gaze snaps to mine, and for a moment, just a second, something dark flickers behind his eyes. Something not amused, not playful, not controlled, something dangerous. And damn, I feel it. That sharp, low pull in my stomach, that instinctive thrill of knowing I've just poked something I shouldn't have. You're enjoying this, he murmurs, voice lower than before. I keep my expression even though my skin feels too hot, even though I hate the way my pulse jumps under his stare. Maybe, I murmur back, but that doesn't mean I don't want an answer. He exhales sharply, running a hand through his strands, looking like he wants to murder me or kiss me, maybe both. Then, it's personal, he says. A non-answer, a cop-out. I glare. That's nonsense, and you know it. His eyes flicker. You'll know when you need to. I locked eyes with him. Then I laugh. Because holy hell, that was the most CEO billionaire secret agent nonsense response I've ever heard. You realize how shady that sounds, right? I grin. You sound like a villain in a Bond movie. Go to hell, Houston. I cackle, sitting back. Already living in it, Finch. But even though I'm laughing, even though I'm grinning, something is still nagging at me. Something is still off. Because Alistair Finch is too calm right now, too in control, and the only time a man acts that unaffected is when he's desperately trying to hide how much he's falling apart. The moment we walk inside, I unzip my dress on the way up the stairs, kicking off my heels as I go. Alistair stays downstairs, pouring himself a drink. Fine by me. Let him sit in his little brooding man cave with his whiskey and his secrets. But as I step into my room, something catches my eye. A flash of light from the window. I turn slowly. Outside on the far end of the property, I see it. A man, barely visible in the shadows, watching, waiting. I inhale sharply, my skin prickling. Something isn't right. I step back from the window, my heart pounding. I don't know who the hell that is, but I know one thing. Alistair Finch isn't just hiding a secret. He's being watched. Whether I like it or not, that means I am too.
Chapter 8. Alistair. I know I'm being watched. I've known for a while, long before Gemma dragged me onto a dance floor like a challenge, before Jake showed up at the Gala to remind me that I have no control over my own life. But now Gemma knows too. She doesn't realize it yet. Doesn't know exactly what she saw outside the mansion. But I saw the way she hesitated before closing her curtains, the way her shoulders stiffened just slightly. She saw someone. And if she starts asking questions, that's a problem, and I can't afford another problem. So I pour myself another drink, watching the ice melt, pretending I'm not exhausted. Pretending I don't feel that slow, creeping itch under my skin. The same one that comes every time I go too long without... I take a breath deeply, shaking the thought loose. Not now. Not tonight. I need to handle Jake. I need to figure out his new angle, what game he's playing. Because showing up at the Gala, that was a power move. A reminder that he's still in control. A warning that he's not done with me yet. And I hate it. I meet him in a rundown, half-empty parking garage downtown. It's fitting. He's waiting for me, leaning against the hood of his car, arms crossed, a smirk already plastered across his face. "Fancy seeing you at the Gala, cousin," he drawls. No words come out of my mouth, just stare him down, waiting for him to get to the point. He laughs, shaking his head. "No pleasantries? No Jake, old buddy. Why the hell were you ruining my night?" "Cut the crap," I say, voice flat. "What do you want?" He clicks his tongue. Tisk. No patience. That's your problem, Alistair. I don't blink. Don't react, just wait. He sighs, rubbing his jaw, his smirk twisting into something colder. Then he pulls out his phone. I already know what's coming. The video. The same video he's been holding over me for months. A grainy clip of me in a back hallway at an event, taking something from my pocket, swallowing it down too fast, too desperate. Out of context, it could mean anything. But I know the truth. And so does Jake. "Poor Alistair," he murmurs, watching the screen like it's his favorite movie. "The billionaire with a dirty little habit. The world would be so damn interested in knowing exactly what you were taking that night." I keep my expression blank. We had an agreement. He shrugs. "Well, I'm renegotiating." My jaw tightens. "How much?" His grin spreads. "Not about money this time, cousin." That's new. That's worse. I exhale slowly. Then what? Jake tucks his phone away, watching me carefully. "I need a favor. A small one. Barely anything, really." I refuse to answer. Because I already know. Whatever it is. It's going to be bad. I get home and I'm unraveling. My hands are tight fists. My jaw is aching from how hard I've been grinding my teeth. Jake has me in a corner. And I can't see a way out. I move to the study, pouring another drink, my mind running through every scenario. There has to be a way to get ahead of this. A way to... Footsteps. I glance up, just as Gemma steps into the room. She stops in the doorway, her brows furrowing. "You look awful." I sigh, setting the glass down. "Do you ever knock She smirks, but it doesn't reach her eyes. You didn't answer my question. I bite the words in my mouth, not answering her. Because if I do, I might tell her the truth. That I'm drowning. That Jake has his hands around my throat and I can't breathe. That I'm losing control. She steps inside, crossing her arms. You were weird at the gala. You're weird now. What's going on? It's none of your concern. Her eyes narrow. Nonsense. I grit my teeth. It doesn't concern you, Houston. She steps closer, tilting her head, watching me too carefully. You're hiding something. I go still. She waits, like she expects me to break. But I don't. Instead, I shut down. I grab my glass, turn away, take a slow sip. Go to bed, Gemma. Silence. Then, you're a coward. I freeze. Slowly, I turn back. Excuse me. She crosses her arms, her jaw tight. You heard me. You want to act like I don't exist? Like I'm just some pawn in your stupid little game? Fine. But don't sit here drowning in your own misery and pretend you're the only one who's ever had a rough day. My pulse thumps loudly in my ears as her words echo in my eyes, and her eyes spit fire at me. I should shut this down. I should push her away. But instead, I take a step forward, and she doesn't move, doesn't blink. We're close now, too close, and I see it. The way her breath catches, the way her throat works as she swallows, the way her hands twitch at her sides. She feels this, she feels it too. I should stop. I should step back, say something cutting, end this before it turns into something neither of us are ready for. But instead, I reach out. Just barely. Just enough to let my fingers graze her wrist. She shivers. And damn, I do too. For a second, neither of us speak. Then, she yanks away, eyes wide, breath uneven, and suddenly, it's over. She turns on her heel and storms out. I let her go before I can't resist to make her stay.
Chapter 9. Gemma. I'm losing my goddamn mind. It's been a day since that moment in Alistair's study, since his fingers barely brushed my skin, since my entire body betrayed me and shivered like he had whispered a sin against my neck. And now? Now I can't stop thinking about it. It's infuriating, because I don't like him. I don't. Alistair Finch is a cold, calculating, emotionally constipated rich jerk who thinks he can throw money at his problems and make them disappear. I should hate him. But my traitorous brain, the look in his eyes when he gazes at me, replays in my head. Like I was pissing him off just by existing. Like he wanted to push me away and pull me closer all at once. And I don't have any idea what to do with that. So I do the only thing I can. I avoid him. Avoiding Alistair is easier said than done. Because while I've been trying to bury my sanity under work, the rest of the world, they've been busy talking about us. Tasha shoves her phone in my face the second I sit down for coffee in the mansion sunroom. You need to see this, she says. I sigh. If this is another conspiracy theory about how Alistair is actually a vampire, Gemma. I glance at the screen, and immediately my stomach drops. Alistair Finch's secret love affair? Who is Gemma Houston? I snatch the phone from her hands, scrolling through the article, my heart hammering in my chest. There are photos of us from the gala, one of us dancing, another of him whispering something in my ear, a zoomed-in close-up of the way his fingers pressed against my waist. Too intimate, too real. Tasha watches me carefully. It's everywhere, Z. Twitter, Instagram, all those gossip sites. They're saying, I can read. I snap, flipping through more headlines that make me want to scream. Cold-hearted Finch in love? His new woman melts the Ice King. Is Gemma Houston just a gold digger? Sources say, my blood boils. I slam the phone onto the table. This is insane. Welcome to dating a billionaire, Tasha mutters. I rub my temples, trying to breathe through the rage. I knew there'd be publicity, but this is next-level stalker stuff. You didn't think they'd go easy on you, did you? I glare at her. No, but I also didn't think I'd wake up one day and find strangers debating whether I'm using my vagina to scam a man. Tasha shrugs. Well, are you? I throw a napkin at her face. She laughs, but then her expression softens. Hey, seriously though. You okay? I exhale, forcing the anger down. Yeah, I shake my head, staring at the screen again. I don't like that people think they know me. Tasha leans back, watching me. Or is it that you don't like that they think they know you and Alistair? Words refuse to come out of my mouth. Because I don't have one. That night, I try to sneak into the kitchen for a glass of wine and some solitude. But of course he's already there. Leaning against the counter, sleeves rolled up, glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Reading something on his phone like he's completely unaffected by the fact that the entire internet is debating our non-existent sex life. I freeze. He glances up. Avoiding me? I scoff. Why would I do that? He shrugs. You tell me, Houston. I roll my eyes, stepping around him to grab a wine glass. You're insufferable. And you're a terrible liar. I ignore him, pour myself a full, nearly obscene glass of wine, but before I can take a sip, Alistair reaches out and plucks it right out of my hand. I gasp. What the? Give that back! He studies the wine, swirling it lazily. Drinking alone? I snatch for it. He moves it out of reach. Oh my God, I hiss, glaring daggers at him. You are the worst person I've ever met. He smirks. Doubtful. I lunge again, and this time I'm too close. Too fast. He grabs my wrist instead, and suddenly, everything shifts. The playful tension sours into something heavier, thicker, hotter, because his fingers are wrapped around my wrist. His grip firm but not tight, his thumb grazing my pulse. Because when I look up at him, he's already looking at me, and it's not mocking anymore. It's serious, intense, unreadable. My breath catches. His eyes flicker, just slightly to my lips. I know because I do the same thing. For a second, I don't move. Neither does he. Then, abruptly, he lets go. The moment shatters abruptly. The air rushes back in, sharp and cold, and I grab my wine glass with more force than necessary, stepping back like I've been burned. Alistair clears his throat. Good night, Houston. His voice is too calm, too controlled. I don't respond. I just turn and walk away, glass in hand, my pulse still racing like an idiot.
Chapter 10, Alistair. I'm losing control. It's subtle, creeping, slow, but I can feel it. Jake's blackmail is tightening around my neck. The media frenzy is worse than I expected. My carefully crafted public images slipping through my fingers, and... Gemma? Gemma is a problem. She's getting under my skin. I can't stop thinking about last night. Her pulse jumping under my fingertips. She looked at me like she was holding her breath. Like she was waiting for me to do something. And that's the problem. I wanted to see what would happen if I shake the thought loose, exhaling sharply as I pace my office. No distractions. Focus. I have bigger issues to deal with right now. Like the text message glowing on my phone screen. Jake, enjoyed our little talk yesterday, cousin. Thought I'd remind you I'm still waiting on that favor. Me. I told you I don't take orders from you. Jake. Oh, but you will. See, I'm feeling generous. I was just going to leak the video, let the world watch the great Alistair Finch spiral. Jake. But then I thought, why not give you a chance to make it right? Me. What the hell do you want? Jake, come meet me, tonight. Bring cash. I don't want to go. Because I know whatever trap Jake is setting, I'll walk right into it. Because I know if I keep giving him what he wants, I'll never get out of this. But the alternative? The alternative is watching my entire life burn. I press my fingers against my temples, exhaling slowly, trying to ignore the pounding in my skull. I need to think. I need... Finch. I look up. Gemma is standing in the doorway, arms crossed, watching me with narrowed, suspicious eyes. I school my expression immediately. What? She steps forward. You've been pacing like a lunatic for the past 30 minutes. You look awful. And considering you always look slightly miserable, that's saying something. I roll my shoulders, keeping my tone even, detached. Go to bed, Houston. Yeah, see. The problem is, I don't take orders from you. I exhale, annoyed, but I don't snap at her. That's the real problem. I should push her away, freeze her out, keep her out of my damn business. But I don't. She tilts her head. You're hiding something. I don't react. I'm running a business. She snorts. Right. And that's why you look like you're debating whether to throw yourself out a window. I give her all my attention, pulse drumming in my ears. She's close. Too close, not just physically. She's getting into my head. And I hate it. I set my glass down. This isn't your concern, Gemma. She crosses her arms, giving me a flat, unimpressed look. That's the second time you've said that. You realize how obvious you're being, right? I say nothing, because she's right. And I don't have a good lie lined up. She exhales, shaking her head. Jesus, Finch. Just tell me. I don't owe you an explanation. She freezes, and I immediately regret saying it. Her jaw clenches. Her shoulders go rigid. And something in her eyes shudders completely. Right, she says smoothly. Because this is just a job, right? I bite back my words, or else I'll admit that it doesn't feel like that anymore. She laughs, sharp and humorless. Noted. Before I can stop her, she turns and walks out, and for some reason my entire chest aches. The warehouse is empty, cold, and reeks of oil and dust. Jake is already waiting, perched on the hood of his car, cigarette dangling from his fingers, his smirk as infuriating as ever. Finch, he greets, mocking and smug. I don't speak, just throw the envelope of cash at his feet. He chuckles. Come on, no small talk, no brotherly bonding. You're not my brother. His grin widens. Not by blood, but close enough, right? My nails dig into my palm. You got your money. We're done. Jake picks up the envelope, flipping through the bills without a care. Then he sighs, shaking his head. See, I don't think we are, cousin. I grit my teeth. What do you want now? His smirk sharpens, and then he pulls out a phone. My stomach plummets. He turns the screen toward me, and I see the video. Again. The grainy footage of me in that dark hallway, shaky hands, desperate movements. I exhale slowly, my throat tight. You already have me paying to keep that buried. What more do you want? Jake grins, and then... Oh, Alistair. This isn't about you anymore. He swipes to another photo. One that makes my blood go ice cold. Because it's Gemma. A picture of her leaving the mansion from earlier tonight. She's cute, Jake muses. And I gotta admit, I was surprised when I found out about her. Didn't think you had it in you. My heart slams against my ribs. Stay the hell away from her. His grin turns wicked. Now. You know how this works, cousin, I ask. You deliver. Otherwise, things get messy. I feel my control slipping, feel the rage crawling up my throat, hot and bitter. I breathe slowly. If you touch her... Jake holds up his hands, mock innocence. Relax. I'm a businessman, Alistair. And right now, I have a brand new bargaining chip. I gaze at him, breathing hard, heart pounding. Because he's right. He's found my weakness. Her name is Gemma Houston.
Chapter 11. Gemma. Alistair Finch is a liar. I don't know what his secret is, but I know he has one. I can feel it in the way he's been acting weird as hell since the gala. The way he's avoiding me, shutting me out, walking around this house like some broody Victorian ghost with a vendetta. And I'm over it. I didn't sign up for this nonsense just to be kept in the dark. So I decide, screw it. If Alistair Finch wants to act like I'm just a convenient little PR move, I'll remind him exactly why I'm here, and I'm going to make it hurt. The next morning, I step into the overly massive, ridiculously expensive kitchen, wearing nothing but a silk robe and spite. Alistair is already there, standing at the counter, reading something on his phone while he sips his coffee. He barely glances up. You're up early. I lean against the counter, making a show of stretching. My robe loosening just enough to make things interesting. Couldn't sleep, I say. Voice smooth, light, unbothered. His jaw tightens. I see it. He notices me. He just refuses to react. Fine, game on. I saunter toward the fridge, grabbing a water bottle, then, deliberately slow, I climb onto the counter, legs crossing, robe slipping just slightly higher than necessary. I take a sip. He doesn't look at me, which means he's trying not to. Interesting. You've been acting weird, I say. Swirling the bottle in my hands, he turns a page on his newspaper. I don't act. I snort. Oh, nonsense, Finch. You're the best actor I've ever seen. He finally looks up, gaze sharp. And what exactly am I pretending? I smile. That you don't have something to hide. His eyes darken, and just like that, I hit a nerve. I watch him carefully, waiting for him to snap, to say something, to confirm that I'm right. But instead, he shuts down. Again. He sets his coffee down, adjusts his glasses, and walks out. And for some stupid reason, it pisses me off more than if he had yelled at me. Because it proves it. He's hiding something. And I want to know why. I should have expected it. The moment I check my phone, my screen is flooded with messages, notifications, headlines. Socialite breakdown. Is Alistair Finch avoiding his new lover? Trouble in paradise? Sources say Gemma Houston and Finch haven't been seen together since the gala. Gemma Houston. Just a gold digger or something more? My stomach turns. I hate this. I hate that people think they know me. I hate that complete strangers are dissecting my life, making up stories, debating whether I'm some cheap little pawn or a power-hungry vulture. I toss my phone onto the couch, pressing my fingers to my temples. I need to get out of here before I do something stupid, like throw my phone out the window or storm into Alistair's office and demand answers. The universe must have heard my rage because an hour later, I get a text from Nathaniel Cruz. Nathaniel, hey Z, any chance you're free to meet today? I have a business proposal for you. Nathaniel, a wealthy private investor. Someone I had been trying to impress for months before all this fake dating a billionaire ridiculousness. I chew my lip. This is it. This is my way out. If Nathaniel is interested in my work, in funding my conservation studio, then maybe, just maybe, I won't have to rely on Alistair Finch's money anymore. I text back. Name the time and place. I come home late on purpose. because I know it will piss him off. And sure enough, when I step inside, Alistair is already waiting in the dimly lit living room, standing by the window, drink in hand, looking like he was waiting for a fight. "Where were you?" His voice is calm, but there's something dangerous beneath it. I raise a brow. "Didn't know I had a curfew." His jaw tightens. That's not an answer. I toss my purse onto the couch, kicking off my heels. "I had a meeting." His eyes narrow. "With who?" "Nathaniel Cruz." The room goes silent. His grip on his glass tightens. I smile, all innocence and poison. He's considering investing in my studio, giving me actual options instead of being someone's convenient little PR stunt. He takes a slow breath, his shoulders rising, falling, like he's forcing himself to stay calm. Then he steps closer. Not much, but just enough. "You're playing a dangerous game, Houston," he murmurs, voice low, controlled. I tilt my head, pretending I don't feel the way heat flickers under my skin. "I don't know what you mean." His gaze flickers over my face, searching. Then, without warning, his hand brushes my arm. Not much, just a faint touch. A test. But it's enough. Enough to make my breath hitch. Enough to make him exhale sharply like he felt it too. For a moment, we just stand there. Silent. Tense. Something electric curling between us. Dark and dangerous and real. Just as fast. He steps back. Like he's realized something he shouldn't have. Like he's afraid. And that pisses me off more than anything. I narrow my eyes. "You don't get to be jealous, Finch." His expression shudders. "I'm not." I scoff. "Right. That's why you look like you want to throw Nathaniel off a building." Silence. Then he smirks. "Don't flatter yourself, Houston." But his voice is too tight, his movements too stiff, and I know, he's lying. I have a brand new game to play. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Alistair. I don't like Nathaniel Cruz. Never have. I don't like men who smile too easily, talk too smoothly, hover too closely. I don't like how comfortable he is around Gemma. And most of all, I don't like the way she lets him. He's offering her a way out. So when I hear that Nathaniel Cruz will be attending today's charity polo match, I decide, hey, screw it. Let's make this interesting. I arrive at the private polo estate with my usual indifference. Lush green fields stretching as far as the eye can see. Champagne being poured into crystal flutes by servers dressed in white. High society socialites lounging in shaded VIP tents, all eager to place their bets on which billionaire's ego would take the biggest hit today. And of course, the horses. Beautiful, powerful creatures, their hooves kicking up dust, their riders adjusting their mallets, all preparing for the game that was about to start. I should be focused on the match. Instead, I'm focused on her. Gemma, standing at the far end of the field in a flowing white sundress, her curls pulled up, neck exposed, oversized sunglasses shielding her eyes as she smirks up at Nathaniel Cruz. He's leaning in close, saying something that makes her laugh. Now, I finally understand the very specific, violent urge to throw a man off a horse. I walk toward them, adjusting my gloves, my mallet resting easily in my grip. Gemma notices me first. Her lips curl slightly like she already knows she's in my head. Good. Nathaniel turns next, offering his usual perfectly polished grin. Finch? He greets, all charm and ease. Didn't think you'd be playing today? I smile coldly, and miss the opportunity to remind everyone why I win. He chuckles, shaking his head. Still so competitive. I glance at Gemma. She likes winners. Gemma arches a brow. She's standing right here, you know. Nathaniel smirks at her. And what do you think, Houston? Should I let Finch have this one, or should I crush him on the field? I grip my mallet tighter. Before she can answer, I move closer, dropping my voice just enough that only she hears. Choose carefully, Houston. Her breath catches. For just a second, then she smirks. May the best man win. She walks away, leaving me and Nathaniel standing there. And just like that, it's war. The game starts, and I'm relentless. The moment the first chuka begins, I'm maneuvering my horse with calculated precision, my mallet swinging, knocking the ball forward with brutal accuracy. Nathaniel is right behind me, always there, pushing, testing. He plays dirty, not illegal, but just enough to piss me off. A deliberate block, a well-timed bump, a smirk every time he steals possession. I should be focusing on the game. Instead, I'm thinking about his hand on Gemma's lower back. I tighten my grip, gritting my teeth as I push harder, faster, my horse responding immediately. The crowd is cheering, gasping, the announcers calling the match in the background. I don't care. All I care about is winning. I steal the ball, maneuvering past Nathaniel, galloping forward, readying my mallet. And then he slams into me hard. It's legal. But it's also personal. I grit my teeth, shoving back, using my weight, my momentum. And just like that, Nathaniel is off balance. For a second, his horse stumbles, and I use the opportunity to send the ball flying toward the goal. A perfect shot. The crowd erupts. The chuka ends. I ride toward the sidelines, dismounting, removing my helmet, sweat trickling down my spine. And when I look up, Gemma is watching me. Her lips slightly parted, her gaze glued to me. I smirk. And then Nathaniel rides past me. You play dirty, he mutters. I watch as he approaches Gemma, offering his winning grin, wiping his forehead with a towel, leaning in too close. My smirk fades. And suddenly, I don't feel like I won it all. I find Gemma later, alone by the VIP section, sipping on champagne, watching the sunset. I step up beside her. She doesn't turn. You didn't congratulate me, I murmur, my voice lower than before. She finally looks at me. Didn't know you needed validation that badly, Finch. I smirk. I don't. But I thought you liked winners. Her gaze flickers. That depends. On what? She takes a slow sip of her drink. On whether they can handle losing. I take a step closer, unable to stop myself. And she doesn't step back. You enjoy testing me, don't you? I murmur. She tilts her head, lips curling. Maybe. My eyes flick to her mouth. Her breath hitches. For a second, I think she might let me. Might lean in, close the distance, but instead, she steps back. She exhales slowly, shaking her head. Not like this. She turns and walks away. I let her go. I'm unsure if I still want to win or if I just want her.
Chapter 13. Gemma. I almost kissed Alistair Finch. I almost kissed him. And now, I'm losing it. I shouldn't want him. I shouldn't feel this twisting, gnawing, consuming need every time he looks at me as if I'm the only thing in the goddamn world that matters. I shouldn't want to pull him back, finish what we started, let his lips crash against mine, let him. No hell. No. This is a business arrangement, not some slow burn romance novel where the billionaire and the stubborn broke girl fall madly in love. So, I do what any reasonable person would do. I run. I find Nathaniel near the bar, casually sipping on some obscenely expensive bourbon, looking like he was born to belong in places like this. Enjoying the game? He asks, flashing me that signature grin that has probably melted panties across multiple continents. I force a smirk. The game was fine. The men playing it, a little too much testosterone for my taste. Nathaniel laughs, shaking his head. Alistair does tend to bring out the worst in people. I take a slow sip of champagne, avoiding eye contact. Yeah, well, it's mutual. He watches me, too carefully. So, he says, leaning in slightly. That deal we talked about, the investment for your studio. Are you still interested? I swallow. This is it, the way out. The one thing I've been fighting for. The thing that could set me free from Alistair's world. I should say yes. I should tell him I want the funding. That I'd be happy to never have to depend on Alistair Finch's money again. But instead, I hesitate. And that hesitation is a problem. Nathaniel tilts his head. You sure you still want it, Gemma? I force a smile. Of course. Why wouldn't I? His eyes flicker. Because I think Alistair Finch has already sunk his teeth into you. I stiffen. Nathaniel smirks. You don't even realize it yet, do you? I set my glass down, heart pounding. I don't know what you mean. He exhales, shaking his head. Sure, sweetheart. And just as I open my mouth to argue, deny, fight it. A firm, familiar hand wraps around my wrist. I turn. And there he is, Alistair. Jaw tight, eyes dark, grip firm but not painful, but definitely possessive. And just like that, everything shifts. Alistair doesn't say a word, just drags me away from Nathaniel, toward the waiting car. I don't resist. Maybe because I'm stupid. Maybe because I want to see what happens if I push him a little too far. The driver closes the door behind us. The air inside the car is thick, charged, silent. I cross my arms. So what? I'm not allowed to talk to other men now? Alistair leans back, rolling his shoulders, his expression unreadable. You can do whatever you want, Houston. I scoff. Oh, sure. That's why you just ripped me away from Nathaniel like a goddamn caveman. He finally looks at me, and damn, the way he looks at me, it's not just anger, it's frustration, possession, a war inside himself. You think this is a game? He mutters, voice low, lethal. I smirk. I think you don't like the fact that you're not the only billionaire in my orbit, Finch. His jaw clenches. You're enjoying this, he says, his tone accusing, dark. I lean in slightly, matching his energy. What if I am? A muscle in his jaw twitches, and for a long, heavy second, neither of us move, neither of us breathe. Then, he snaps. His hand shoots out, grabbing the back of my neck, dragging me toward him, closing the space between us in a sharp, brutal pull, and then he kisses me. Hard, desperate, possessive. Like he's been waiting for this, losing sleep over it. slowly losing his damn mind. Like I'm the thing that's been driving him insane. I gasp against his mouth, but I don't pull away. I kiss him back. I kiss him like I've been aching for this, like I want to ruin him, like I want him to ruin me. His fingers tangle into my hair, tilting my head back, taking, claiming, devouring. My hands grip his shirt, fisting the fabric, because suddenly I need something to hold on to. Because he's too much. Because I feel like I'm about to drown. And I don't want to come up for air. Not yet. Not. The car jerks to a stop. We rip apart, breathless, wild-eyed, stunned. The driver clears his throat. "We've arrived, sir." I blink. Oh, I don't move. Neither does Alistair. His lips are red, kiss bruised. His breathing is uneven. His pupils are blown wide. And I know he's thinking the same thing I am. What the hell just happened? But instead of answering it, instead of acknowledging it, I grab the door handle, shove it open, and get the hell out. Because if I stay one more second, I might kiss him again.
Chapter 14. Alistair. I screwed up. I wasn't supposed to kiss her. I wasn't supposed to drag her to me, devour her like I'd been starving for it, like she was something I couldn't control. But I did. And now? Now she's avoiding me like the goddamn plague. I expect her to show up for breakfast. She doesn't. Fine. I expect to hear her moving around the mansion. Nothing. Fine. I expect her to at least send a snarky text, complain about the media, throw a passive-aggressive comment my way. Still nothing. And that is not fine. By noon, I'm pacing my office, running my fingers through my hair, restless. It's ridiculous. I'm not a man who loses his mind over a woman. But Gemma Houston is not just any woman. She's a problem I don't know how to fix. My phone buzzes. I glance down, jaw tightening when I see the name. Jake. Of course, I answer, pressing the phone to my ear. Make this quick. He laughs. Oh, come on, cousin. That's no way to greet family. Family doesn't blackmail each other. Jake exhales dramatically. Semantics. I rub my temple. What do you want now? He pauses. And that's when I know. It's about to get worse. You remember that favor I mentioned? He finally says, his voice smooth, casual. Too casual. I don't respond. I already know. Whatever's coming next is going to make my life a living hell. Jake continues. See, I need a little help with something. I sit back, voice flat. No. You don't even know what I'm asking. I don't need to. He chuckles. Well, that's unfortunate. Because if you don't help me, I may have to leak some very interesting information to a few of our friends in the press. My fingers clench into a fist. He's not bluffing. Jake is a lot of things, but he isn't the type to make empty threats. Go to hell, I mutter. Jake sighs. Such a shame. Gemma's been looking real pretty in those gossip columns. Would be a shame if... My blood turns to ice. Don't! I warn, voice sharp. He laughs. Oh, Alistair. I always knew you had a weakness. I hang up, because if I don't, I might drive to wherever the hell he is and put my fist through his face. By the time the sun sets, I'm done playing this game. I find Gemma in the sunroom, curled up with a book, a glass of wine in her hand, looking like she hasn't given me a second thought. It's infuriating. She notices me immediately, but doesn't acknowledge me. I step forward. So this is the part where you pretend I don't exist? She turns the page. Oh, you exist. Unfortunately. I grit my teeth. We need to talk. Do we? She hums. Because I think we already said a lot in that car. Her voice is light, but her fingers grip the book too tightly. I see it. She's just as wrecked as I am. I move closer. Are you going to ignore me forever? She finally looks up. It's only been a day, Finch. What, missing me already? I declare in a voice that brooked no argument. You kissed me back. She smirks. Oh, is that what this is about? You need validation? My patience snaps. I step forward, leaning down, my hands gripping the armrests of her chair, trapping her. Tell me you didn't feel it, I demand, voice low, controlled, lethal. Her breath hitches. For a second, she looks like she might give in. Then she tilts her head, lips curling in mock sympathy. Oh, poor Alistair, she whispers. Did I hurt your feelings? I take a deep, forceful breath, forcing myself to step back before I do something stupid. Like kiss her again. Like pull her into my lap and remind her exactly why she kissed me back. But I don't. Instead, I turn on my heel, walking away. Because if I stay any longer, I won't walk away at all. I don't sleep. I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Gemma, thinking about Jake, thinking about how everything is slipping. And then, a notification flashes on my phone. A text from an unknown number with a photo attached. I open it, and my blood runs cold. It's Gemma, taken from a distance, from outside the mansion, from somewhere in the shadows. And below it, a message. You're running out of time, Finch. I sit up fast, heart pounding, jaw clenched. If I don't do something soon, she won't be safe.
Chapter 15. Gemma. Something is wrong. I feel it. I don't know how or why, but I know Alistair Finch better than I should by now. And right now, he's acting off. Like a man with too many demons in his head and not enough space to lock them down. Like a man on the edge of something. Ever since this ridiculous arrangement started. I'm not sure if I should be afraid for him or of him. I find him in the study, staring at his phone, his jaw clenched so tightly, I half expect his teeth to crack. Are you okay? I ask, leaning against the doorframe. He doesn't look up. I'm fine. Liar. I step forward, tilting my head. That's funny because you look like you're contemplating murder or a mental breakdown. His fingers tighten around his phone. Still, he doesn't react. I cross my arms. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Or are we doing the brooding billionaire with secrets thing again? Finally, he looks up. And damn, his eyes are darker than usual. Sharper, edged with something I can't place. I bite my lips as my heart races. Caring isn't part of the arrangement, but I can't stop myself. You're overthinking things, Houston, he says, voice low, even. I scoff. You don't give me enough credit, Finch. If I was overthinking, I'd be halfway to building a conspiracy board with red string and pushpins by now. His lips twitch. Just slightly, but it's gone too fast, replaced by that cold, unreadable mask. I hate that mask. I hate that I'm catching a glimpse of the man behind it, because I know beneath it, he's falling apart. I move closer. If something's wrong, just say it. His gaze flickers. For a second, he looks like he might tell me. Like he's tired of carrying whatever weight is crushing him. But then, just like always, he shuts down. You should go get ready, he says instead, shifting his focus back to his phone. We're leaving soon. I blink. What? Leaving? He finally meets my gaze again, completely unreadable now. Your grandmother's dinner. You didn't forget, did you? I curse under my breath. Damn, I did forget. I was so wrapped up in this, whatever the hell is happening between us, that I completely lost track. But now I have a new plan. I can't get through to him here. I can't make him talk when he's locked in his own fortress of control. But tonight, he's walking into my world, And that means the walls might finally start to crack. The car ride to my grandmother's house is silent. Not the comfortable kind. The charged, suffocating, I can feel you thinking about that kiss kind. Alistair is sitting beside me, staring out the window, fingers tapping restlessly against his thigh. I turn toward him. Are you always this much fun on road trips? He doesn't react. I sigh, shaking my head. Jesus, Finch. You'd think I was dragging you to your own execution. He finally glances at me, arching a brow. Wouldn't be the worst way to go. I laugh. You're so dramatic. It's dinner with my grandma, not a goddamn mafia sit-down. He doesn't smile. Instead, he tilts his head slightly, studying me, then quietly, carefully. Why didn't you tell me? I pause. Tell you what? He shifts slightly, his jaw tightening. About your mother. My stomach drops. He knows. He knows. I swallow. How did you? I did my research. Of course he did. I exhale slowly, turning my gaze to the passing scenery. It wasn't relevant. It's your mother, he says, voice too calm, too controlled. That makes it relevant. Something flickers in his tone, something heavy, something I don't understand yet. But before I can ask, before I can press him like he always presses me. We pull up to my grandmother's house, and we're back to the task at hand. The second we step inside, it's chaos. My grandma, a tiny woman with sharp eyes and a sharper tongue, immediately snatches Alistair by the wrist, dragging him toward the kitchen. You're too pale, she declares, ignoring his stunned expression. Come, eat. We have ribs. You're too skinny. I bite my lip to keep from laughing. Alistair, stoic, terrifying, effortlessly in control Alistair, looks like he has no idea how to process this. He starts. Don't argue, she warns. You're my granddaughter's whatever you are, which means you're family now. And in this family, we eat. He looks at me like he wants to kill me. I grin. Welcome to hell, Finch. It's weird. Watching Alistair, Mr. Unshakable, Mr. Power and Control, sit at my grandmother's kitchen table, eating ribs with his hands like he's never seen messy food before. It's even weirder watching him fit in, because he does. Somehow, he lets my grandmother lecture him about his terrible diet. He humors my uncle, nodding along while he tells a long-winded story about his glory days playing football. And every now and then, when he thinks I'm not looking, he watches me, like he's never seen me before, like I'm something he doesn't know what to do with. Wonder if maybe, just maybe, Alistair Finch isn't completely untouchable. Maybe I'm getting to him too. Maybe he's starting to break. I don't know if that terrifies me or excites me.
Chapter 16. Alistair. I don't belong here. I never have. Not in homes like this, warm, lived in, filled with laughter and noise and history. Not around families like this. Messy, unfiltered, real. And definitely not in Gemma Houston's world. But somehow, here I am. Sitting at her grandmother's kitchen table, a plate of ribs in front of me, nodding along to stories I don't quite understand, watching Gemma as she laughs, teases, leans into the warmth of her family like she belongs. Because she does. She does. And that's the problem. She's not supposed to be something I notice. Not supposed to be something I want, but I do. I really do. And that's a problem. Because Jake is still watching us, lurking, waiting for me to screw up. Because the blackmail isn't going away. Because I can't afford to want her. But here, watching her across the table, listening to her argue with her uncle over a football game from years ago, watching the way she absent-mindedly licks barbecue sauce from her thumb, I realize something dangerous. I already do. After dinner, I step outside onto the back porch, needing air, space, clarity. I don't get it, because Gemma follows. She leans against the wooden railing, crossing her arms. You okay? I nod. I'm fine. She laughs. You suck at lying. I don't look at her. You shouldn't be worried about me. She tilts her head. Then what should I be worried about? I glance at her. Yourself. Her smirk fades. For the first time tonight, the teasing is gone. What the hell does that mean? She asks, voice softer now. It feels like a hand wraps in my throat, preventing me to answer. Because if I tell her, if I let her know that she's being watched, that I've dragged her into something she can't walk away from, she'll leave, and I can't let her. So instead, I do what I do best. I shut down. I should go, I murmur, stepping away. But before I can, she reaches out, fingers brushing my wrist, and I freeze. Her touch is light, soft, but it wrecks me. I turn back, and for a second I think she's going to ask me to stay. Instead, she sighs. You know, for a guy who's supposed to be a genius, you're really bad at emotions. I almost smile. Almost. But instead I step back, hands clenched. I'm leaving Houston. She doesn't stop me. But as I walk away, I feel her gaze on my back. I wish I was the type of man who knew how to stay. I get back to the mansion and my phone is already buzzing. Another message. Another photo of Gemma. She's at her grandmother's door, hugging her goodbye, smiling. I look at it, my heart pounding, jaw clenching so hard it aches. And below it, a text. You're losing control, Finch. Make your choice. I grip my phone tightly, my knuckles go white. Because they're right. I am losing control because I can handle threats, I can handle blackmail. But if something happens to her, I won't handle that at all.
Chapter 17. Gemma. I'm done playing his game. I'm done watching Alistair Finch pull away every time I get too close, every time he feels something he doesn't want to name. Because I see it. I see it in the way he watches me when he thinks I won't notice. I feel it in the air between us, in every brush of his fingers, every time his gaze drops to my lips and lingers for a second too long. I felt it in that car. And now he's pretending like none of it happened. Like he didn't just sit at my grandmother's dinner table, making me feel like I was something. Like he burns for me the same way I burn for him. So, yeah, I'm done waiting. I'm going to make him break. I find him in the study again. Because, of course, he's in his study. The room smells like cologne, old books, whiskey, and expensive furniture. Like control, like restraint. And I'm about to ruin that. He doesn't look up when I walk in, doesn't react, but I know he feels me there. Are we seriously doing this? I ask, crossing my arms. Doing what? He mutters, flipping through a document that I know he's not actually reading. I glare at him. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the part where we pretend you didn't shove your tongue down my throat, or the part where you came to my family dinner and looked like you were having a crisis over the concept of happiness. His shoulders tense. Bullseye. I move closer. Or wait, maybe it's the part where you look at me as if I'm the most dangerous thing in your world but won't do anything about it. That does it. He sets his paper down slowly. Then, finally, he looks at me. And damn. His eyes are dark, sharp, burning. You think this is a game? He asks, voice low, dangerous. I lift my chin. I think you're a coward. His jaw clenches. I move forward, taking up space. I think you want me, but you're too afraid of losing control. Too afraid that if you let yourself have me, I tilt my head, smirking. You won't be able to stop. He doesn't move, doesn't blink. But I see the shift. I see him clenching his hands, the way his chest rises and falls, just a little sharper than before. I see the fight inside him, and I want to push him off the edge. So I do the most reckless, most dangerous thing I can. I move closer, invading his space. I place my hand on his chest, feeling the way his heart pounds beneath it. You can't pretend forever, Finch. I whisper, my breath brushing his jaw. He clenches his hands. He's not breathing. And for an agonizing heartbeat, I think I've lost. That he's going to walk away again. But then he snaps. It's not gentle. It's not careful. It's not like the first time. No. This time he grabs me like he's sick of fighting it. Like he's tired of pretending. His hands slam to my waist, yanking me forward, and then his mouth crashes against mine. Rough, desperate, possessive. I moan into him, my hands flying up, tangling into his stupid, too-perfect hair. He groans, deep and frustrated, like he hates that he wants this so much. Like he hates me for making him want it. I press closer, and damn, he's so warm, so solid, so utterly consuming. His lips part, his tongue slides against mine, and I swear to God, I lose my mind. His fingers dig into my waist, his grip rough, unrelenting, like he needs to hold me there or he'll lose himself completely. And maybe that's what I want. Maybe I want him to lose himself, to let go, to stop fighting, to break. And he does. Right there against the desk, kissing me like I'm something he's craved for too long. I bite his lip and he growls, pressing me harder into the desk. And suddenly, it's not enough. None of it is enough. I want more. I want all of him. He pulls away, abrupt, sudden, like he just realized what he was doing. Like he just remembered why he's been trying to fight this. And then, the mask comes back, the control, the distance. He steps back, chest heaving, lips swollen. Damn! He mutters under his breath, rubbing a hand over his face. I'm still breathless, wrecked, completely undone. And he just stops. I glare at him. You're seriously pulling away again? He clenches his jaw, refusing to look at me. And that sets me off. I grab his wrist, forcing him to meet my eyes. Why are you doing this? I demand. Why are you running from me? His eyes flash. You don't understand, Gemma. His voice is low, sharp, tight. Then make me understand. I snap. He exhales as he pulls at his hair. I can't. I go still, because for the first time, he sounds afraid. Not of me, but of whatever he's hiding. Of what will happen if he lets me in. That scares me too.
Chapter 18. Alistair, I should have never kissed her. Not the first time. Not the second time. Not like that, because now she's in my head, under my skin, and I can't think straight. And that's dangerous. Sleep eludes me again. Instead, I spend the night pacing my study, gripping a glass of scotch I don't even drink. The taste is wrong. Everything is wrong. Because I can still feel her. The way she kissed me back. The way she moaned into my mouth like she wanted me to ruin her. The way she gazed into my eyes after, furious and breathless and daring me to say something. To explain why I keep running from this. From her. I don't have an explanation. What the hell am I doing? I'm confused. But I do know one thing. I have to end this because Gemma Houston isn't just a distraction. She's a weakness. And I can't afford weaknesses. I find her in the kitchen, standing by the counter, a cup of coffee in her hands, looking far too calm for someone who just tore my control to shreds. She barely glances at me when I walk in. "Morning," she murmurs, taking a sip. My temples throb. This should be easy. I should be able to say the words, to push her away, to remind her why this is just an arrangement. Instead, I just stare at her. Her messy curls, the faint mark on her collarbone, a mark I put there. Damn, I force myself to take a breath. This can't happen again. She raises an eyebrow. Oh? And what exactly is this, Finch? I narrow my eyes. You know what I mean. She hums, setting her coffee down. See, I don't think I do. Because I'm starting to wonder if the great Alistair Finch even knows what he wants. I step closer. I know exactly what I want. She smirks, leaning against the counter. Oh? And what's that? I exhale slowly. To end this before it becomes something it shouldn't be. The smirk fades. For the first time, her expression shifts. Just slightly. She scoffs. So that's it? You're just gonna pretend nothing happened? My nails dig into my palm as I force myself to say the words. It was a mistake. She goes still, and I immediately regret saying it. Because the moment the words leave my mouth, something hardens in her eyes. She picks up her coffee again, taking a slow, measured sip. Okay, she says too calmly. I frown. What? She shrugs. Okay, Finch, if that's what you want. And just like that, she walks away. No fight, no argument, just acceptance. And for some reason, that feels worse. That night I get another text, another photo. Gemma, at her studio this time, taken from a distance, like someone is watching her, like someone is too close. My stomach drops. Then, another text. Last warning, Finch. Make your move or we make ours. I grip my phone tightly. It creaks under my strength. It's never been just about me. They're going after her now. And if I don't stop this, she'll pay the price. I find her hours later, sitting in the library, flipping through an old book like she isn't currently at risk of being destroyed because of me. She glances up when I step inside, expression unreadable. I don't hesitate. I don't think. I just say the words I know will hurt her the most. You should leave. She blinks. Excuse me? You heard me. This arrangement is over. You don't need to stay here anymore, I say through clenched teeth. She narrows her eyes. Oh, so now I don't even get a fake relationship? I don't even get to be the little pawn in your PR game? I breathe deeply. Gemma. No, Finch. You don't get to do this. She stands, stepping toward me, fire in her gaze. You don't get to just kiss me like that, look at me like I'm something you can't stop thinking about, and then just tell me to leave. I say nothing, because I can't. Because if I open my mouth, I might say the truth. And the truth is that I'm terrified. Terrified that if she stays, I won't be able to let her go. Terrified that I might not want to. She watches me carefully. And then, quietly, dangerously, Tell me you don't want me. My chest tightens. She steps closer. Say it, Finch. Say you don't want me, and I'll leave. I don't move. I don't breathe. Because I can't. Because it would be the easiest lie I've ever told. And she would know it. So instead, I do the only thing I can. I say nothing. I watch as Gemma Houston walks away. For real this tea.
Chapter 19. Gemma. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't feel this ache in my chest, this fury in my veins, this ridiculous urge to storm back into that mansion and shake some damn sense into him. I should just walk away, but I can't. Because I know Alistair Finch, and I know when a man is lying. He didn't tell me to leave because he doesn't want me. He told me to leave because he does. And now? Now I'm going to make him admit it. I don't even make it back to my studio before my phone starts exploding with notifications. Texts from Tasha, a dozen missed calls. And worst of all, headlines, Gemma Houston and Alistair Finch. Over already? Billionaire Ice King dumps charity action. Sweetheart, sources say. Finch ended things? Coldly. What went wrong? I look at my phone, blood boiling. He really did it. He really did it. He didn't just push me away privately. He let the whole world think I meant nothing. My fingers ache as I grip my phone harder. Then I take a breath, exhaling slowly, steadying myself. Fine. If he wants to play this game, I'll play. But I don't lose. Not at this. Not at him. By the time I make it back to my studio, Tasha is already there waiting, arms crossed, eyes narrowed, looking like she's ready to murder a billionaire. You want to explain why the entire internet thinks you just got dumped? She demands. I sigh, tossing my bag onto the couch. Because Alistair Finch is a coward. Tasha blinks. Well, yeah. But why did he do it? I thought things were finally heating up. They were, I reply, biting my lip. Her eyes widen. Holy crap. You guys slept together, didn't you? I groan. No, but it was close. Tasha lets out a frustrated sound. So let me get this straight. He kissed you twice, lost his goddamn mind over it, and then decided to fake break up with you in front of the whole world? I nod. She exhales sharply. And you're just gonna let him? I grin. And it's not nice. Oh, no, I murmur. I'm going to ruin his life. Tasha brightens. That's my girl. A week later, I walk into the event of the season. A high-profile fundraiser, packed with media, celebrities, and, most importantly, Alistair Finch himself. He doesn't expect me to be here. He sure as hell doesn't expect me to be here on Nathaniel Cruz's arm. And when I step into the room, wearing a black silk dress that hugs every inch of me, head held high, confidence radiating off me, I see it. I see the moment he realizes what I've done. Because Alistair Finch, stoic, untouchable, controlled, tenses, jaw clenching, hands curling into fists, eyes darkening with something sharp, something possessive, something dangerous. Good. I smile at Nathaniel, letting my hand rest on his arm, laughing at something he says, even though I don't hear it, because my entire body is focused on Alistair, on the way he's watching me, on the way he looks like he's about to lose his mind. I excuse myself from Nathaniel, stepping toward the bar, and I don't even make it halfway before Alistair is in front of me, towering, seething. Are you enjoying yourself? He murmurs, voice dangerously low. I smile, tilting my head. Why wouldn't I be? His eyes flicker to Nathaniel. You're making a mistake. I arch a brow. Oh, and why is that? He exhales sharply, stepping closer. Because you're playing a game you don't understand. I scoff. That's funny, Finch, because I could say the same thing about you. His jaw tightens. You think this is about you? He mutters. I glare. Oh, my bad. Is this about your feelings then? Because last I checked, you don't have any. Something snaps in his expression. And then, suddenly, abruptly, he grabs my wrist. Not hard, not rough, just enough. Enough to burn. Enough to remind me that I want him to break, and he's about to. Come with me, he murmurs. It's not a request. It's a command. And even though I should say no, even though I should let him suffer in his jealousy, I let him pull me away because I want to know. I want to know how much longer he can fight this. I want to know what happens when he finally stops. He doesn't stop until we're in a dark hallway, away from the party, the music, the cameras. I yank my wrist from his grip. What the hell is your problem? He doesn't answer. Just looks at me, seething, breathing too hard, eyes too dark. And then, before I can say another word, he kisses me hard, rough, desperate, like a man who can't hold it back anymore, like a man who's been unraveling for weeks, like a man who's just lost his last shred of control. I gasp into him, my hands fisting in his jacket, pulling him closer. He groans, biting my bottom lip, his fingers digging into my waist. This isn't careful. This isn't soft. This is a goddamn war. And I don't care who wins. Because we're both losing. We're both falling. He's finally letting it happen.
Chapter 20. Alistair, this kiss is different. I know it will ruin me if I continue. What's happening now? Now I'm really going to be ruined. I can taste her on my lips. I feel her hands on me. I hear the sound of her breath hitching when I pull her closer, when I press her against the wall, swallow her moan like I had every right to it. She's consuming me. And that's a problem. Because Gemma Houston isn't mine. She was never supposed to be mine. She's the one who pulls away first, barely, just enough to put space between us. Just enough to look up at me, eyes dark, lips swollen from the force of what just happened. I should step back. I don't. She licks her lips, voice sharp, breathless, but dangerous. You want to explain what the hell that was, Finch? I don't answer. I can't, or else I'll have to admit the truth. That this wasn't just anger. This wasn't just jealousy. This wasn't just a loss of control. It was her. It's always been her. But if I say that, if I let her see how deep this goes, I won't be able to pull myself back. So I do what I always do. I shut her out. I adjust my jacket, straighten my posture, let my expression go cold. It was a mistake. Her eyes flicker. She scoffs. Oh, screw you. I say nothing. Because if I speak, if I give her anything more, she'll know. She'll see the panic under my skin. She'll see that I'm not running from her. I'm running from what she's making me feel. She folds her arms across her chest. Let me guess. This is the part where you pretend you didn't just pin me against a wall and kiss me like you were starving for it? I exhale slowly. Gemma! Or maybe it's the part where you tell me it doesn't mean anything, she continues, stepping closer. Because that's your favorite move, isn't it? Pretend it doesn't exist. Pretend I don't exist. My temples throb as if an axe is about to have my brain. She tilts her head, eyes searching my face. Tell me something, Finch. Her voice is softer now, but not any less sharp. What exactly are you so afraid of? I don't answer, or else I'll have to say it. That I'm afraid of wanting her. That I'm afraid of needing her. That I'm afraid I'd burn this whole world down just to keep her safe. And I can't let that happen. So I do what has to be done. I cut her off before she can break me completely. I take a step back. And then, calm, controlled, emotionless. You don't matter to me. She freezes like I just hit her. Like I just ripped something out of her chest. This arrangement wasn't supposed to go anything beyond it, but I feel it too. The moment I say it, I feel the weight of it. Because it's a lie. A cruel, devastating, necessary lie. She lets out a sharp breath, eyes burning. You're such a coward! I don't react or I'll break. She swallows, her hands tightening into fists. You don't get to kiss me like that and then tell me I don't matter. I say nothing, because if I say something, I'll have to take it back. Her lips part like she wants to say more, like she wants to make me bleed for this. Then, quiet, sharp, final. Screw you, Finch. She turns, and she walks away. For real this time. And I let her, even though it feels like my chest is caving in. I barely make it home before my phone buzzes. I already know who it is. Jake. I glance down at the screen. Another photo of Gemma. But this time, she's alone, walking to her car. Looking over her shoulder like she feels something. Like she knows she's being watched. Beneath it, a message. Tick-tock, Finch. Time's almost up. A slow, cold rage builds in my chest. Because they're not just watching me anymore. They're watching her. They know she's the weakness I didn't want to have. And suddenly pushing her away isn't enough. Because if I don't end this soon, Gemma Houston is going to get hurt. I'll be the one to blame.
Chapter 21. Gemma, this is my moment. This is what I've worked for. I should be focused on the auction, on the textile piece I spent months restoring, on the money that could fund my entire studio for a year. But instead I can feel him. I can sense Alistair Finch's presence the second he walks in. I don't even have to look. It's like my body knows. I want him watch me thriving without him, to see me smiling at Nathaniel Cruz, to witness me untouched by his lies. Because screw Alistair Finch, he doesn't get to push me away and act like he doesn't care. He doesn't get to tell me I don't matter and then show up here, gazing at me like he can't stop thinking about me. No. Tonight I'm in control. I take my seat beside Nathaniel, flashing him an easy smile. The auction house is stunning. Ornate chandeliers, hushed murmurs of high society, the scent of old money and expensive bourbon. The kind of place Alistair thrives in. But tonight, this is my world. A showcase of historical textiles and restored artifacts, each piece auctioned off to collectors, museums, and billionaires looking for their next overpriced indulgence. One of those pieces? Mine. A 19th century silk tapestry, handcrafted in an era where artisans wove their lives into their fabric. The piece that almost didn't survive the fire damage. The one I spent months restoring stitch by stitch, bringing it back to life. My work, my name, my success. Nathaniel leans in. You nervous, Houston? I scoff, taking a sip of my champagne. I don't get nervous. He chuckles. Right. So you haven't noticed Finch staring at you like he's 2 seconds away from losing his mind? I freeze. Of course I noticed. Of course I knew the second he walked in, but I refuse to look. Instead, I laugh. Let him watch. I keep my gaze forward, ignoring the pull of him, but I know he's there. I can feel the heat of his stare. I know he's watching when Nathaniel leans in a little too close. I know he's watching when I tilt my head, let my lips curl in a smirk. I know he's watching when Nathaniel brushes my wrist, deliberate and slow. And that's when I finally give in. I turn my head just slightly, just enough to meet Alistair's furious, darkened stare. And damn, he looks wrecked. His jaw is tight. His grip on his whiskey glass is white-knuckled. His blue eyes, murderous. I raise a single eyebrow, tilting my champagne glass in silent challenge. Do something. And he does. The auctioneer's voice cuts through the room. Our next piece, a beautifully restored 19th century silk tapestry, courtesy of Gemma Houston's conservation studio. An extraordinary example of historic craftsmanship, meticulously brought back to life. A polite round of applause. Nathaniel nudges me. Here we go, Houston. Ready to make history? And then the bidding starts. $50,000. $75,000. $100,000. Nathaniel raises his paddle. $200,000. I gaze at him. Cruz. He smirks. What? Can't let some art snob billionaire walk away with your work. I actually appreciate it. The auctioneer barely finishes acknowledging Nathaniel's bid when another paddle goes up, and my stomach drops. Alistair. $500,000. The entire room falls silent. I snap my head toward him, heart pounding. His expression is unreadable, controlled, calculated. But his eyes are on me. Nathaniel lets out a low whistle. Well, damn. The auctioneer stammers. Ah, $500,000 for Mr. Finch. Any counteroffers? Nathaniel leans back, watching me carefully. Tell me, Houston. Do you want me to fight for it? It's a test. It's a test. Nathaniel's watching me, waiting. Alistair is daring me to stop him, and I'm paralyzed. This isn't about the tapestry anymore. This is about control. Alistair buying that piece isn't about the money. It's about me. It's him saying, I see you, I own this, I own you. And I should let Nathaniel counter. I should let him fight Alistair for it. But I don't. Because the truth is, I want to see what Alistair does next. Going once, going twice, sold to Mr. Finch for $500,000. As soon as the auction closes, I head for the exit. But I don't make it far. A strong hand grips my wrist, yanks me into a dark corner, and suddenly Alistair is in front of me, towering, seething, furious. You've made your point, he growls. I yank my arm free. Excuse me? His jaw clenches. Don't play games, Gemma. I fold my arms. Funny. I thought that's what we've been doing this entire time. His eyes darken. I take a step forward, voice lowering. What's the matter, Finch? Didn't like watching me with someone else? A muscle ticks in his jaw, and then, quietly, dangerously, you have no idea what I didn't like, Houston. The air between us is thick, heated, dangerous. We're standing too close. I can feel his breath against my lips. His hand twitches at his side, like he's stopping himself from grabbing me. And I should walk away. I should say something cruel, something final. But instead, I just breathe. And suddenly, that's the most dangerous thing of all. Because I just know, he's about to break.
Chapter 22. Alistair, I should have left. I should have let her go. But the second that gavel hit the podium, the moment Gemma Houston stared me down across the auction house, lips parted, body tense, looking like she was daring me to do something about it, I knew I was going to lose my damn mind. And I do. Because now she's about to find out exactly what happens when she pushes me too far. I don't think. I don't hesitate. I just move. My body acts before my brain catches up, crossing the room in long, measured strides, cutting through the murmuring crowd like they don't even exist. And then, I have her. My hand closes around her wrist, fingers tight, grip unyielding. She gasps, twisting. Finch, what the hell? But I don't let her finish. I pull her toward the exit, fast and unrelenting, my other hand grabbing her waist, steering her like she belongs to me. She pushes against my grip. Let me go. I don't. I tighten my hold. Not a chance. Alistair. Keep walking, Gemma. She digs her heels in, dead stop. Her breath is sharp, her eyes burning. What the actual hell do you think you're doing? I exhale, jaw tight. Getting us out of here before I do something I can't take back. She laughs, but it's not amused, it's mocking. Oh, right. Because dragging me out of a goddamn auction house like a caveman is perfectly normal behavior. I narrow my eyes. If you wanted me to be normal, Houston, you shouldn't have made me lose my goddamn mind in there. Her lips part, and damn, the way she's breathing hard, chest rising and falling, eyes locked on mine like she's seconds away from either slapping me or kissing me. It makes something snap. I step closer, backing her against the side of my car. She flattens her hands against my chest, shoving. Get a grip, Finch. I don't move. I don't budge. I lean in, voice low, furious. You want to tell me what the hell that was in there? She glares up at me. What was what? I laugh, sharp, humorless. Don't play dumb, Gemma. My voice is dangerously quiet. Nathaniel Cruz, letting him touch you, letting him bid on you, acting like I don't exist. Her chin lifts in defiance. Maybe you don't. Wrong answer. I press her back against the car, my hands flat against the roof, caging her in. Her breath hitches. And there it is. That tension. That undeniable pull between us. I lower my voice. Say it again. She swallows. Say what? I move my head, glancing in her direction. Say I don't exist. She says nothing. Her pulse jumps at her throat. I smirk. That's what I thought. She clenches her fists. You're a jerk. I chuckle. And you're a damn liar. She shoves me again, but I grab her wrists this time, pinning them against the car. Her breath comes fast. Her lips part slightly. I lean in, my forehead almost touching hers. You drive me insane, Gemma. She glares. Good. I grip her chin, forcing her to look at me. Is that what you want? To see how far you can push me? She tilts her head. Maybe. A dangerous answer. I inhale sharply, my restraint hanging by a thread. Let go of me, she whispers. I don't. Instead, I run my thumb along her jaw, slow, deliberate. Her eyelids flutter, and screw me. She's just as wrecked as I am. So you don't want this, I murmur. She freezes. My fingers tighten around her wrists. Her pulse is wild beneath my grip. Say it, Gemma, I growl, and I'll let you go. She opens her mouth, closes it. Silence. And then she launches forward, crashing her lips into mine. It's not gentle. It's not careful. It's chaos. Her hands are in my hair, yanking me closer. My grip on her tightens, my body pressing against hers like I need her just to breathe. Her tongue slides against mine, hot, desperate, angry. I groan deep and guttural because, damn, I need this. I need her. I bite her lip and she gasps. I use it, swallowing the sound, devouring her. Her nails scratch down my back, digging into my suit. And I don't even care. Because this is it. We're past the point of no return. I lift her, gripping her thighs, pressing her against the car. She wraps her legs around me, moaning into my mouth. Damn. I pull away, just enough to look her in the eye. She's breathless, flushed, ruined. I smirk, running my thumb over her bottom lip. Still want me to let you go? I murmur. Her breathing is ragged, her lips wet, swollen. And then, soft, barely a whisper. No. And that's it. That's all I need. I crash my mouth against hers again, owning her, consuming her. Because I'm done fighting this. I'm done pretending. Gemma Houston is mine.
Chapter 23. Gemma. I should be furious. I should be screaming, throwing things, storming out of his life forever. Because Alistair Finch is a goddamn nightmare. He's insufferable. Jealous, controlling, possessive, and worst of all, he's in my goddamn veins. I can still feel him on me, still taste him, his lips, his hands, the way he grabbed me like he was claiming every single inch of me. And I let him. I let him consume me. I let him win. And now I have to figure out how the hell to survive him. I wake up before dawn, staring at the ceiling of my apartment, the sheets twisted around my legs. Like I spent the whole night fighting something. Which, to be fair, I did. And I lost. Badly. Because Alistair Finch kissed me and I kissed him back like I was starving for it. Like I had no control over my own goddamn body. Like I belonged to him. No! I shoved the thought down. I don't belong to anyone, especially not him. But then I roll over and catch sight of myself in the mirror, and damn. There's a mark on my throat. Dark. visible, his. Oh, hell no. I throw the covers off, storming into the bathroom, gripping the sink. This is bad. This is really bad. Because I know Alistair Finch. And last night he lost control. Last night he gave in. And today he's going to pretend it never happened. I don't wait for him to make the first move. I know him too well. So I show up first. I walk into his office at Finch Tower like I own the place, ignoring the stiff-backed assistant at the front desk. Mr. Finch is in a meeting, she starts, but I keep walking. Oh, I'm sure he is, I mutter, throwing open the heavy glass door without knocking. And there he is. Sitting at his desk, looking bored as hell, twirling a pen between his fingers while some gray-haired billionaire rambles about stocks or politics or whatever the hell these people talk about. His eyes flick up the second I enter, and damn, I feel it again. That heat, that undeniable pull, that rage simmering just beneath the surface. His jaw tightens. Out. I gaze at him. Excuse me? He leans back in his chair, leveling me with that cold, unreadable stare. I'm in a meeting, Houston. Get out. The man sitting across from him shifts awkwardly. Should I? Yes, I snap, crossing my arms. You should. The guy grabs his briefcase and practically runs. The second the door clicks shut, I round on Alistair. What the hell was that last night? He doesn't blink, doesn't react, doesn't do a goddamn thing except set his pen down and meet my stare like he's already won this fight. Nothing. I laugh, loud, sharp, absolutely furious. Oh, okay, I say, stepping closer. So you just lost your entire goddamn mind for absolutely no reason? He shrugs. Correct? I shove his desk. Like a goddamn child. Like an unhinged, frustrated, over-caffeinated lunatic. And I don't care. You dragged me out of that auction house. Did I? Oh, don't you dare, I snap, slamming my hands on his desk. You're really gonna sit there and pretend it didn't happen? His lips curl in a mocking smirk. I don't recall anything of importance. My blood boils. I step around the desk, getting so close I can smell the faint scent of expensive cologne and fresh coffee. You're lying, I say, voice low. He exhales, looking amused. You're being dramatic. Oh, I could kill him. I grab his tie, yanking him forward. His breath catches. His eyes darken. And for a second, we're right back there. Against the car, his hands on my thighs. His mouth wrecking mine. His body pressing into me like he was never going to stop. And he knows it. I see it in his face. I feel it in his pulse. But then he does the worst thing imaginable. He leans back, calm, cold, and smirks. This is cute, Houston. You pretending to be mad. Oh, I see what he's doing now. He's playing it off. Trying to make me doubt it. Make me doubt him. Make me feel small. Well, screw that. I release his tie, smooth it down like I didn't just almost rip it off. Then I turn, walking away. And just as I reach the door, I pause. Then I glance back, letting my lips curve. You know what, Finch? I murmur. He doesn't answer, just waits. You're not as good at lying as you think. Then I walk out. I don't look back.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 24. Alistair. I need control. I need order. I need something. Anything to rip my mind away from last night. From her. From the way she kissed me back like she was made for it. From the way she moaned into my mouth, letting me take her, own her. From the fact that I woke up hard as a rock, my body craving hers like a goddamn addiction. I should be at my desk, working. I should be focused. I should be untouched, unaffected, indifferent. Instead, I'm seething. And someone, anyone, is about to pay for it. Finch? I snapped my gaze up, already irritated that someone dared to speak to me. The poor bastard standing in front of me, some junior executive whose name I don't even care to remember, visibly flinches. I know I look like a man on the edge, because I am, because I can still taste her. And now I need violence. What? I bite out. The guy stammers, clearly regretting ever opening his mouth. I just wanted to update you on the Harper project. The legal team. I don't let him finish. Let me ask you something, Evans. He swallows hard. Yes, sir? I lean forward, my voice cold. Do I look like a man who gives a single care about legal paperwork right now? His entire body locks up. Jesus! I can hear myself. I know I'm being a nightmare. I just don't care. Not when I spent the entire night trying to forget Gemma Houston and failing spectacularly. Not when I still want her. Not when I'm still picturing her when she walked out of my office. Unbothered, unfazed, like she didn't care at all. And that's unacceptable. The numbers, sir. I wave a sharp, dismissive hand. If I wanted someone to regurgitate figures at me, I'd read the report myself. Evans blanches. I don't care. I grab the files from his hands and shove them back into his chest. Get out of my sight. He practically trips over his own feet trying to escape. I hear whispers the moment the door slams shut. My employees talking about me, speculating. They think I've lost my mind. They're right. I pinch the bridge of my nose, inhaling deeply. I need to get myself together. I need to focus. I need to... Psst. My personal phone vibrates. I glance down. My stomach drops. A message. From him. I don't want to open the text, but I do. Damn, a picture. Not just any picture, a video still. Of me. From that night. The same goddamn night I've spent years trying to erase. The bathroom mirror is blurry, the lighting dim, but it's unmistakable. Me, a small white pill between my fingers, a shaky hand bringing it to my mouth, and beneath it, a message. We both know what this is, Finch. You're taking too long to make a decision. Time's up. I freeze. I don't breathe. Because this is bad. Worse than bad. This is the kind of thing that ends careers. Ends lives. This is the nightmare I've been running from. The drug in the picture. It's not just any drug. It's the one that almost ruined me. The one I still need. Someone knows, and they want to make me pay for it. I hurl my phone across the room. It shatters against the wall. I don't care. I don't care about anything anymore. Because the walls are closing in. The blackmail, Gemma. The need for control. And I'm losing it. The door creaks open and Harrison, my right-hand man, steps in. He eyes the shattered phone, the mess on my desk, the way my hands are clenched into fists. You're unraveling, boss. I let out a humorless laugh. He's not wrong. Harrison folds his arms. That bad? I say nothing. He exhales sharply. This about her? I still don't answer because I can't. Because I don't know anymore. Gemma Houston is the only thing I want. But right now, she's also the only thing I can't afford.
Chapter 25. Gemma. I won't think about him today. That I won't let my brain wander back to his hands, his mouth, the way he dragged me out of that auction like he owned me. That I won't let myself relive the way he kissed me, how his body pinned mine against the car, how he whispered my name like he was going to lose his goddamn mind. I tell this to myself as I stand in my studio, surrounded by half-restored textiles, the scent of aged fabric and linen glue grounding me. As I run my fingers over a delicate 19th century lace, my hands steady even though my heart is anything but. As I ignore the burning phone in my pocket, the unanswered messages from Tasha, Nathaniel, and one I haven't even opened. A message from him. I shouldn't open it. I don't care. And then the bell over my studio door chimes, and for half a second my pulse jumps because I think it's him. But it's not. It's Nathaniel Cruz, looking entirely too smug for my liking. Houston, he greets, stepping inside like he belongs here. Like he hasn't spent the past few weeks deliberately inserting himself into my life just to piss Alistair off. I raise a brow, dusting my hands off of my apron. Cruz, what brings you here? Thought you only haunted high society events and overpriced restaurants. He smirks, leaning against one of my work tables, eyes scanning the studio with genuine curiosity. And missed the chance to see your kingdom? No chance. I snort, pulling my apron off and tossing it onto a chair. What do you want? Nathaniel tilts his head, watching me too closely. I came to make you an offer. I fold my arms, already suspicious. That's so? He nods. You're brilliant at what you do, Gemma. Everyone saw it at the auction, and I happen to have a project that needs someone with your level of expertise. I narrow my eyes. What kind of project? He pulls out his phone, scrolling for a second before handing it to me. A historic preservation initiative in France. They're restoring an entire estate, 17th century tapestries, furniture, the works. They need someone to oversee the textile conservation. I watch the screen, my brain processing what I'm looking at. This is big. Bigger than anything I've ever worked on. A 6-month contract. An entire team under my direction. An escape from everything currently unraveling in my life. An escape from him. Nathaniel watches me carefully. Say the word and I can have you on a plane by next week. A week. 7 days. And just like that, I could be out of this city, out of this mess, out of his orbit before he has the chance to ruin me completely. It would be so easy, so simple, so final. And yet, no. The word leaves my lips before I even think about it. Nathaniel's brows lift. No? I swallow, shaking my head. I appreciate the offer, I really do, but I can't just leave. Why not? His voice is calm, but I can see the interest in his gaze, the way he's testing me. I hesitate. Because I can't tell him the truth. Because I can't say that the real reason I won't leave isn't my work or my clients or my studio. It's Alistair. It's the fact that, for all his cruelty, for all his mixed signals, for all the ways he's tried to shove me away, I still want to see what happens next. And that's my problem. Because I know damn well that Alistair Finch is dangerous. And I know that whatever this is between us is a slow, inevitable disaster waiting to happen. And yet, I'm still standing in the wreckage, waiting to burn. Nathaniel watches me a second longer, then smirks like he knows exactly what I'm not saying. Well, offer stands. I exhale, shaking off the tension. Duly noted. He pushes off the table, fixing his cufflinks. And for the record, you could do better, Gemma. I freeze for a fraction of a second, but I don't let him see it. Instead, I smile sweetly. So could you, Cruz? He laughs, but there's something sharp behind it. Something that tells me he's not actually joking. And as I watch him walk out of my studio, I realize something unsettling. Nathaniel Cruz might be many things. Arrogant, annoying, a complete menace, but he's not stupid. And he's watching me, watching us. Watching this slow-motion train wreck that is me and Alistair Finch. And something tells me he's just waiting for the inevitable crash. I don't go to him. I have to stay away. But that night, as I walk past Finch Tower on my way home, I find myself slowing, pausing, looking up. The office lights are still on. It's late, past midnight. He should be home. But he's not. And when I step closer, when I catch sight of a familiar figure standing by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, shoulders tense, posture rigid, fists clenched, I know I should keep walking. I know I should forget him. But I also know this. Alistair Finch is coming apart at the seams. Something in me, something dangerous, something reckless, wants to see just how far he falls.
Chapter 26. Alistair. I'm unraveling. I know it. Everyone around me knows it. My employees avoid eye contact. My assistant flinches when I speak. Even Harrison, the one man who can usually stomach my moods, looks like he's one step away from throwing a drink in my face and telling me to get my life together. But I can't. Not when I keep replaying last night in my head. Gemma, her hands gripping my tie, yanking me closer, her lips parting just before she walked away. She knew I wanted her, knew I couldn't handle seeing her with someone else, knew I was falling apart at the seams. She left me standing there, smug as hell. And now I'm sitting in my office at 1 a.m., barely blinking at the unread messages stacking up on my phone, a half-empty glass of whiskey on my desk. Jake's latest message is still there, unopened. I already know what it says. More threats. More power plays. And I'm sick of it. I exhale, pinching the bridge of my nose, trying to chase the headache creeping in behind my eyes. The silence in my office is too loud. The darkness outside the window stretching into infinity. I should go home. I should sleep. But then, a familiar click echoes through the space. My door, opening. I glance up, and for just a fraction of a second, I think I'm imagining her. But no! She's really here. Gemma Houston stands in my doorway, one hand resting on the frame, watching me like she knows exactly what the hell she's doing to me. And just like that, my night gets a hell of a lot more complicated. I don't move, not as she steps inside, not as she shuts the door behind her, not as she crosses the room, slow, deliberate. The dim lighting casts her in shadows, but I can still see the fire in her eyes, the tension in her shoulders, the way her lips curve just slightly, just enough to taunt me. She says nothing. Neither do I. For a long, stretched-out second, we just look at each other. And then she tilts her head, voice calm. "You look like hell!" I let out a dry laugh. Good to know my effort in self-destruction is showing. She doesn't smile, doesn't flinch. Instead, she moves closer, her gaze flicking to the whiskey on my desk, the shattered phone in the corner from earlier. And then, softer, quieter. "What's going on with you?" I smirk, leaning back in my chair. "Careful, Houston. Almost sounds like you care." She rolls her eyes, but I don't miss the way her fingers tighten around the edge of my desk. She does care. She cares, and she hates it. "Tell me," she says. "Tell me what's wrong." I exhale in exasperation, dragging my fingers through my hair. You wouldn't understand. Her gaze sharpens. Try me. The tension between us shifts, because I know what she's doing. I know why she's really here. She came to push me, to corner me, to force me to admit something, anything. But I won't, not yet. So instead, I stand. Slowly, deliberately. And when I step around the desk, moving toward her, she doesn't move away. Doesn't back down, doesn't run. I stop right in front of her, close enough that I can see the way her breath hitches, close enough that I could reach out and touch her, pull her into me, ruin her all over again. But I don't. Not yet. Instead, I lower my voice, my words slow, careful. You really want to know what's wrong with me, Gemma? She nods once. Yes. I smirk. You? And then I kiss her. This time I throw my hands around her. I grab her waist, yanking her flush against me, and she doesn't fight it. She melts into me, hands tangling in my hair, lips parting beneath mine like she was waiting for this, craving it, needing it as badly as I do. I walk her back, slamming her against the bookshelf. She gasps against my mouth, and damn, it's the best sound I've ever heard. My hands tighten on her hips, lifting her just slightly, pressing her harder against the wood. I'm losing myself in her, losing every last ounce of reason I have left. And then, the noise, a sharp shuffle outside the office. Something moving. Someone. Gemma tenses instantly, but I react faster. I tear away from her, crossing the room in long strides, ripping the door open. The hallway is empty, but not quiet. Footsteps, retreating fast, disappearing down the end of the corridor. I step forward, ready to chase, ready to hunt whoever was there. But they're gone. A chill crawls up my spine, because I know Jake, and that wasn't him. When I turn back to Gemma, she's standing in the doorway, arms crossed, watching me closely. She knows. She knows this wasn't random. And when I look down, when my gaze lands on the small folded paper left just outside the office door, a single line scrawled in dark ink. You're not the only one watching. I know it too. Because this isn't just blackmail anymore. This is a warning.
Chapter 27. Gemma. I should have waited. Should have let him come to me. Should have given myself time to process, to figure out what the hell last night even was. But waiting isn't something I've ever been good at. And I'll be damned if I let Alistair Finch get away with pretending none of it happened. So here I am, storming into his office first thing in the morning, not giving a single care if he's ready to deal with me or not. The door slams open so hard it rattles in its frame. Alistair doesn't even flinch. He's sitting at his desk, looking like absolute hell. His tie loose, shirt sleeves rolled up, dark circles shadowing his sharp eyes. His desk is a wreck, papers scattered, an empty whiskey glass next to his phone, a shattered pen leaking ink onto the polished wood. He didn't go home. Didn't sleep. And yet, the second he looks up at me, all I see is cold, controlled detachment. Like I'm nothing. Like he didn't just have his hands on me last night. Like he wasn't kissing me as if he wanted to crawl inside my skin. And that pisses me off. I cross the room, slamming my hands down on his desk. Talk. He raises a brow, barely blinking. Good morning to you too. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense, Finch. He exhales, slow and measured, leaning back in his chair like he has all the time in the world. You seem tense, Houston. I glare at him. Maybe that's because someone was watching us last night, and instead of giving me an explanation, you're sitting here like it's not a big deal. His jaw clenches. I told you. I don't know who it was. I narrow my eyes. And that doesn't concern you? A muscle twitches in his jaw. I knew it. It does. He just doesn't want to admit it. I'm not stupid, Alistair, I say, my voice sharper now. Something is going on. You've been acting like a man on the verge of losing his goddamn mind. And last night, that wasn't normal. So either you start talking, or I start asking the right people the right questions. His entire body locks up. He stands so fast his chair scrapes against the floor. Stay out of this, Gemma. I move my head, turning to him. Or what? His hands clench into fists at his sides, or you're going to regret it. I let out a short, humorless laugh. Oh, really? That's your play here? Threaten me? He steps closer. Too close. I should back up, but I don't. Instead, I raise my chin, meeting his glare head on. Go ahead, Finch. Do your worst. His breathing is ragged now. His pulse jumps at his throat. He wants to say something. I can feel it. But before he can... His phone vibrates on the desk, and the moment he glances down at the screen, his entire expression changes. I see it happen in real time. The second his eyes scan whatever message just came through, his shoulders go rigid. His fingers tighten around his phone like he's about to crush it in his grip. I take a step back, suddenly uneasy. What? He doesn't answer, doesn't move, just stares at the screen like it personally betrayed him. And then his lips part. Software. Low. You're leaving? I blink. What? He lifts his phone, turning the screen toward me, and my stomach drops. There, in bold black headlines, plastered across a major finance and arts publication. Gemma Houston's next big move. Luxury conservator, set to join Nathaniel Cruz's restoration team in Paris. Sources say she's leaving the U.S. for good. The blood drains from my face. I grab my own phone, frantically pulling up the article. It's everywhere. Photos of me and Nathaniel at the auction, me talking to him outside my studio, me at the bidding event where he was supporting my work. The article is full of absolute nonsense, speculation, unnamed sources, and just enough truth to make it look legitimate. I feel physically ill. This isn't true, I snap, looking up at Alistair. I never agreed to anything. He doesn't move, doesn't blink, just watches me with that same cold, ruthless expression I've seen him use on board members, business rivals, people he's about to destroy. And then, soft, quiet, terrifying. Did you even plan to tell me? A cold chill runs through me. What? His grip tightens on his phone. Were you ever going to tell me, Gemma? Or were you just going to let me find out from a goddamn headline? I scoff, throwing my hands up. Oh, give me a break. You've spent the last few weeks pushing me away, treating me like an inconvenience, and suddenly you care? His eyes flash. You're working for Cruz. He growls, stepping closer. I narrow my eyes. I'm not working for anyone. I turned him down. Did you? His voice is pure ice now. I snap. Yes, you goddamn control freak. But hey, why don't you keep assuming the worst about me? You seem to enjoy it. He laughs then. Sharp, bitter, dangerous. Maybe because every time I turn around, Cruz has his hands on you. I step forward, shoving my hands against his chest. And every time I turn around, you're pushing me away. You're bringing other women to events. You're acting like you don't care. And then the second someone else even looks at me, you lose your goddamn mind. His chest rises and falls heavily beneath my hands. You want to know why, Houston? His voice is low, lethal. Yes, I shove him again. Tell me what the hell you want from me. Silence. Thick, suffocating, crackling between us. His breath is ragged. My heart pounds. And then, his hand curls around the back of my neck. His fingers tighten. And then he whispers, I don't want you to go. The admission hangs in the air like a confession. And just as I feel myself swaying toward him, just as I see the war in his eyes, just as I feel the heat radiating off his body, his phone buzzes again. This time he checks it, and his entire expression darkens. Something shifts in his posture, from frustration to something far more dangerous. I know that look. That's not about me anymore. That's about whatever's been haunting him this whole time. Suddenly I know, this is bigger than us.
Chapter 28. Alistair. I should stop this. I should step back. I should look at her. At the fire in her eyes, the way she's breathing hard, fists clenched, body radiating heat and rage. And I should walk away. But I don't. I can't. Because I'm done pretending. I'm done pretending I don't want her. Done pretending she's just some temporary arrangement. Done pretending I don't lose my mind every time she gets too close. She shoves me again, hard. Tell me, Finch. What the hell do you want from me? What is going on with you? I snap. I grab her wrists, pinning them against the desk, my body pressing against hers, caging her in. Her breath hitches, but she doesn't look away. She never looks away. I want you, I growl, her lips part, eyes flashing. Then take me. And damn! That's all it takes. I crash my mouth against hers, swallowing her gasp, taking, demanding, claiming her like I've wanted to from the second she walked into my life. The kiss is a war, a battle of teeth and tongues, anger and desire, every unspoken word we've buried between us coming to a breaking point. I slide a hand into her hair, gripping tight, tilting her head back so I can take more. My other hand grabs her thigh, lifting her onto the desk, parting her legs so I can step between them. She moans into my mouth, clutching at my shirt, pulling me closer, demanding more. I don't hold back. I bite her bottom lip, dragging a groan from her throat. Her nails dig into my shoulders. You're a jerk, she breathes against my mouth. I chuckle darkly, dragging my lips down her throat, biting, licking, sucking. And you're a liar.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We don't move for a long time. The only sound in the office is our breathing, the distant hum of the city outside. I press a soft, lingering kiss to her shoulder, my fingers tracing slow, lazy circles on her waist. She sighs, her fingers threading through my hair, her touch softer now. Everything is so quiet, so still. And I know there's no going back from this. She knows it too, because when I finally look at her, really look at her, she's already watching me. Her eyes search mine, something raw and unspoken passing between us. I don't pull away. I don't make excuses. I don't call it a mistake. I stay. She stays. Neither of us moves. Neither of us runs. We just breathe. And damn, I think I'm in trouble, because this was never supposed to be real. But now I don't think I can stop. To hell with everything else.
Chapter 29. Gemma. The first time it feels real. The first thing I notice is that the bed isn't mine. The second thing, I'm not alone. I blink, staring up at the high ceiling, the soft weight of blankets draped over me, the distant sound of birds outside. The air smells different, cleaner, richer, with something warm and slightly smoky. Coffee. I inhale slowly, trying to piece together how the hell I ended up here. And then it hits me. The office, the desk, Alistair. Oh, hell. I sit up too fast, my pulse jumping, my body aching in all the ways that remind me exactly what we did. My fingers tighten on the silk sheets. This is not my apartment. This is his mansion. I inhale, dragging a hand down my face. Okay. Don't panic. Yesterday wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. And afterward? I barely remember leaving the office. Just that he didn't let me go home alone. I was too tired to fight it, too drained to argue when he told me I was coming with him. And now I'm here, in his bed, wearing his shirt. I blink down at the oversized white button-down swallowing my frame, the fabric still carrying the faintest trace of him. And that's the part that messes me up the most. I inhale deeply and force myself out of bed. The hardwood floor is cool beneath my bare feet as I move toward the doorway, following the sound of movement from down the hall. The second I step into the kitchen, I freeze. Alistair Finch, billionaire, philanthropist, professional pain in my neck, is standing at the stove, cooking, badly. He's still in his slacks from last night, but his shirt is gone. Just bare shoulders and lean muscle, the sharp angles of his back shifting as he flips something in a pan. His hair is messier than usual, falling into his eyes, and his glasses sit low on his nose. And I hate how my stomach tightens at the sight, because he looks different. Not the usual grumpy, brooding control freak. Not the reclusive genius with too much money and too many secrets. Just a man in his kitchen, making breakfast like it's normal. Like this is normal. And that's what terrifies me the most. He must hear me because he glances over his shoulder, not even remotely surprised to see me standing there in his shirt, blinking at him like I've stepped into another universe. "Morning," he says casually. Turning back to whatever disaster he's making in the pan, I narrow my eyes. "You cook?" He hums. "Not well." I cross my arms. "So you're just casually playing house now?" He smirks, but doesn't look up. "You're in my house. Seems fair?" I open my mouth. Close it. Because technically he's not wrong, but I don't like it. I don't like that he looks so at ease, so comfortable. Like this isn't the most dangerously intimate moment we've ever had. I shift awkwardly, leaning against the counter. "So, what exactly are you trying to kill in that pan?" He finally turns, raising an eyebrow. "It's eggs." I focus at the blackened edges and suspiciously dry texture. "You sure?" His smirk deepens. "You're welcome to do better." I move, watching him. Is this some weird rich guy power move? Cooking badly so I'll take over? He chuckles, actually chuckles, shaking his head. It hits me. Alistair Finch is relaxed, not the usual tense, calculating, unreadable version of himself, but this. The barefoot in his kitchen, glasses sliding down his nose, smirking at me like I'm the only thing worth watching version. And I have no idea what to do with that. Despite his horrific attempt at cooking, we still end up at the kitchen island, sitting across from each other, plates in front of us. I poke at the eggs with my fork. "So, this is your strategy? Get me to stay by poisoning me?" He smirks, sipping his coffee. "If I wanted to poison you, Houston, you wouldn't see it coming." I raise a brow. Charming. His lips twitch like he's trying not to smile, and I hate that I want to see it happen. We eat in comfortable silence, something I never thought would exist between us. And then, because I'm an idiot, I have to ruin it. This isn't what I expected, I admit, voice quieter than I mean it to be. He glances up, eyes sharp, curious. What isn't? I gesture vaguely. You, here, like this, not pushing me away. His jaw clenches just slightly. Should I be? I shrug. Wouldn't be the first time. His gaze flickers, something unreadable crossing his face. For a second, I think he's going to retreat, go back to being the distant, emotionally stunted billionaire I'm used to. But then he sighs, setting his fork down, leaning back against the counter like he's really thinking about his answer. And when he speaks, his voice is quiet, honest. I don't want to fight with you today. Something in my chest tightens, because neither do I. And maybe that's the problem, because this is too easy, too comfortable, and I don't know what that means. When I finally get up to leave, he doesn't stop me, doesn't make a comment, doesn't try to keep me there. But when I reach the door, I hesitate. I look back. He's leaning against the counter, watching me like he's waiting for me to say something. But I don't. So instead, I do something stupid. I grab my purse, then steal his coffee mug from the counter, taking a sip as I walk toward the door. He blinks. Did you just steal my coffee? I smirk over my shoulder. I take my victories where I can, Finch. His gaze flickers with something warm, something dangerous. And just as I step outside, I hear him murmur, just loud enough for me to catch it. Guess I'll have to find new ways to win. Damn.
Chapter 30. Alistair. A moment of calm in the storm. For once, I don't want to think. Not about Jake. Not about the blackmail. Not about the fact that I'm so deep in this mess I can barely see a way out. I just want to steal a few hours of peace. And maybe, just maybe, I want to see her smile. So I do something I never do. I plan something. Surprise. I find Gemma exactly where I expect her to be. At her studio, hands covered in delicate white gloves, carefully working over some fragile, centuries-old tapestry. She doesn't hear me at first. Too focused, brow furrowed, lips slightly parted in concentration. I lean against the doorframe, watching her for just a second longer than I should. Then put that down, Houston! We're going out! She jumps slightly, then glares. Jesus, Finch, ever heard of knocking? I smirk. Ever heard of taking a break? She exhales, rolling her shoulders, her eyes sweeping over me. Why do I feel like this isn't optional? It's not. Her lips quirk up slightly, but she crosses her arms. Give me one good reason why I should follow you anywhere. I step closer, lowering my voice. It's a surprise. She arches a brow. That's not a reason. I smirk. Trust me. She snorts, pulling off her gloves. That's even worse. But she follows me anyway. The drive is quiet but comfortable. Gemma watches the city blur past the windows, her fingers tapping against her thigh. I steal glances at her when I can. She's beautiful like this. Relaxed, a little curious, a little suspicious. She tilts her head. Are you going to tell me where we're going? I grip the wheel, not looking at her. No. She huffs. You are the most frustrating man alive. I grin. And yet, you're still here. She scoffs but doesn't deny it. The car rolls to a stop outside a nondescript but sprawling estate tucked away on the outskirts of the city. Gemma's brow furrows. This looks important. I turn to her. It is. I step out first, making my way around the car, opening the door for her. She eyes me suspiciously as she takes my hand and steps out. You gonna tell me what this is about? Instead of answering, I lead her through the gates, up the stone path, toward the entrance where a sharply dressed older man is waiting. His name is Louis Bertrand, a legend in the world of textile conservation. A man Gemma has spoken about more than once with awe in her voice. Her steps falter. Her breath catches. She recognizes him immediately. I watch as realization dawns, her lips parting, her fingers tightening slightly in mine. Damn, I like that. That for once I've surprised her in a way that doesn't leave her angry or frustrated. Lewis smiles warmly, stepping forward, offering his hand. Miss Houston, a pleasure. I've heard a great deal about you. Gemma shakes his hand, blinking rapidly. What? I smirk. She's a little overwhelmed. She shoots me a look that promises retribution, but she doesn't let go of my hand. Louis chuckles, turning toward the large oak doors. Come. I have something special to show you. The moment the doors open, I see it. The exact moment Gemma forgets everything else. She steps inside like she's entering a sacred space, her breath catching, her fingers twitching at her sides. And honestly, I don't blame her. The private collection is breathtaking. Rare textiles from every corner of history. Pieces that have been meticulously preserved, restored, protected. Some of them she's only ever read about. And now, she's standing in front of them. I stay back, watching as she moves through the room, soft awe in every movement, reverence in every glance. Louis walks beside her, explaining the history, the preservation techniques, but Gemma? She's lost in it. And I feel something loosen in my chest. Because this is what I wanted. I wanted her to have something untouched by the chaos. I wanted to see this version of her. I wanted to make her happy, and maybe just for today. I want to be happy too. After nearly an hour, we step outside. The sun setting in the distance, the air cool and crisp. Gemma looks at me, and it's different now. The usual suspicion, the usual challenge, it's softened, melted into something else. She studies me for a long moment before saying, "You planned this." I smirk. Observant? She exhales a small laugh, shaking her head. I don't get it. What's the catch? I shove my hands in my pockets, glancing toward the horizon. No catch. She doesn't believe me. I don't blame her. But I'm not lying. Not today. Today I just wanted to exist. To pretend that I'm not trying to keep her safe. That I'm not balancing on a knife's edge. That my world isn't slowly falling apart. I want it to be normal. With her, even if it won't last. She watches me, something flickering behind her eyes. Slowly, she reaches out, lacing her fingers through mine. I tense. Not because I don't want it, but because I do. I swallow hard, forcing myself to relax, letting myself hold her hand, just for now. And as we stand there, silent, the weight of the world momentarily lifted. I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I can do both. Protect her, and steal these moments of peace. That's just a few more before everything falls apart.
Chapter 31. Gemma. I shouldn't be here. I should have left hours ago. Should have gone back to my own place, to my own bed, away from whatever the hell this is turning into. But I didn't. I let Alistair convince me to stay. Not with words, because Alistair Finch doesn't beg, doesn't plead. He doesn't say, stay like a normal person. He just exists. He makes it impossible to leave in the way he doesn't ask me to go, in the way he keeps me close without caging me. And somehow, that's worse. We eat together, a quiet, comfortable meal in the dining room of his mansion. The kind of meal that feels too domestic, too easy, like we're something we're not, like we're real. Like this is more than a deal, more than an arrangement, more than just temporary. I hate how easy it is. How he fills my wine glass before I ask, like he already knows my habits. How he lets his knee brush against mine beneath the table and doesn't pull away. How he watches me like he's cataloging every move I make, like he's memorizing me. I sip my wine, trying to shake the feeling. You really planned all of this? Alistair leans back in his chair, swirling the dark liquid in his glass. You sound surprised. I raise a brow. You don't strike me as the thoughtful type. His lips twitch. And yet, here you are. reaping the benefits of my thoughtfulness. I snort. You really don't know how to take a compliment, do you? His gaze flickers, something unreadable passing behind his eyes. You liked it. It's not a question, it's a statement, a fact he already knows. And I hate that he's right. Because I did. I liked every second of today. The surprise. The way he wanted to make me happy. The way he let me into something that had nothing to do with contracts or deals or fake relationships. I liked it too much, but I don't say that. Instead, I finish my wine. Don't let it go to your head, Finch. He smirks, but there's something softer in his expression now. Something dangerous. We move to the sitting room after dinner. It's quiet, warm, the kind of atmosphere that makes you forget reality exists. Alistair sits close enough that if I leaned just slightly, I'd be against his shoulder. But I don't. I can't. Because I don't know what this is anymore. We're not fighting. We're not trading barbs or sharp remarks. We're just here. And it feels too real. I shift, glancing at the clock. I should go. Alistair exhales slowly, looking at his watch. It's late. I nod. Yeah. Neither of us moves. I think he doesn't want me to leave. His fingers drum against his knee, a small nervous habit I'm starting to pick up on. Just as I'm about to stand, his phone buzzes. He stiffens. Just slightly, just enough for me to notice. His jaw clenches as he pulls the phone from his pocket. His eyes skim the screen, and something shifts in the air. His entire posture changes. The man who was just sitting beside me, warm, relaxed, teasing me over wine. He's gone. In his place, the version of Alistair I've only seen a few times. Sharp, cold, unreadable, like he's steeling himself for war. I watch as he stands, crossing the room, his back to me as he answers the call. His voice is low, clipped. I shouldn't listen. I should leave like I planned, but I don't, because something about the way he speaks sets my nerves on edge. Alistair, I told you, I'm not playing this game. My brows furrow. Who is he talking to? I shift slightly on the couch, pretending to check my phone as I angle myself closer. Alistair, I don't care what you think you have. I'm not giving you a goddamn thing. A pause, then softer, lower, more dangerous. Alistair, you think you can blackmail me into this? My stomach twists. Blackmail! He paces. His hands are shaking. I have never seen him like this. Alistair, you don't get it, do you? This ends with me. My heart pounds. This conversation just really drives home that I don't know him at all. He ends the call, standing there for a long moment, his shoulders tense. I don't move. I don't breathe. Because I know if I say anything, if I make a sound, he'll shut me out completely. Finally, he exhales, rubbing his temples before turning back to me. His expression is carefully blank. You should stay the night. I blink. What? His jaw clenches slightly. It's late. I watch him, my heart still racing from what I just overheard. Are you okay? He hesitates, just for a second, and it's in that second that I see it. The crack in his armor, the truth behind the cold exterior, the man beneath the mask. Just as quickly, it's gone. He rolls his shoulders back to unreadable, untouchable. I'm fine. Liar, but I don't push. Not tonight. Because for some reason, despite everything I just heard, I don't want to leave him alone. Not like this. So, against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me that something isn't right, I stay. I wonder if this is the moment I should have walked away. I'll definitely wish I had.
Chapter 32, Alistair. I feel her watching me, even as she pretends to check her phone, even as she sits curled up on the couch. I feel her gaze pressing into me. I think Gemma Houston might be starting to suspect that I'm not the man she thinks I am, that I'm worse. I stare at my phone, Jake's last words still ringing in my ears. "Give me my seat on your board, Finch, and push the drug through, or I'll bury you." I shove my phone back into my pocket. My chest is too tight, my pulse too fast. I should have seen this coming. Jake was never just about the money. He was never just some desperate cousin looking for a payday. He wanted power. And now he's demanding it. A seat on my board? A goddamn vote in my company? He wants to legitimize himself, put himself at the table so he can keep running his backdoor deals, keep pushing poison into the market. The drug he wants me to greenlight? It's the same kind of experimental treatment from the human trials. The same kind that got me hooked. I rake my fingers on my hair, pacing the length of the room. My thoughts feel like a hurricane, spiraling too fast, too chaotic. If I refuse, he'll burn me down. If I agree, I become just as bad as the family I've spent my life trying to erase. I don't see a way out. Not this time. I force my breathing to even out before I turn back toward the couch. Gemma's still there, curled up, her wine glass untouched now, her gaze locked on me. Too sharp, too focused. I meet her eyes, my face unreadable. "You should go to bed." She doesn't move. "Who was on the phone?" I arch a brow. "I didn't realize I had to answer to you." Her lips press into a thin line. "You don't? Then why does she look so hurt?" She watches me for a second before standing. The silk of her dress shifts against her skin, and I have to clench and unclench my fist to stop myself from reaching for her. "Good night, Finch," she murmurs, brushing past me. For a second, I almost call her back, almost let the words slip. But I don't. I let her go. Because if she knew the truth, she'd never look at me the same way again. I don't sleep. Not really. By the time the sun rises, I've already been at my desk for hours, scanning through every legal loophole, every possible counterattack, every option I might still have. And then my phone vibrates again. This time it's not Jake, it's a news alert. I freeze as I read the headline. "Blind item. Which billionaire heir is hiding a dark habit?" My stomach turns to ice. The article doesn't say my name. It doesn't have to. The entire world will put the pieces together. A reclusive billionaire, whispers of an expensive addiction, a scandal brewing beneath the surface. I breathe through my nose, forcing my hands flat against the desk. This isn't just a threat anymore. Jake's making his move. The world is about to find out exactly who I am.
Chapter 33. Gemma. The news breaks at noon. I see it while scrolling on my phone, half listening to my assistant as she goes over invoices. My coffee is still steaming, untouched. The studio quiet except for the steady hum of the heater. It's an ordinary morning, until it isn't. The headline hits me like a slap. Blind item. Which billionaire heir is hiding a dark habit? My breath catches. I reread it, my stomach twisting. Damn, I don't click the article. Not at first. I know what it's going to say, because I already know who it's about. My fingers tighten around my phone. Nathaniel's voice snaps me back to reality. "Z?" I blink up at him. My assistant is gone, probably sensing my mood and deciding not to be collateral damage. Nathaniel leans against the desk, arms crossed, watching me with that look, the one that says he knows something's wrong but is waiting for me to admit it first. I don't. I just set my phone down. "What?" He gestures at it. "Are you going to pretend you didn't just go ghost pale?" "I'm fine." "Uh-huh. You always look like you've seen a ghost when you're fine." I sigh, rubbing my temples. "It's nothing, just Media nonsense. Nathaniel gives me a look, then reaches for my phone. I swat his hand away. Seriously? He shrugs. If you're hiding it, it must be interesting. I roll my eyes but don't fight him when he grabs the phone and skims the article. His jaw tightens halfway through. Jesus! Yeah, Jesus. He hands the phone back, watching me carefully. It's him, isn't it? I hesitate, just for a second. Z. I exhale. I don't know. That's a lie. But saying yes means admitting I knew there was something off about Alistair and ignored it. Nathaniel's gaze sharpens. Do you believe it? I want to say no. I want to defend him. But the thing is, I don't know what I believe anymore. Because last night, something wasn't right. Alistair wasn't right. I think about the phone call, the sharp edge in his voice, the words blackmail, the tension in his shoulders, the way he shut down when I asked about it. And now this? I cross my arms, forcing my expression to stay neutral. The media makes stuff up all the time. Nathaniel watches me for a while. So, you don't care? I didn't say that. But you're still defending him. I open my mouth, close it. He's right. The rest of the afternoon is a blur. I throw myself into work, restoring an 18th century tapestry, my hands moving on autopilot, trying not to think about the article, trying not to think about Alistair. It doesn't work. I keep replaying last night in my head, his clipped voice, the tension, when he looked at me as if there's something important he has to say but didn't. By the time evening rolls around, I can't focus. I decide to grab something from his mansion, a book I left in his office, a flimsy excuse to go there, maybe see him, gauge his reaction, hear him tell me it's all nonsense. But when I step into his office, he's not there, and I find something else instead. A folder, thick, worn, buried beneath papers on his desk like it was left in a hurry. And right there, in bold black print, VXC-012, Human Trial Participants. My pulse stops. I stare at it, heart hammering, and then, before I can think better of it, I open it, and my world shatters. I don't blink. I don't breathe. I just stare at the list of names, at the old faded documents, at the dates and research logs and clinical notes, right there in black and white, under a column labeled Participants. Miriam Houston. I stop breathing. My fingers tremble. My chest clenches so hard it hurts. This can't be real. My mother was in the trials. The same trials Alistair's family funded. The same trials he's been trying to keep buried. I stagger back, gripping the desk, my mind racing. This is why he never told me. This is what he's been hiding. I squeeze my eyes shut, the walls closing in. I feel sick. I feel like a goddamn fool, because all this time, I trusted him. I let him in. And he knew. He knew. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I don't even check the ID before I answer. Alistair. His voice is low, unreadable. Gemma. I inhale sharply, teeth clenched, hands trembling. Were you ever going to tell me? Silence. Tell you what? I laugh, sharp, broken. Don't do that. Don't play dumb. Another pause. And in that pause, everything between us fractures. I close my eyes. You knew, didn't you? I hear his breath hitch, just slightly. Gemma, don't. My voice shakes. Don't lie to me. Just tell me the truth. Tell me you knew my mother was in those trials. Silence. Long, painful. And then, just above a whisper, yes, Everything stops. I clutch my phone. My chest feels like it's caving in. I want to scream. I want to throw something, break something, burn this entire mansion to the ground. But I don't. I just nod, even though he can't see me. A voice quiet, numb. We're done, Finch. I hang up and I walk out the door.
Chapter 34. Alistair. The walls are crumbling. She's gone. I knew she would be. Knew from the second I heard the dial tone, from the way her voice cracked before she hung up. But standing here, staring at the space where she used to be, at the desk where she found the file, at the cold, empty room that still smells like her, it feels different. It feels real. And I hate it. I sit in my office, staring at my phone like an idiot. One missed call. Not from her. From Jake, of course. My chest tightens as I scroll through the texts. Jake. Rough night, cousin? Jake. She finally found out? Tragic. Jake, you know what you need to do. My grip tightens. I shove the phone away before I throw it across the room. The anger is better than the guilt. The guilt is better than the grief. But nothing is better than her. I rub my palm over my face, trying to push past the exhaustion clawing at me. I haven't slept. Haven't eaten. Just sat here all night, drinking, thinking, wondering how I let it get this far. The door creaks open. James, my assistant, steps inside, clearing his throat. He looks hesitant, nervous. That's never a good sign. I lift my head. What? James swallows. There's something you should see. The screen is already open on my desk when James places the tablet in front of me. I don't even have to read the headline. I already know. But I do anyway. Exposed. Billionaire Alistair Finch. The attic behind the mask. Damn it. I skim the article, pulse pounding. The journalist isn't even subtle. Sources close to the reclusive billionaire confirm that Finch has struggled with substance issues for years, with whispers of secret blackmail, hidden financial ties, and a rapidly crumbling empire. Could his own past demons be the reason for his sudden decline? The pictures attached are worse. One of me, taken weeks ago, looking pale, drawn, exhausted. Another, an old, grainy photo of me in my early 20s, eyes glazed, slumped in the back of a car. And then the final nail in the coffin, a blurry image of a prescription bottle on my desk. The caption, exclusive, unidentified medication spotted in Finch's office, a controlled substance. James shifts beside me, uneasy. We can put out a statement. I exhale slowly. And say what? He hesitates. That it's a lie. I laugh. Sharp. Bitter. He knows it. I know it. And now, so does the rest of the world. I lounge in my chair, fingers drumming against the desk. Who leaked it? James exhales through his nose. The byline says anonymous sources, but it's Jake. He doesn't confirm it. He doesn't have to. We both know this is him tightening the noose. The phone rings before I can even set the tablet down. Jake. I don't hesitate. I answer. You really don't know when to quit, do you? His laugh is mocking. Oh, come on, Alistair. It's not personal. I clench my jaw. Nonsense. He sighs. You make it so difficult. Just sign over the board seat. Approve the damn drug, and this all goes away. I grip the phone tighter, my free hand curling into a fist. Not happening. Jake hums. Then I guess we're just getting started. There's a pause, a heavy, calculated silence before he speaks again. You should check in on Gemma. I go still. My entire body locks up. My voice drops. What did you do? He chuckles. Nothing. Yet. I stand so fast my chair scrapes against the floor. Jake. Just a little message, he interrupts, voice light. A little reminder that she's not immune to all this. My stomach twists. No. I hang up before I can hear another word. James looks at me, eyes sharp. Sir? I don't answer. I'm already moving, already grabbing my coat, already heading for the door. Because if he touched her, I'll kill him. I push through the studio doors so hard they slam against the walls. Gemma flinches from where she stands near her work table, her back to me. Nathaniel is beside her, his expression dark, something clenched in his hand. They both turn. The second our eyes meet, everything in me settles, and then tenses again. She's fine, physically at least, but her expression is wrecked. Nathaniel. My voice is ice. What happened? Nathaniel doesn't answer right away. Instead, he turns the object in his hand, holding it up so I can see. A manila envelope. My heart stops. Nathaniel's voice is clipped. This was delivered to her this morning. Gemma steps back like she doesn't want to be near me. Like she can't be near me. She shakes her head. Tell me this isn't you. I move forward, but Nathaniel steps between us, blocking me. I glare at him. Move. He doesn't. His jaw clenches. She doesn't need you dragging her into whatever the hell this is. I barely hold on to my temper. What do you mean exactly by that? Nathaniel scoffs, stepping closer. From where I'm standing, she was fine before you. And now? His grip tightens around the envelope. Someone is trying to scare her. I snap. I shove him back, eyes blazing. You think I'm unaware? You think I'm clueless? Nathaniel doesn't react. He just smirks, like he's pushing buttons on purpose. You know what's funny? He murmurs, low, lethal. She still defends you. Gemma goes stiff beside him. He catches himself a second too late, exhaling sharply and frowning. Then, softer, almost apologetic. I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. Gemma looks at him, and she softens. I watch and begin to wonder if I was wrong about him, because he isn't just the safe option anymore. He's waiting. I know that if I don't fix this, he'll be the one who catches her when she finally walks away.
Chapter 35. Gemma. I should have thrown the envelope away, burned it, shredded it into 1,000 pieces. Instead, it sits on my work table, mocking me. I don't want to open it. I don't want to see what's inside. But the problem is, I already did. And now, I can't stop staring at the photo inside. The one of Alistair, looking strung out, hollow. Nothing like the man I thought I knew. And the note. You don't know who you're sleeping with. I squeeze my eyes shut, exhaling through my nose. My stomach has been twisted in knots since this morning, since Nathaniel put himself between me and Alistair, since Alistair, furious, barely keeping it together, looked at me like as if there's something he has been holding back. Nathaniel's voice pulls me out of my head. You okay? I glance up from the envelope. He's standing at the doorway of my studio, arms crossed. His voice is light, but his expression isn't. I force a tight smile. Yeah. He raises a brow. Doesn't believe me for a second. Z. I sigh, rubbing my temple. I don't have any idea about what to do. Nathaniel exhales, stepping inside. You shouldn't have to do anything. This isn't your mess. My jaw clenches. It's my mother's name in that file. I know, he says, softer now. And I get it, I do. But this? He nods toward the envelope. This is someone trying to pull you into something dangerous. I swallow hard. I think I was already in it. He watches me for a second before stepping closer, reaching out. His fingers brush against mine, gentle, lingering. I freeze. It's the first time he's ever touched me like this. The first time it's felt like something else. I mean, he touched me before, but not like this. His voice is quiet. You deserve better than this. I should pull away, but I don't. Not immediately. And that hesitation, it's enough. Enough for his fingers to tighten, for his thumb to skim over my wrist, for his breath to hitch slightly. Just as quickly, he catches himself. His grip loosens. He laughs, shaking his head, like it didn't happen. "Sorry," he says, rubbing the back of his neck. That was weird. I force a smile, shaking off the tension. "You're an idiot." He chuckles. "Yeah, well, just proving my point. You need a normal guy in your life." I swallow past the lump in my throat. He doesn't mean it. Not really. I realize. Nathaniel is waiting. And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't sleep that night. Not because of Nathaniel's almost confession. Not because of the envelope. Because of him. Because Alistair Finch is everywhere. In my mind, in my skin, even after everything, I still feel him. When he stared at me in the studio, desperate, furious, the way he shoved Nathaniel aside like he was ready to tear him apart, the way his eyes softened when I finally met his gaze. I want to lie to myself and say I don't miss him. But I do. I don't even care if he's falling apart, but I still do, even if he let me go. I still want to chase him. Morning light filters through my window. I sit up, groggy, head pounding, reaching for my phone. And then I see it. Another article. This time, worse than the blind item. This time, they name him. Alistair Finch, drug-fueled lies and the Foundation scandal. My breath catches. I skim the article fast, too fast, my stomach twisting. Mentions of his addiction. Rumors of fraud within his foundation. Anonymous sources claiming he's been hiding the truth about experimental treatments. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Because now it's not just whispers. It's the attack. And Alistair, he's not going to survive this. I don't mean to turn on the TV, but I do. And the second I do, I wish I hadn't. Because there he is, live. Walking into the Foundation's main offices, hounded by reporters. He looks wrong. Not just tired. Not just pissed. Hollow. A reporter shoves a mic in his face. "Mr. Finch, any comment on the allegations?" Alistair doesn't react at first. Then, a flicker of something dangerous. He tilts his head, jaw clenched, voice like ice. "Go screw yourself." Oh, Jesus. The reporters explode. Cameras flash. Headlines are already being written. Alistair doesn't stop. Doesn't look back. Just keeps walking. I realize he's done. This man, this version of Alistair Finch, he's burning himself to the ground. Nathaniel calls me an hour later. I don't answer. I'm already aware of what he's going to say. I already know what I should do. Walk away. Let him drown. Let him burn. But instead, I grab my keys and I go to him. Because even after everything, even after all the lies, I can't watch him destroy himself. Even if it means letting him destroy me in the process.
Chapter 36. Alistair. The liquor burn's going down. I barely feel it. I've lost count of how many glasses I've had. The bottle, whiskey, scotch, is already half empty, sitting on the coffee table, taunting me. It's quiet. Too quiet, except for the low hum of the city outside. Except for the whispers in my own head. Gemma is gone. The world knows what I am. And Jake is winning. Frustration crawls on my skin. My muscles are tight. My skin feels wrong. Everything feels wrong, and I'm clueless as to what I should do next. The mansion is too big, too quiet, too empty. I think about her voice filling the space, her presence taking up every inch of my world. I think about her standing in my kitchen, rolling her eyes at me, teasing me, fighting me. I think about her breathing my name in the dark, tangled in my sheets, telling me she wanted me. And now she's gone. And I told myself I wouldn't chase her, that I'd let her go, that she's better off. But sitting here, with the weight of my failures pressing down on me, with the press ripping me apart, with Jake circling like a vulture, I don't feel better. I feel like I'm bleeding out. I barely hear the knock. It's soft, hesitant. I close my eyes, ignore it, because there's no one I want to see. Another knock, louder this time. I exhale, grinding my teeth. Who the few? Her voice. Alistair! My breath catches. I turn my head toward the door, like I misheard, like I imagined it. Another knock. Open the door. I move before I can think. My body reacts before my brain catches up. The lock clicks, the handle turns, and suddenly, she's standing there. Gemma, looking at me like she's still trying to figure out why she's here. Like she hates herself for it. And damn, I don't blame her. I lean against the door frame, my gaze dragging over her. She looks different. Tired. Tense. Like she hasn't slept either. Like she's been fighting a war inside her own head just as much as I have. I clear my throat. What are you doing here? She exhales sharply, annoyed. Are you seriously going to make me say it? I gaze at him. Say what? She scowls. That you look terrible. I laugh. It's rough. More of a breath than a sound. I step back, leaving the door open. You coming in or just here to insult me? She hesitates, just for a second. Then she crosses the threshold, and just like that, she's in my space again, in my world again, and I can finally breathe. She takes in the room, the half-empty bottle, the untouched food on the counter, the crumpled-up news article on the coffee table. She exhales slowly. Jesus, Finch. My stomach twists. If you came to lecture me, I'd rather drink in peace. She doesn't laugh. She doesn't smirk. She just watches me. Too carefully, too closely. Like she's cataloging every broken piece. I hate it. I hate it. I look away, grabbing the whiskey, taking another sip. You need to stop, she says, quiet but firm. I chuckle darkly, swirling the liquid in my glass. From what I hear, I'm already a lost cause. Gemma tenses. I know what she's thinking. She's thinking about the article. The headlines. The world turning against me. I lift my gaze, meeting hers. You believe them? She doesn't answer right away. Can I even trust you? The words should hurt. But the truth is, they just confirm what I already knew. I set the glass down, moving toward her slowly. She doesn't move back, even though she should. Because she knows. She knows that if she gets too close, I won't let her leave. Not again. I exhale, my voice lower now. Rougher. Tell me why you're really here. She clenches her jaw. I don't know. I stare at her. Yeah, right. She glares up at me, arms crossed tight. You think I wanted to come here? You think I wanted to see you like this? I smirk, even though my chest is aching. No, I murmur, but you still did. She swallows, her lips part, and I swear to God, if she doesn't stop looking at me like that... I step closer, lowering my voice. Do you want me to tell you to leave? She stiffens, her breathing picks up. She shakes her head. Damn. I reach for her, fingers brushing against her wrist, just barely. And she lets me. For a second, for a moment, for just long enough for me to believe she might actually stay. And then she steps back, breaking the contact, breaking me. Her voice is quiet. Get your life together, Alistair. Just like that. She's gone again. And this time, I don't think she's coming back.
Chapter 37. Gemma. I barely make it home before the weight of it crashes down on me. The moment I close my door, I exhale sharply, pressing my forehead against the cool wood. I shouldn't have gone to him. I shouldn't have seen him like that. Half drunk, exhausted, and staring at me like I was the only thing in the world keeping him from completely breaking. But I did, and now I can't get him out of my head. I drag myself to the kitchen, needing something, tea, whiskey, anything to calm the mess in my chest. I grab a mug, fill it with water, set it in the microwave. My hands are shaking. Jesus. I curl my fingers into fists, trying to steady them. It's not like I still love him, right? It's not like seeing him come undone made me want to fix him, right? The microwave beeps. I don't move. Because I already know the answer. My phone buzzes against the counter. I read the screen. Nathaniel. I swipe to answer. Yeah? His voice is calm, steady. You okay? I close my eyes. I'm fine. Silence. Then, you're a terrible liar. I laugh, but it's weak. You calling to harass me, or did you actually need something? Nathaniel exhales. I wanted to check in. Why? Because you disappeared on me, Z. I shift against the counter. I was busy. Too busy to text back? I sigh, rub my temple. Nathaniel. Too busy to tell me what the hell is going on? My chest tightens, because I know what this is. This is him figuring me out, and I don't want to be figured out right now. Come out, Nathaniel says, breaking the silence. I blink. What? He sighs like he's talking to someone deliberately making this harder than it already is. Come out, have a drink. Do something other than sit in your apartment, staring at your walls, thinking about him. I tense. Nathaniel. Gemma. His voice is too knowing, too gentle. I swallow. I'm not asking for much. A pause. Then, softer. I just don't want you to be alone tonight. And that's what breaks me. Because he's not pushing. He's not trying to make a move. He's just offering something safe, something steady. And right now, that's what I need. Nathaniel is already waiting when I walk into the bar. He's sitting at a corner booth, drink in hand, watching the door like he knew I'd show up. I exhale, roll my shoulders, try to pretend like I don't feel relief seeing him here. He waves me over, grinning. There she is. I slide into the booth. You act like I haven't seen you in years. He smirks. Considering how you've been avoiding me, it feels like it. I roll my eyes, but my lips twitch. Nathaniel signals to the waiter. What do you want? I hesitate. Then, whiskey. Neat. His brows lift. Damn, no cocktail? I level him with a look. Not in the mood for something sweet. His smirk falters. Just a bit. Like he knows what I mean, even if I don't say it. The waiter nods and walks off. Nathaniel leans back in his seat, watching me carefully. So, we gonna talk about it? I pick at the edge of the napkin. Talk about what? His lips twitch, then softer. Alistair. I should have known. I inhale slowly. There's nothing to talk about. Nathaniel hums. Sure. I mean it. Right? I glare. Nathaniel. He grins. Gemma. I groan, rubbing my temple. You are the most irritating person alive. He clutches his chest dramatically. Wounding me, Z. I shake my head, but my lips twitch. Because somehow, he always manages to pull me back. Even when I don't want to be pulled. The drinks come, we sip, we talk. I feel normal. Then Nathaniel leans in. His voice lowers, barely above the music. Tell me the truth. I lift a brow. About? His eyes flick over my face. Him. I exhale, shifting back in my seat. Nathaniel. Z. I shake my head, but his hand finds mine. Not gripping, not holding, just resting, just there. It's small, barely anything, but it still makes my stomach twist. You know I'd never hurt you, right? He murmurs. I nod. Because I do. Because Nathaniel has always been safe. And that's the problem. His thumb brushes over my knuckles. I stiffen, and he catches it immediately. His gaze sharpens, his fingers twitch. Then, just like that, he lets go. He exhales, shaking his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Damn, sorry, Z. That was weird, right? I exhale, relieved. Yeah. He grins, raking a hand through his hair. Didn't mean to make it awkward. I force a smile. You didn't. Liar. He leans back, shifting gears effortlessly. So, tell me, are we getting another round, or are we calling it? And just like that, it's gone. He doesn't push, doesn't press, just lets it slide. Like he didn't just hint at something more. Like he isn't waiting for me to be ready. And I don't know how to feel about that. Nathaniel walks me to my car. Hands in his pockets, expression easy, like we're just us. Like he didn't just throw a wrench into my entire reality. I turn to him, keys in hand. Thanks for tonight. His smile is small, a little too soft. Anytime. I nod. Night, Nate. I get in the car, drive home, and spend the whole night thinking about Alistair.
Chapter 38, Alistair. I haven't slept. I haven't eaten. All I've done is sit in this mansion, drink myself half blind, and wait for the next goddamn hit to come. And it does. Right on time. My phone buzzes and I don't have to check the caller ID. Jake. I exhale deeply, tilting my head back against the couch. I should let it go to voicemail. I don't. Because if I ignore him, he'll just push harder. I answer, voice rough. What? Jake chuckles. Tough morning, cousin. I clench my jaw. I don't have time for your nonsense. No? His voice is mocking, too smug. That's funny, because it seems like you don't have anything but time these days. I hold my phone in a death grip. Get to the point. A pause. Then, too casual. Too calm. You ready to sign that board seat over yet? I rub my temple, fighting the migraine pressing against my skull. I told you, I say, voice flat. I'm not giving you a thing. Jake tisks. You're really making this harder. I exhale sharp. And you're really overestimating how much I care. Silence. Then, a low chuckle. That's cute, Alistair, Jake murmurs. Really? But we both know you care plenty. I roll my shoulders, forcing myself to sound bored. Enlighten me. Another pause. Then, a quiet rustling, like he's shuffling through papers. My stomach tightens, his next words gut me. Did you know, he muses, that certain financial records are sealed after an acquisition? That the public never gets to see the full extent of an investment unless someone, leaks it? I go ice cold. Because I already know where this is going. And I know what he has. My voice is low. Controlled. What did you do? Jake sighs. Nothing. Yet. I shut my eyes. Inhale. He's holding over me. The old research grants. The money my father funneled into experimental drug trials. The same trials that got me addicted. The same trials Gemma's mother was part of. I knew. Not the full extent. Not when I was younger. But I found out later. And instead of blowing the entire thing up, instead of exposing it for what it was, I buried it. I sealed the records. I thought I was protecting people. I thought if I shut down the research, if I cut off the funding, if I killed the project, it would be enough. But now Jake has it. Now he has proof that I covered it up, and if he leaks it, I won't just lose my foundation. I'll lose everything. Jake sighs like he's bored. You don't have many options left, Alistair. I don't respond, because he's right. You're already drowning, he continues. The media's eating you alive. Your foundation's on the verge of collapse. Hell, you can't even get a decent PR firm to represent you anymore. I say nothing. His voice drops. Give me the board seat. Approve the drug. And this all goes away. I exhale slowly, staring at the ceiling. I actually consider it. Not because I want to, but because I don't see a way out. Then, Jake speaks again, and this time he pushes too far. Oh, and Alistair? He drawls. You might want to tell Gemma to stay out of this. My chest locks up. I sit forward, jaw tight. What? He sighs like he's disappointed in me. Come on, you don't think she's gonna start asking questions? I grip the phone tighter. You think she's just gonna let this go? He continues. Let you crash and burn and not try to figure out why? I don't answer, because I know the answer. And so does he. Jake chuckles. She's a loose end, Alistair. My stomach turns. Leave her out of this. Sure, I'd love to. His voice is silk. Poison. But can you promise me she'll stay out of it? My teeth clench, because I can't. And we both know it. Jake sighs. You don't want me to have to take extra measures, do you? And that's it. That's the moment the rage takes over. I stand so fast my chair scrapes against the floor. If you so much as look in her direction, I will end you. Silence. Then, Jake laughs. Oh, Alistair. His voice is almost gentle. I already have. The call goes dead. I barely have time to think before I'm grabbing my coat, shoving my arms through the sleeves, yanking open the door. Because if he touched her, if he even tried, I will kill.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 39. Gemma. I should have seen this coming. The moment I step out of my studio, the moment my boots hit the pavement, I know. The air is charged, the kind of energy that comes before a storm. And then, Gemma, over here. The flashes blind me before I even see them. A wall of cameras, reporters, microphones, all aimed at me. I freeze. Damn it. I'm the story now. Gemma, can you comment on your relationship with Alistair Finch? Are the rumors true? Have you left him? Did you know about the addiction before the story broke? Miss Houston, did you benefit financially from your relationship with Mr. Finch? My stomach drops. I take a step back, but there's nowhere to go. My assistant, poor, innocent Janine, is pale, wide-eyed. clutching the door handle like she's about to pass out. I grab her wrist. Back inside, now. She doesn't hesitate, slips back into the studio, locking the door behind her. I don't have that luxury, because if I turn my back, if I run, it'll look worse. It'll make me look like I have something to hide. So I stand my ground, even though my pulse is hammering. Even though I feel sick, I cross my arms, keep my voice steady. I have no comment. The reporters don't stop. They shout over each other, voices overlapping, merging into one chaotic mass. I push forward. I just need to get to my car. But the questions follow me, hitting like bullets. Gemma, do you believe the drug allegations against him? Was your relationship a PR stunt? That one makes me flinch, because it's too close to the truth. I keep walking, faster. Gemma, sources say Alistair Finch has been covering up illegal pharmaceutical trials. Are you connected to this? My breath catches. That one hits harder. Because the truth is, I don't know. I don't know how deep this goes. How much he's been keeping from me, how much of it is a lie. But I need to. I need to know everything. I shove through the last reporter, climb into my car, and slam the door shut. Without thinking, I drive straight to him. By the time I reach his mansion, my hands are shaking, not from fear, from rage, from betrayal, from weeks, months of being caught in his storm, of knowing he was keeping things from me, of pretending it didn't matter. It matters now. I slam my palm against the security panel, hitting the buzzer like I want to break it. Silence. Then, his voice. Go away. I scoff. Not happening. A long pause. Then, the door clicks open. Good. Because I wasn't leaving anyway. He's standing in the living room when I step inside. No jacket, no shoes. Just slacks and a shirt, wrinkled like he's been wearing it too long. He looks like hell, like he hasn't slept, hasn't eaten, hasn't stopped drinking. And when his eyes meet mine, I see it. The fight, the exhaustion, the regret. It should make me hesitate. It doesn't. I let the door slam shut behind me. Talk. His jaw tenses. About what? I laugh. A sharp, humorless sound. Don't do that. Don't play dumb. He exhales, dragging his fingers through his hair. Gemma? Did you know? I cut him off, stepping forward. Did you know about the trials? He stills. And that's all the answer I need. I inhale sharply, shaking my head. Jesus. He moves toward me. I don't. My voice shakes. Don't lie to me, not now. His lips press together, then softer. I knew. And just like that, the last piece of trust I had left in him shatters. I exhale, fists clenched. How long? He hesitates. I push. How long, Alistair? His throat bobs. A few years? I stagger back. Like the words are a physical blow. He watches me, jaw tight, shoulders tense like he's bracing for impact. I laugh, sharp and broken. You let me stand next to you, sleep next to you, love you. My voice cracks. And you knew. His eyes darken. Say it, I whisper. Say you knew my mother was part of those trials. Silence. Almost too soft. Yes. I should scream. I should slap him. I should walk away. Instead, I just stare at him, my chest hollow, my stomach churning. I don't recognize the man in front of me, and that's what hurts the most. His voice is raw. I wanted to tell you. I shake my head, but you didn't. He steps closer. I was trying to protect you. I scoff. Are you serious? You think I wanted this? You think I wanted you to find out like this? I think you never wanted me to find out at all. Silence. I step back. I can't do this. Gemma. I can't do this. First turn, walk to the door, reach for the handle, and then, his voice, low and wrecked. I love you. I freeze. My heart stops, because this is the first time he said it, and it's too late. I close my eyes, swallow down the lump in my throat, then without turning back. I wish that was enough. And I walk away. Chapter 40. Gemma. Break up. I should be anywhere but here. I should be at my studio, drowning in work. I should be ignoring my phone, ignoring the news, ignoring him. But instead, I'm standing outside his mansion, fist poised over the door, my breath uneven, my chest too tight. I don't even remember driving here. 1 second I was walking away. The next I was running back. Because I'm weak. Because I hate him. And because I still love him. The door wasn't locked, and that pisses me off more than it should. Because what kind of reckless, self-destructive idiot just leaves his door wide open when the whole world is after his throat? I step inside, slamming it shut behind me. And then I see him, Alistair Finch, disheveled, shirt half unbuttoned, tie undone. A drink in one hand, the other pressed against the window like he's holding himself up. His shoulders are tense, his posture wrong, like he's seconds away from completely unraveling. He hasn't seen me yet, but when he does, when he turns and his eyes land on me, everything stops. His eyes darken, his body goes still. I can see it, the wreckage, not just the exhaustion, not just the bruises under his eyes or the tension in his jaw. He's breaking, and I'm the only thing that's ever held him together. I say softly but with conviction, I hate you. His grip on the glass tightens. Good, he murmurs, voice rough. You should. I step closer. You lied to me. He nods, doesn't deny it. I hate that. I hate that he's not fighting me on it. Because if he fought, if he tried to explain, tried to twist it into something palatable, I could stay mad. But this feels worse. I step closer. I left. His throat bobs. I know. I keep moving, slow, deliberate. And then I came back. A sharp inhale. I see that. I stop just inches away, looking up at him, my pulse hammering. Tell me to leave, I whisper. He doesn't. Instead, he reaches for me. Fingers curling around my wrist, yanking me against him, and then his mouth crashes into mine. It's not sweet. It's not careful. His hands are in my hair, at my waist, gripping my hips so tightly I know I'll feel it tomorrow. And I don't care. I want to feel it. I want the bruises, the reminders, the proof that I was here, that even after everything, even after all the lies and betrayals, he still needs me. I moan against his lips, yanking at his shirt, ripping it open, buttons flying. He groans, dragging his teeth along my jaw, down my neck, biting just hard enough to make me gasp. Tell me this is a mistake, he growls against my skin. I arch into him. I won't. He grips my chin, forcing my gaze to his. His pupils are blown, his breath ragged. This won't fix anything, he warns. I grab his tie, tugging him closer. I don't need it to. He lifts me, one arm around my waist, the other gripping the back of my thigh. I wrap my legs around him, fingers tangled in his hair, nails scraping down his back. His lips are everywhere. My neck, my collarbone, the edge of my shoulder. Like he can't decide where to mark me first. Like he wants to leave a piece of himself in every inch of me. I gasp as he spins us, pressing me against the wall, grinding into me, his body a brand, a promise, a threat. He groans, low and wrecked. Gemma. I shiver, because he says my name like it's the only thing keeping him alive. And damn it, I like it too much. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I wake up tangled in him, his arm draped over my waist, his breath warm against my shoulder. For a second, it all feels normal, like none of this ever happened, like we're just us. But then I move, and his grip tightens, and reality crashes back in. I shift slightly, just enough to glance at him. He's awake, watching me, waiting, and I know he's waiting for me to say something. Something that will make this mean more than it does. I inhale, exhale, soft, quiet, breaking. I still can't forgive you. His jaw clenches, and I swear for a moment he looks like he wants to beg. But he doesn't. He just nods, accepts it, and lets me go.
Chapter 41. Alistair, let it burn. Let it all burn. The world is eating me alive, and I let it. I sit at my desk, staring at the television in my office, watching my own destruction unfold in real time. News anchors dissect my breakup like it's a political crisis. Analysts debate whether I was too unstable to be running a foundation. A headline flashes across the screen. Billionaire Alistair Finch loses control. A modern-day Icarus. I close my eyes, leaning back in my chair, rubbing my nape. It should bother me. It doesn't, because I've already lost the one thing that mattered. And the rest? Let it burn. I switch channels. Another report. Exclusive. Gemma Houston caught in the crossfire. Is she a victim or an opportunist? I tense. The screen shows her. Walking out of her studio, eyes down, jaw clenched, trying to ignore the reporters swarming her. Then, another clip. Her in her car, trapped, gripping the steering wheel, looking like she's barely holding it together. I inhale slowly. I should stop watching. I don't. Because despite everything, despite the fact that she left, despite the fact that she wants nothing to do with me, they're still using her name to crucify me. And that I absolutely hate. The intercom buzzes. Mr. Finch? My assistant's voice is hesitant. The board is waiting. I sigh. Right. The emergency meeting. I should prepare. Should compose myself. Should walk in there and fight. But instead I just sit there. Because what's the point? I take my time making my way to the conference room. When I step inside, every seat is occupied. The tension is thick. Jackson, one of the senior board members, clears his throat. Alistair, thank you for joining us. I smirk, dropping into my chair. Like I had a choice? No one laughs. Figures. Jackson folds his hands. You know why we're here? I tip my head. Do I? The woman to his left, Ellis, doesn't bother with pleasantries. We're asking you to step down, Alistair. I chuckle. That so? Jackson sighs. This scandal is bad for the Foundation. The allegations, the public scrutiny. We need to distance ourselves before it's too late. I lean forward. What allegations exactly? The breakup? That's my personal life. Ellis lifts a brow. The embezzlement accusations, the financial inconsistencies, the reports that foundation money has been misused. I go still, because this is new. This is what Jake has been building up to. I smirk. Let me guess. These inconsistencies appeared right when I refused to hand over a board seat? Ellis presses her lips together. Jackson sighs. Alistair! I lean back, spreading my arms. You want me out? Fine. But you should know, whoever's been feeding you this nonsense, they're playing you. Ellis scoffs. Are they? I nod. And when they're done with me, they'll come for the rest of you. Silence. Then, Jackson sighs. We'll reconvene in 48 hours. But if we don't see a shift in public opinion by then, he doesn't finish. He doesn't have to. I already know how this ends. When I leave the building, it's chaos. Reporters, cameras, flashes like gunfire. I push past them, jaw tight, vision narrowing. And then, the words that stop me cold. Alistair, have you seen the reports about Gemma Houston's intern? I freeze. Slowly, I turn. What? A reporter steps forward, shoving a mic in my face. Her intern was attacked. Did you know? My stomach drops. I snatch the mic from him. What happened? The man flinches. Sources say... What happened? He stutters. A man. He tried to get into the studio. Said he had a message for Gemma. He grabbed the intern instead. The kid's in the hospital. Everything inside me goes ice cold. I shove the mic back at him. I get in my car and drive. Because if someone hurt her, if someone dragged her into this, I will burn the world down. I don't remember parking. Don't remember getting out of the car. But suddenly I'm at her door, banging my fist against it. She yanks it open, furious. Are you insane? I don't let her finish. I step inside, slam the door shut, corner her against the wall. What the hell happened? Her eyes flash. What do you mean? I lean in, too close. Your intern. Her expression hardens. Not your problem. I laugh. Sharp. Bitter. Like hell it isn't. She shoves at my chest. You think barging in here fixes anything? I grab her wrists, pinning them against the wall. Who did this? She exhales sharply, struggling against my grip. I don't know. He got away. I swear under my breath. And then I do something I shouldn't. I rest my forehead against hers just for a second. Because I can't breathe. Because she's the only thing grounding me right now. And for one brief moment, she doesn't push me away. Alistair, this has to stop. I pull back. She looks at me, gaze unreadable. This war you're in, she murmurs. It's going to destroy you. I swallow. It already has. Her lips press together. She hates that I'm right. And then, softer, barely a whisper. I can't just watch it happen. I don't respond. I don't know how to ask her to stay. Sure as hell don't know how to let her go.
Chapter 42. Gemma, I'm tired from all this. Alistair left. He gazed at me full of unspoken words, after the way his voice cracked when he told me this war had already destroyed him. He wasn't wrong, and if I'm not careful, it's going to destroy me too. By the time morning comes, my body is exhausted, but my mind won't shut up. The texts have been nonstop. Janine, hey boss, don't turn on the news. It's bad. Janine, call me when you get a sec. Unknown number. Gemma, I hope you know what kind of man you were with. The world is watching. Another unknown number. If you don't speak out soon, people will assume you're guilty too. I grind my teeth and throw my phone onto the bed. Guilty of what? I don't even know what's real anymore. I barely make it outside, before the wall of reporters slams into me like a physical force. Miss Houston, do you have a statement about your former employer being attacked last night? What? I freeze. What? Alistair Finch was seen storming out of your building. Can you confirm if you two were arguing? Were you involved in the attack on his reputation? Do you regret your relationship with him? I push forward, jaw tight, stomach twisting. No comment. They don't stop. Gemma, will you finally admit that Finch is dangerous? Is it true that you left because of the financial scandal? I don't respond, too afraid that I'm going to lose my composure and scream. Inside the hospital, it's quiet. Too quiet. Janine is standing outside the door of the hospital room, arms crossed, dark circles under her eyes. She looks pissed. I don't blame her. I exhale. How is she? Janine shakes her head. Still sedated. They had to put her under for the pain. I close my eyes. Damn it. She's barely 19, Gemma. Janine's voice wobbles. She just wanted to work in a studio, and now she's in a hospital bed because some unhinged jerk thought he could make a statement. I swallow hard. This is because of you and him, Janine snaps. Do you get that? I do. But hearing her say it, it stings. Jesus Christ, Houston, you look like hell. My head snaps up. Nathaniel, standing in the hallway, arms crossed, watching me like he already knows I'm about to break. I sigh. Not now, Cruz. But of course, he doesn't listen. He moves closer, lowering his voice. Saw the reports? The way the media is twisting this. They're going to pin everything on you. I grit my teeth. I can handle it. Nathaniel lifts a brow. Sure you can. I turn back to the hospital door, pressing a hand against the cold wood. I just need a second to think. But then, Nathaniel's voice drops even lower. You need protection, Z. I freeze. What? He leans in, voice too damn smooth. Come to dinner with me. I turn to him, eyes narrowing. What the actual hell does that have to do with anything? He smirks. A lot. Public perception is everything. If people see you with me, it changes the narrative. You become the wronged woman, not the one caught in the crossfire. I laugh, sharp and bitter. Let me get this straight. You think having dinner with you is going to fix my reputation? Nathaniel shrugs. I think it's a start. And that's it. I lose it. I grab the cup of cold hospital coffee from Janine's hand and throw it, right at his stupid face. He jerks back, coffee dripping from his collar. The hallway goes dead silent. Janine covers her mouth, eyes wide. Nathaniel slowly wipes his face, looking more amused than angry. Well, he murmurs. That was dramatic. I take a shaky breath. I'm not your pawn, Cruz. His expression shifts, eyes darkening. Never said you were. He leans in, his voice a whisper. But you might want to rethink burning every bridge, Houston. And then he walks away. Janine is still staring at me like I've lost my mind. I clench and unclench my hand. I need to get out of here. I don't even realize where I'm going until I'm outside Alistair's building. I don't even remember driving. I've been to this place before, once. I spent my time mostly in his mansion. I take a breath. I don't think. I just move. I hit the intercom buzzer like I want to break it. A pause. Then, his voice, rough, low. Gemma? I swallow. I shake my head, exhaling. Can I come up? Silence. Then, the door clicks open. When I step inside his penthouse, he looks just as wrecked as I feel. Wrinkled shirt, unshaven, eyes stormy, The tension between us is immediate. His voice is quiet. What happened? I rub the bridge of my nose, exhaling. It's all falling apart. He stares at me for far longer than necessary. Too long. Then, his voice drops. You threw coffee at Cruz, didn't you? I choke on a laugh. How the hell do you know that? His lips twitch. It's already online. Jesus Christ. I drop onto his couch, head in my hands. Alistair steps forward, hesitates, then, slowly, carefully, sits next to me. The air shifts. I should leave, but I don't. Because despite everything, despite the past few weeks of hell, he still feels like the only person in the world who understands.
Chapter 43. Alistair. I shouldn't have let her in. I should have shut the door the second I heard her voice on the intercom. Should have told her to go home, to stay far the hell away from me. But when I saw her, eyes tired, shoulders tense, looking like she was one wrong word away from snapping, I knew. I couldn't send her away, not tonight. So instead, she's sitting on my couch, drinking my whiskey, and pretending she doesn't belong here. Pretending I don't want her here. I sit across from her, watching as she leans forward, pressing her fingertips to her temples. She exhales sharply, repeating the statement as if she couldn't believe it. I threw coffee at Nathaniel Cruz. I raise a brow. I know. She lifts her head, narrowing her eyes. Damn it, the internet is ruining my life. I smirk, gesturing to my phone. You're trending. She groans, dropping her face into her hands. Jesus Christ. I lean back, watching her. You should have aimed for the crotch. She snorts despite herself. Damn. For a second, just a second. It's almost like nothing is broken. Then reality crashes back in. Because no matter how much I want to sit here and pretend the world outside this penthouse doesn't exist, it does. I knew it was coming. I just didn't expect it to happen this fast. I'm standing in the conference room, hands in my pockets, staring down a room full of people who once pretended to respect me. Now, they won't even look me in the eye. Jackson clears his throat. Alistair, you've been given multiple warnings. The board has made its decision. I smirk. Did you even let me in on the vote? Or did you just decide without me? Ellis doesn't blink. We had a quorum. I exhale. Right. I already know what's next. They're pushing me out. They just haven't had the balls to say it yet. Jackson exhales. You have 24 hours to step down. After that, we'll go public. I chuckle. And what if I refuse? Ellis leans forward, expression sharp. Then we take legal action. And there it is. The first real threat. My jaw tightens. What kind of legal action? Jackson hesitates, just for a second. Then, he says it. There's already a preliminary review of your finances, Alistair. If we push forward, we'll be forced to disclose everything to the authorities. A slow, simmering rage burns in my gut. They're using my own goddamn foundation against me. I press my palms against the table, leaning in. You're making a mistake. Jackson shifts uncomfortably. Ellis doesn't flinch. We'll see. I don't bother responding. They've already made their decision. I push off the table, turning on my heel and walking out the door. And the second I step into the hall, I hear a slow clap. Jake, leaning against the wall, smirking like he already owns the world. I grit my teeth. If you value your life, I suggest you walk away. He chuckles. Relax, cousin. I'm just admiring the fall of a king. I grit my teeth, dragging a hand through my strands. What do you want? Jake shrugs. Just checking in. You look like you had a crazy morning. I laugh, sharp, bitter. You mean the board meeting you orchestrated? Yeah, fantastic start to the day. He lifts a brow. You wound me. I roll my eyes. Cut the crap. If you're here to gloat, get in line. He tuts. Actually, I'm here to offer some advice. I smirk. Let me guess. Step down and let you take my place? Jake grins. See, you're learning. I take a slow step toward him. You're playing a dangerous game, Jake. He tilts his head. Am I? My fists clench. You think you've won, but you're just a pawn by those inside. For the first time, his expression shifts, just for a second, like he doesn't like the idea that he's not actually in control. Then he recovers. You know what I love about you, Alistair? His voice is smooth, dripping with condescension. Your denial. It's almost inspiring. I exhale slowly. Get out of my way. Jake smirks, steps aside. Just as I pass, he murmurs, You might want to watch your back, cousin. You're not the only one in the line of fire. I freeze, turn slowly. What the hell does that mean? Jake grins. I don't know. What do you think it means? A chill crawls down my spine. Because I know Jake. And Jake never says anything that doesn't serve him. I clench my jaw. If anything happens to her... He raises his hands. Relax, she's not my problem. That doesn't make me feel any better. I turn and walk away before I do something that gets me arrested. I feel the noose tightening around my neck. And I'm lost. But there's one thing I know. I'll make sure they won't drag Gemma into this even if it kills me.
Chapter 44. Gemma. My mind is running a mile a minute, thinking and thinking. Hunger seems to elude me. I don't feel it. I don't do anything except sit at my desk, staring at the piles of documents spread across the surface. This isn't my world. I restore textiles. I preserve history. I don't dig through corporate financial statements looking for ghosts. But here I am. Because something about this doesn't make sense. It started with a question. Who the hell is pulling Jake's strings? It sure as hell isn't him. He's an arrogant prick, but he's not smart enough to orchestrate this level of destruction. Not only is he arrogant, he's also stupid. It was evident the moment I first met him during that gala, followed by our next meetings. It was obvious he doesn't have the balls to go against Alistair himself. So, I started digging. First, I looked into the fraud allegations against Alistair. They're too clean, too well prepared, like they weren't just discovered, but crafted. Then, I started looking into the Foundation's financials. I'm not an expert, but I studied this topic to better manage my studio. I had to be independent, be dependable. Then I found the first anomaly. A shadow company, buried under multiple layers of shell corporations, all tied to a single name. Vincent Lauder. I sit back, gripping the edge of my desk, my heart pounding. I know that name. I've seen it before. I poured my heart and soul, learning about rare diseases during my mother's fight for survival. This is a name I've encountered quite a few times. I scramble through my notes, flipping pages, searching until... there. An old research proposal, dated nearly 2 decades ago. Vincent Lauder's work on a revolutionary treatment for degenerative diseases. A project that was never approved for trials. And the reason? Funding was cut. By Finch Pharmaceuticals. I exhale sharply, sitting back. Lauder wasn't just a scientist. He was a casualty of the Finch empire. And now, he's making sure Alistair pays for it. My mind races. I can't bring this to Alistair yet. It's not enough. Not yet. There's no direct connection. Just a name buried in financials and a 20-year-old report. If I go to him now, it'll just be another theory. Another suspicion in a sea of them. I need more. I need something solid. I check the clock. 2:47 a.m. And I already know I'm not going to sleep tonight. My phone buzzes. Janine. I hesitate before answering. What? You need to check the news. I frown. Why? There's a pause. Then her voice lowers. Because Finch is about to be buried alive. I grab the remote, flip on the TV, and then my stomach drops. Because the headline reads, Alistair Finch under government review. Financial crimes investigation expands. Damn. I stare at the screen, my mind a mess of contradictions. He needs to know. But if I tell him now, what happens next? He'll go straight for Lauder. Straight into the fire. And maybe that's exactly what Lauder wants. It will be an additional mark to his already not-so-clean record. Another mess. A very stupid thing to do. I rub my hand on my face, exhaling. I don't have the right answers. All I know is that Alistair is running out of time. And so am I. With all these issues dragging me down, it's only a matter of time before everything overwhelms me. Damn it.
Chapter 45. Alistair. I've been in boardrooms filled with men who hated me. I've been in political fundraisers where every smile was a calculated lie. I've been under scrutiny since the day I was born. But this feels different. Because this time I know they're not just trying to hurt me. They're trying to erase me. My phone rings before the sun is even up. Paulson, my lawyer and a friend. Someone I trust. I answer, rubbing my temples. What? He sighs. It's happening, Alistair. I sit up, jaw tight. Define it! The SEC is officially looking into you. Treasury investigators have frozen one of your accounts. It won't be long before... I exhale sharply. Before what? They find something? We both know it doesn't matter if there's anything to find. I clench my jaw. He's right. If they've already made up their minds, I'm done. I press 2 fingers against my temple, trying to think. How long do I have? Days, maybe. The media got the leak before I did. So expect hell when you step outside. I laugh, sharp and humorless. Hell's already here, Paulson. He sighs again. Alistair. I hang up before he can say something I don't want to hear. By the time I step outside, the street is chaos. Reporters, protesters, people screaming for my head. More questions, more of them. A microphone shoves into my face. Mr. Finch, do you deny the allegations? I ignore them. A flash goes off in my face. Did you funnel foundation money for personal use? I keep walking. Then, a voice that makes me stop. Is it true your family covered up human trials? I freeze. My pulse slows, sharp and cold. I turn, just slightly, catching the smug expression of the reporter who asked. His camera crew zeroes in, waiting. I exhale. I can't react. Because if I do, they'll know they've hit the mark. Instead, I force a smirk, lean in and murmur, I hope you have good lawyers. The reporter blanches. And then, I walk away. Because I don't have time for this. I don't even check the caller ID. I already know who it is. Jake's voice drips through the speaker, sickly sweet. How's your morning going, cousin? I grip the wheel, knuckles white. What do you want, Jake? He chuckles. Just checking in. Big day for you, huh? I grit my teeth. You sound awfully confident for a man who still doesn't have my seat. Jake sighs. Mock disappointment. See, that's where you're wrong. I don't need your seat, Alistair. I just need you gone. Something cold curls in my stomach. This isn't just about power. Jake could have made his move a long time ago if that's all he wanted. No, this is about something else. Something bigger. Something he isn't telling me. I inhale slowly. You're working with someone. Jake goes quiet. That's all the confirmation I need. Why did I even say it? Maybe because it's been crawling at the back of my mind since our last conversation. Maybe because when people come for me, they always find ways to hurt the people I care about. I keep my voice level. Who else are they watching, Jake? Jake pauses just long enough. With the kind of smugness that makes my skin crawl, he mutters, "Guess you'll find out soon enough." The call disconnects. I exhale sharply. I know if I don't figure out who the hell is behind this, Gemma might end up as collateral damage.
Chapter 46. Gemma. The office smells like stale cigarettes and desperation. A single desk, piles of paper spilling over the edges, a half-drunk bottle of whiskey next to a computer that looks like it belongs in the 90s. And in the middle of it all, Paul Radcliffe, ex-researcher, former pharmaceutical scientist. Now, just another man with a ruined career and too many secrets. He looks up, eyes dull, tired. "You got a death wish, sweetheart?" I cross my arms. "Depends. You planning to kill me?" He snorts, gesturing to the chair. "Sit." I don't. I glance around, noting the scattered files, the disorganized chaos of someone who stopped caring a long time ago. "You used to work for Finch Pharmaceuticals." Radcliffe smirks. "That's one way to put it." I raise a brow. "And what's the other way?" He leans back, running a hand over his unshaven jaw. "They used me, then they threw me away." His voice is flat, emotionless, but there's something there. Something sharp and bitter. And I know that feeling. I move closer. "Tell me about Vincent Lauder." Radcliffe's entire body goes still. His fingers tighten around his glass, looking uneasy. I catch it. That tiny shift. He exhales sharply. "I don't know who that is." "Lieutenant." I gaze at him intently, studying him. "Really?" Because his name is all over the financial transactions tied to Finch Pharmaceuticals. Radcliffe doesn't answer. He reaches for his drink instead. Takes a slow sip. So low I almost miss it. "You should leave this alone, Houston." Something cold twists in my stomach. I step forward, pushing. "You're scared of him." Radcliffe sets his glass down with a loud clink. "I'm scared of a lot of things, sweetheart." His eyes meet mine, sharp and warning. "But Lauder," he lets out a humorless chuckle. "Lauder is a man who doesn't lose, and right now, he's already won." The room feels smaller now. It's suddenly suffocating, and I feel like my throat is constricting, like the walls are pressing in, closing the space between us. I swallow. So he's the one pulling the strings. Radcliffe doesn't confirm, but he doesn't deny it either. Instead, he leans forward, voice low. "Let me give you some advice, Houston. You want to stay alive? Walk away." I don't blink. I can't. His eyes darken. "Then you'll burn." I don't know how I get back to my car. My legs feel like concrete. My heart is pounding. Lauder isn't just some disgruntled ex-employee. He's the architect of everything. Jake, the board, the media, all just pieces on his chessboard. And now I have proof, or close enough to it. I grab my phone, staring at Alistair's contact. I could call him, I could warn him. But if I do, what happens next? Because Alistair doesn't just fight back. He destroys. And maybe that's exactly what Lauder wants. I close my eyes, gripping the steering wheel. I need time. I need to think. But time doesn't wait. My phone buzzes. I glance down, and my stomach drops. Breaking news. Alistair Finch under government investigation. Federal agents involved.
Chapter 47. Alistair! I don't watch the news anymore. I don't need to. Because the second I step into my office, Paulson is already there, pacing like he's on the verge of a heart attack. He turns the moment I walk in. "We have a problem." I let out a slow breath. "Just one?" Paulson doesn't laugh. He shoves a stack of papers onto my desk. It's getting worse. I glance at the top page. Billionaire heir or billionaire addict? The headline glares at me, bold and brutal. Paulson taps the article, voice tight. This came out 2 hours ago. I read, and my stomach turns. A close source reveals shocking details of Alistair Finch's struggles with drug dependency, including secret rehab visits and dangerous relapses. Paulson rubs his face. They don't have names, but they have just enough detail to sound legitimate. They're calling you an addict, Alistair, saying your erratic behavior proves it. I close my eyes. Damn, this time they're citing close source. Someone who is with me. Maybe someone I know. It guts me. Jake really knows how to play with his words, because they're not wrong. They just don't know the whole story. I toss the papers back at Paulson. Let them talk. His expression hardens. It's not just talk anymore. He slides another document toward me. This time I recognize the logo. Treasury Department. A formal notice of investigation. They're going through my financials. And if that wasn't bad enough, there's one more thing, Paulson mutters. He hesitates. And that's what makes me tense. Say it, I demand. Paulson exhales. Someone's linking Gemma to the fraud case. Everything stops. I stare at him. What? He nods, tight-lipped. They're saying she had access to financial records, through you. That she's been helping the feds build a case. A sharp, blinding pressure pounds against my skull. No, I say immediately. That's ridiculous. Paulson doesn't look convinced. I slam my hands onto the desk. Gemma wouldn't do this. But even as I say it, doubt slithers in. Because I know she's been digging. Looking into me. My foundation. My past. And she never told me why. I grab my coat. Paulson's eyes widen. Where the hell are you going? I don't answer because I already know where she is. And I'm going to get the truth out of her myself. By the time I reach Gemma's studio, my blood is boiling. I don't knock. I don't wait. I push through the door hard enough to make it slam against the wall. She jumps, spins around, eyes wide, startled. And damn, she looks guilty. Alistair, she breathes. My jaw clenches. You tell me right now, Gemma. She frowns. Tell you what? Are you working against me? Her face freezes. I move closer, voice sharp. Is it true? Are you feeding them information? Gemma's eyes darken. Are you serious? I throw the document onto her work table. She barely glances at it. Then, she shoves it back at me. She steps forward, fury in every line of her body. You think I did this? Her voice shakes with rage. You think I'd sell you out? I clench my fists. You've been looking into me. She laughs, sharp, bitter. Because you keep hiding things. I exhale harshly. I was trying to protect you. She shakes her head. That's not protection, Alistair. That's control. The words hit harder than I expect, and it makes me lash out. You were always looking for an excuse to leave, weren't you? Gemma stiffens. Her eyes flicker with something sharp and wounded. Then, her voice drops. You really think that little of me? I should stop. I should stop. But the rage drowns everything else out. All I know, I say, voice cold, is that you never stop running when things get hard. Her breath catches. And damn, I know the second the words leave my mouth that I've gone too far. Gemma steps back. Her hands are trembling. And when she finally speaks, her voice is quiet. My mother believed in people like you. The shift in her tone knocks the wind out of me. She doesn't yell, doesn't snap. She just says it, and I realize where this is going before she even finishes. She believed in Finch Pharmaceuticals, Gemma murmurs. Her eyes are wet. She believed in the cure they promised her. My throat closes, and then she says it. She was in the trials, Alistair. The human trials. The ones my family funded. The ones I spent my whole life trying to erase. My heart stops. She swallows, voice breaking. She thought it would save her, but it didn't. It killed her. I can't breathe, because this is it. The moment everything shatters, the moment she finally tells me why she can never forgive me.
Chapter 48. Gemma. I don't know how long I sit there. Minutes. Maybe hours. The air in the studio feels too thick, too heavy, pressing against my chest like a weight I can't shake off. My mother, she was part of his family's trials. She died because she believed in them. And Alistair? He looked at me like I'd just taken a knife and driven it straight through him. Because maybe I did. But he deserved to know. And I needed to say it out loud. Because for so long, I held it in, let it fester, let it shape the way I looked at him. Now I have to live with it. I hear the knock before I see him. Not loud, not impatient, just there. Like he's giving me a choice. I should tell him to leave. I should ignore it. But instead, I open the door. He looks wrecked. Tie loose, shirt wrinkled. Eyes, stormy and dark, but raw in a way I've never seen before. For a long moment, we just stare at each other. Then, he exhales, and he finally speaks. My family didn't just fund those trials. He murmurs. I tense. They built an entire empire on them. On promises they knew they couldn't keep. On people they used as collateral. His voice is rough, ragged, like he's choking on every word. My father, he didn't see people. He saw numbers, statistics. He thought he could buy the future, fix the past, make everything work the way he wanted. He lets out a hollow laugh. And when he realized some of his volunteers weren't surviving, he buried the results and threw money at the families to keep them quiet. My breath catches, because I know that's true. I know that's exactly what happened to my mother. Alistair meets my gaze. I didn't know, Gemma. Silence. I didn't know. I don't blink. I don't let myself break. Does that make it better? His jaw stiffens. No. I shake my head. Then what do you want from me? He exhales sharply. I don't know. I believe him. This isn't about fixing things anymore. This is about knowing that some things can't be fixed. I close my eyes, exhaling. I understand now. I whisper. I feel him stiffen, but when I look at him again, my voice is flat, final. But I don't forgive you. I don't know when I started crying. I just know that by the time Alistair leaves, I can't breathe. And of course, that's when Nathaniel Cruz decides to walk in. His voice is smooth, knowing. Rough night? I don't answer. I can't. He steps further inside, glancing around. Saw the news. I exhale sharply. Good for you. He tilts his head. You're unraveling, Houston. I snap. Get out. He smirks. Why? Because I'm the only one who doesn't make you feel like you're suffocating. I freeze. Because it's true. And he knows it. He moves closer, voice lower. You deserve better than him. I don't move. Nathaniel touches my arm just barely. But it's enough. And of course, Alistair picks that exact moment to walk back in with food. For a second, everything is silent. Then, the sound of impact. Nathaniel staggers back, clutching his face. Alistair's breathing hard, fists clenched, eyes burning with something dark and unhinged. Nathaniel groans, tilting his head back, and then he laughs. Jesus, Finch. He wipes at the blood trickling from his lip. You make this too easy. I freeze, because I know exactly what's happening. Nathaniel isn't angry. He's smiling. And when he pulls out his phone, I know we're screwed. By the time the video spreads, Alistair is ruined. His name is everywhere. Alistair Finch. Violent, dangerous, unhinged. The final nail in his coffin, and I can't stop it, not this time.
Chapter 49. Alistair. I knew this was coming. I could feel it in the air. The way the pressure had been building. The way every move I made was watched, calculated, twisted. But knowing doesn't make it easier when the walls actually cave in. Paulson stands in front of my desk, his mouth pressed into a tight line, his fingers drumming against a folder that looks too damn thick. His eyes meet mine. It's worse than we thought. How worse can it get? Surely there's nothing worse than what we have going on right now. He doesn't sit. Doesn't waste time. Just tosses a document onto my desk and folds his arms. A transcript. My fingers skim over the words, scanning. The lines are short, clipped. It doesn't matter how much we stole, we'll make it back. A pause, then we just have to make sure nobody finds out. I listen to it again. Slower this time. Paulson exhales. It's leaked. I don't move. I know what this is. It's my voice, clear, unshaken, edited, rearranged, manipulated, but real enough that no one will question it. How the hell did they get this? I ask, my voice cold. Paulson shrugs. Jake. I press my fingers to my temples. Of course, Jake always played dirty, but this isn't just him trying to ruin my reputation. This is him making sure I don't recover. Paulson shifts, flipping to the next page. The treasury is all over this. If this tape is real... It's not, I cut in. Paulson's jaw tightens. I mean, if people believe it's real, then it's just a matter of time before they file actual charges. He pauses. Then, they could have a warrant by tonight. I inhale through my nose. How long do I have? Maybe hours, maybe less. I nod once, just once. I should be panicking. I should be breaking something. But instead, my mind sharpens, calculates. Because this isn't the end. Not yet. The phone on my desk buzzes. Paulson glances at it, scoffing. Speak of the devil. Jake. I answer, pressing it to my ear. I assume you want to thank you? Jake laughs. Cousin, I want a goddamn parade. I lean on my chair. You're really that desperate for power? Jake tuts. Come on, Alistair. You still don't get it, do you? A pause, in a voice too casual, too final. I just needed you out of the way. The second the call ends, Paulson is already moving, already strategizing. You need to leave! I shake my head. No. For God's sake, Alistair. They're coming for you. I said no. Paulson slams a fist on the desk. Then what do you want me to do? I look at him, and I make a decision. Buy me some time. I stare at my phone for a long moment. Before I can talk myself out of it, I dial. It rings once, twice, then... Her voice. Soft. Tired. Alistair. I exhale. I say it. I need to see you.
Chapter 50. Gemma. The news has been playing on repeat for the last hour. Every goddamn channel dissecting his fall, flashing clips of his fight with Nathaniel, the leaked recording, the financial scandal. And now, this. Alistair Finch, moments away from being arrested. And I'm standing outside his penthouse, watching it unfold. The street is chaos. Cameras, reporters, flashing lights, people jostling, yelling, pushing past each other for the best shot. The police are here. They're waiting for him to come down. But I know Alistair. He's not someone who waits for his sentence to be delivered. No. He's a person who walks into the fire himself. And when the doors of the building finally open, I see him. And damn, he looks wrecked. His suit is wrinkled. His tie missing. There's a cut on his lip that wasn't there before. But it's his eyes that destroy me. Because they don't look like Alistair Finch, the untouchable billionaire. They look like a man who knows this is the end. For a second, he doesn't notice me. Then, his gaze locks onto mine, and the world disappears. He walks toward me. Not toward the police, not toward the cameras. Toward me. The crowd shifts, whispers rising, people turning, staring. But I don't move. I don't even breathe. Not until he's right in front of me, his hands shaking slightly, his breath uneven. And then, so soft I almost don't hear it. I need you to listen. My heart pounds as my hands shake. Alistair. He cuts me off. No, let me say this. His voice is raw, stripped bare. I need you to know the truth before they take me. I go still, because I see it. The truth in his face, the weight of what he's about to say. And when he speaks again, I can't breathe. My father didn't just run the company, Gemma. He murmurs. His jaw clenches. He ran the trials, personally. I blink. What? Alistair exhales, slow and shuddering. He didn't just experiment on people, Gemma. He experimented on me. The world tilts. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. Alistair doesn't stop. I was 14 when it started, he says quietly. My father called it early access. He made it sound like a privilege, like I was getting something special. His breathing is uneven now. I trusted him. He was my father. Why wouldn't I? He lets out a hollow laugh. So when he handed me a pill, I took it. And then another. And another. My hands shake. You didn't know, I whisper. He looks at me, eyes achingly tired. I didn't know what the hell he was doing to me until I tried to stop. I press a hand to my mouth. Because I know what's coming. Alistair swallows, his voice quieter now. I didn't even realize I was addicted. Not at first. The withdrawal started slow. Headaches, nausea. He exhales. By the time I was 17, I couldn't function without it. His eyes darken. And when I started asking questions, when I asked him why I needed it, he shakes his head. He didn't answer. He lets out a sharp breath, his fingers dragging through his hair. I spent years trying to get clean. Years trying to find out what the hell they gave me. His eyes meet mine, and there's nothing left to hide. I never found the answer, Gemma, but I found the company that made it. His throat bobs. And it was Finch Pharmaceuticals. My vision blurs, because of course it was. Of course. I can't breathe after hearing his admission. I see it now. Why he fights so hard. Why he hides so much. Why he never lets anyone close. Because this whole time, he wasn't just running from his family's sins. He was their victim too. And I thought I knew the worst of it. I thought I understood his darkness. But I didn't. I never did. I bite my lips, fighting so hard for the tears to not drop. My heart is constricting as if it's about to squeeze my blood dry. Suddenly, a car door slams. And just like that, the moment is over. I hear the officer's voice. Mr. Finch, hands where we can see them. Alistair doesn't move. He just stares at me. The cameras flash. People shout. The officers step forward, reaching for him. But he doesn't look away. Not until they pull his arms behind his back. Not until the cold click of metal against metal fills the air. Not until he's cuffed like a criminal in front of the whole goddamn world. And still, he doesn't fight. He just lets it happen. And that's what breaks me the most. This isn't a man being arrested. This is a man surrendering, and I can't stand by and just watch him. Chapter 51. Gemma. I shouldn't be here. I should be anywhere else. At my studio, in my apartment, on a plane to another country if I had any sense at all. But I'm not. I'm here, standing on the steps of the courthouse, arms wrapped around myself, watching the doors like they hold some kind of answer. Alistair Finch is about to walk out. What the hell I'm gonna do when he does? The media is waiting. Journalists cluster like vultures, cameras at the ready, microphones prepped. They thought they were going to see him led away in handcuffs. A billionaire undone, dragged to prison in disgrace. But that's not what happened. His legal team fought like hell, and the evidence against him unraveled just enough to push reasonable doubt. The financial records, some were outright fabricated. The leaked phone call, a forensic expert proved it was manipulated. The testimonies, paid off, shaky, inconsistent. The case isn't dead, not by a long shot. But there's no warrant. No reason to keep him locked up. And now he's about to walk out those doors, back into the world he's no longer welcome in. Then the doors open. The chaos erupts before I even see him. The reporters shout first, the cameras flash, and then Alistair Finch steps into the light. He looks different. Not relieved, not triumphant, just exhausted. His suit jacket is gone. His shirt is rumpled, his tie loose like he stopped caring halfway through the motion. There's stubble on his jaw, deeper lines on his face. He looks like he's been through hell. And maybe he has. Maybe we both have. He turns to my direction, his steps slow. The moment his gaze locks onto mine, the world seems to compress. For a second, he says nothing. He just looks at me, and I feel it. The weight of everything unspoken between us. In a voice rough from exhaustion. What are you doing here, Gemma? I open my mouth. Nothing comes out, because what the hell am I supposed to say? I wanted to see if you were okay. I don't even know why I'm here. I thought maybe I'd finally get the truth. Instead, I'd just breathe. I don't know. Alistair exhales sharply, rubbing a hand down his face. He looks like he doesn't believe me. And honestly, I don't believe myself either. The moment they see us standing there, together, the shouting escalates. The reporters close in, smelling blood. Mr. Finch, do you have a statement? Gemma, were you aware of his financial dealings? Are the abuse allegations true? That last one hits like a punch. I stiffen. Alistair's jaw locks. His hands curl into fists at his sides. I don't even think. I grab his arm. Not here, I whisper. His eyes flick to mine. Something unreadable passes between us. He nods. And just like that, I make the worst decision of my life. I leave with him. The door clicks shut in his penthouse. The silence that follows is thick, suffocating. Alistair stands near the window, staring out at the city like it's some foreign landscape he doesn't recognize anymore. I take a deep breath. You're free. He laughs. Short, bitter. Am I? He turns, eyes sharp, something dangerous simmering underneath. I might not be in a cell, but let's not pretend I walked out of there with my life intact. I swallow hard. Because he's right. The case fell apart just enough to get him released, but his reputation is still in ruins. His foundation has cut ties. His investors have fled. The media is calling him a violent, drug-addicted fraud. He's free, but he's also completely screwed. I need to know the truth, I say. The past is looming over me and I need to know more. He tenses. You know the truth. No, I step forward. I know part of it, but not everything. His expression shudders. I don't stop. I know what your family did, I say. I know about the trials, but I need to know about you. I need to know more. Maybe I will understand. Perhaps I'll forgive him. I don't know. I just need. Something flickers in his gaze. After a long, stretched out silence, he speaks. My father didn't just run the company. He murmurs. His voice is quiet, almost hollow. I told you, he ran the trials, personally. He managed everything. My father was a control freak. He thrives on the pain of others, on their weakness like a vampire sucking blood. My breath catches. I was 14 when it started. He continues. Stupid. I thought I had it good. A billionaire father, a mother who keeps to herself and doesn't manage me. Thinking about it, she was addicted too. He clenches his hands, opening and closing, his shoulders tight, rigid. He called it early access. He made it sound like a privilege, like I was getting something special. I was so elated. His jaw locks. So I took the pills, because why wouldn't I? He was my father. I trusted him. The air turns thick, unbearable. Alistair lets out a harsh laugh. It's not amused. I tried to stop taking it. Then my world shattered. He made me addicted, dependent on the substance. I close my eyes, because I know exactly what that means. I know what withdrawal looks like. I don't think. I move. I move closer, reaching out before I can stop myself. I press a hand to his wrist, grounding him. He goes still. His breathing slows. And when he finally looks at me, I see it. The pain, the guilt, the fact that we have both been running from the same ghosts. I swallow. I don't have the words, Alistair. I'm sorry. Alistair stiffens, but when he speaks, his voice is quiet. Do you forgive me? A long, aching silence come. I shake my head. No. How can I, when every time I see him, I'm reminded of everything I've lost and can never get back? How can I face the future with him by my side, who is connected to my past? I don't have anything left to give, especially forgiveness.
Chapter 52. Alistair. She hasn't said a word since she told me she couldn't forgive me. I poured a drink and left it untouched. Then I slumped into the leather couch, staring at the ceiling like it held the answers I needed. I ran a hand on my face and exhaled the kind of breath that only comes when a man realizes he's completely ruined. She's still here, but it's like she's not. She's sitting across from me in the low glow of my penthouse, her body rigid, arms crossed, 1,000 miles away. And I can't take it anymore. Why are you still here, Gemma? My voice is low, rough. She doesn't look at me. I don't know. I chuckle, but it's sharp, bitter. That makes two of us. Her breath hitches. I used to believe in miracles. I still. The way she says it, so quiet, so broken, has me sitting forward before I even realize I'm doing it. Her fingers tighten around her own arms, nails pressing against the soft fabric of her sleeves. I was 8 the first time my mother got sick, she continues, voice distant. At first, it was little things. Dizziness, fatigue. My dad told me it was nothing. She swallows, blinking rapidly. Then she started losing weight. The doctor said it was just stress, then just anemia, then just something else. My jaw locks. I already know where this is going, but I don't stop her. I won't. I let her cut herself open in front of me. I prayed, she whispers, every single night. I don't breathe. She exhales a sharp, painful sound. I thought, if I just prayed hard enough, she'd get better. I thought... She breaks off, shaking her head. She looks at me. That look made me break. Because there's so much loss in her eyes, so much pain that it feels like drowning in it. I sat next to her bed, she says, barely above a whisper. She couldn't even talk anymore, couldn't even look at me, and I still thought... She laughs bitterly. I still thought she'd get better. I clench and unclench my fists, because I know how this story ends. I know it, and yet it still cuts me open. She didn't. The silence after is a wound we don't know how to close. Her breathing is uneven now, like she's barely holding herself together. I hated people like you. You, she murmurs. I swallow hard. I know. Her gaze darkens. No, you don't. She shifts forward, eyes burning. I hated you because your family made that medicine. I hated you because you had all the money, all the access to the best doctors in the world. And I hated you because your mother was alive, and mine was rotting in the ground. The words hit like bullets. I let them. I deserved them. But she was also wrong. My mother was alive, but dead. Dead to the world. Dead to her son. She might as well have been 6 feet underground. I wanted to make you suffer, she says, voice shaking. I wanted you to feel even a fraction of what I felt that night, especially when I found out. My chest tightens. Because I do. I feel every damn second of it. And it's killing me. I open my mouth. But what the hell am I supposed to say? I'm sorry. That I wish I could change it. That I know what it's like to have something ripped from you. I let out a ragged breath. I was 16 the first time I overdosed. Gemma's entire body tenses. I said it maybe because I need her to understand. Maybe because I need her hate to make sense. My father didn't care. My mother didn't care. The only thing that mattered was that I didn't embarrass the family name. I laughed bitterly, running a hand through my hair. So they cleaned me up, threw me into a private program, and made sure I was back in time for my first shareholders meeting. Gemma stares. I shake my head. You think I don't understand loss? My voice is low, dark. I've lost every piece of myself that ever mattered. She exhales, blinking hard, looking away, like she's fighting something. And maybe I am too. Silence stretches between us, long and unbearable. Finally, she speaks. This doesn't change anything. I don't flinch. I know. She exhales sharply, rising to her feet. I shouldn't have come here. I stand too, moving before I can stop myself. Then why did you... She hesitates. I don't know. I inhale sharply. She steps past me toward the door, but just before she leaves, she turns, and her voice is barely a whisper. I don't hate you anymore.
Chapter 53. Gemma. I should have known this was coming. I'm ready, but not ready at the same time. After I had the talk with Alistair, I knew what I'm about to do will put me in danger. The moment I put the pieces together, the moment I finally saw who was really behind all of this, I should have expected the retaliation. But nothing prepares you for a man with nothing to lose. And right now, Jake Finch has nothing left except his desperation. I feel him before I see him. It's that primal instinct, that tingling sensation at the back of my skull, telling me I'm being watched. The hairs on my arms rise. I step out of my studio, keys clenched between my fingers like some half-cocked weapon. The city is quiet this time of night. Too quiet. And then, a voice. Going somewhere, Houston? I freeze. Jake steps out of the shadows, his smirk sharp and mean, his body language too damn casual. Like he hasn't been watching me for God knows how long. Like he isn't about to do something unforgivable. I force myself to breathe, to stay calm. Jake. He hums, tilting his head. I hear you've been playing detective. My pulse spikes. I can't let him know what I know. So I play dumb. What? That's crazy. His smile widens, but there's nothing warm about it. You know, you should have kept your pretty little head down. He takes a step closer. You had your fun, played house with my cousin, got your charity case bid on, and walked away with some nice press. But you just couldn't leave it alone, could you? My jaw locks. Alistair's not your cousin. He's your meal ticket. And now that you can't leech off him anymore, you're panicking. Jake's smirk falters for half a second. Then, something shifts. His eyes darken, and suddenly, the air is different. You think you're so damn smart, don't you? Jake steps closer, voice lowering. I don't move, don't flinch. Because I refuse to let him see my fear. Let me tell you how this is going to go, he murmurs. You're going to walk away from this, Gemma. You're going to drop whatever little investigation you're running, and you're going to disappear from Alistair's life permanently. I inhale sharply. And if I don't, Jake smiles. It's the kind of smile that curdles in my stomach. Then I make sure you never get the chance. I turn on my heel, walking fast. My heart pounds in my chest, my breath sharp, uneven. I have to get out of here. I have to get to Alistair. I have to tell him who the real villain is before it's too late. 1 second, I'm walking toward the street. The next, headlights explode into my vision, a black sedan speeding up, coming straight for me. I don't have time to think. Just pure instinct. My body jerks backward, legs scrambling to run. Too late. The metal slams into me. My body snaps against the hood. Pain erupts, ribs, legs, head. Then I'm flying. Everything spins. And then darkness. I come back slowly. Pain drags me under, heavy and suffocating. The world is blurry, hazy. Voices muffled around me. I hear machines beeping. I feel the sting of an IV in my arm. A hand touches mine, warm. Firm, I blink, vision coming into focus. And then, Alistair. His suit is wrinkled, his hair a mess, his jaw tight like he's been clenching it for hours. His fingers tighten around mine, knuckles white. Gemma. His voice is raw. I swallow, my throat dry, aching. Alistair. Something snaps in his expression. And then, he exhales sharply, like he's been holding his breath since the moment I was taken here. I swear to God, he grits out, voice shaking. If he did this, my breath hitches. He already knows. Of course he does. It was Jake, I whisper. Alistair goes dead still. Then I see it. The rage. The pure, unfiltered, murderous fury simmering under the surface. I'm going to kill him, he breathes. His grip on my hand tightens, like he's barely restraining himself. I will kill him. I force myself to sit up. Pain blazes through my ribs, but I grit my teeth and push through. Because I can't waste time. I grab his wrist, my fingers digging in. Listen to me. His eyes snap to mine, wild, frantic. I know who's really behind this. He stills. What? I nod, breath shaky. Jake isn't the real threat. I swallow. It's someone else. And you've been looking in the wrong direction. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you sooner. Alistair's expression darkens, a voice lethal, dangerous, and full of something I've never heard before. Tell me everything.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 54. Alistair, I've always known what rage feels like. It lives inside me, sharp and cold, restrained only by logic and self-control. But this isn't rage. This is pure fury. I sit by her side, hands clenched into fists, my knee bouncing with restless aggression. The fluorescent lights overhead buzz with a low hum. The steady beep, beep, beep of the heart monitor the only thing anchoring me. She looks too pale, too fragile, and all I can think is, I should have killed Jake the second he became a problem. Jake didn't do this alone. My spine straightens. Her voice is weak, but her eyes burn with certainty. Who? I demand, my voice coming out rough, barely controlled. She swallows, shifts slightly, wincing as pain flashes across her face. I hate seeing her like this. Then, she says his name. Vincent Lauder. Everything inside me stills. For a long second, I just stare at her. And then, I laugh. A hollow, disbelieving sound. Lauder? I shake my head. No, I stop myself, realizing I don't actually know what I'm about to say. He what? He was just a researcher, a pharmaceutical executive who faded into obscurity. I thought he was nothing more than a man who had disappeared after my parents' deaths. But if Gemma is saying his name now, I know better than to ignore it. He's been manipulating Jake, she whispers, feeding him everything, pulling the strings. He's the real threat, Alistair. I exhale slowly, rubbing a hand down my face. Lauder worked for Finch Pharmaceuticals, I murmur, decades ago. He was one of their senior researchers. Gemma nods. His family was involved in the human trials. Something cold and sharp lodges itself in my chest. His family? She meets my gaze, eyes burning with quiet devastation. His wife, she says softly. She was one of the volunteers. I go completely still. I know what happened to those volunteers. They thought they were getting treatment. They thought they were being saved, but they were experiments. And they died for it. And now, decades later, Vincent Lauder is coming for me, because I'm the last Finch left, and he wants to destroy me piece by piece. Gemma hesitates, shifting in bed, her hands clutching the sheets. Then she tells me everything. How Lauder positioned himself inside the industry, how he played the long game, waiting for the perfect moment, how he used Jake as a pawn, feeding him blackmail material, how he's been pushing the narrative in the media, building my downfall. This was never about blackmail. This was about revenge. And now, Lauder is making his final move. The smear campaigns, the financial accusations, the staged leaks, the setup. And now, he tried to kill Gemma, because she got too close to the truth. I stand abruptly, shoving my chair back. Gemma grabs my wrist. "Where are you going?" she demands. I grit my teeth. "To end this." She shakes her head. "You can't just walk into this blind, Alistair. That's exactly what he wants." My jaw locks. "He nearly killed you, Gemma." My voice comes out sharper than I intend. "And you're telling me to sit back and do nothing?" Her eyes blaze. "I'm telling you not to be reckless." I exhale sharply, turning away, pinching my nose bridge. I glance back at her, taking in the bruises, the bandages, the weight of everything she's been through. She's strong, but she's not invincible. And I've already lost too much. I won't lose her too. I inhale slowly, steadying myself. Then I speak, my voice cold, controlled. Fine, I won't go after Lauder. Not yet. Gemma's shoulders relax slightly, but her gaze stays wary. I lean in, my hands braced on either side of her bed. But make no mistake, I murmur. He started this war, and I'm going to finish it. Her breath hitches. I straighten, reaching into my pocket, pulling out my phone. I dial a number. 1 ring, 2. Then, George, I say when my lawyer picks up. Give me everything you can on Vincent Lauder. I don't care how deep you have to dig. I want to bury him.
Chapter 55. Gemma. Pain is a strange thing. It comes in waves, sharp and sudden, then fades into a dull ache, only to return even worse. I wake up to the second kind, the kind that lingers deep in my ribs, a reminder that I almost died last night. And now I have to deal with the aftermath. Alistair hasn't left my side. I blink against the harsh hospital lighting, my throat dry as I shift slightly. A warm hand presses against mine, firm and steady. Don't move too much. His voice is rough, exhausted. I turn my head slowly. Alistair is sitting beside me, his face pale, dark circles under his eyes. He looks wrecked, like he hasn't slept, like he's been watching me, waiting. Still here, I whisper. His lips twitch. Where else would I be? He's been taking care of me. I see it now, the rumpled state of his shirt. The way his tie is half undone, like he forgot he was even wearing one. The empty coffee cups stacked on the hospital table. Alistair Finch, the man who avoids emotions like they're the plague, has been sitting here, waiting for me to wake up. Taking care of me. Then the scandal hits. His phone buzzes on the table. His jaw stiffens as he glances at it, then exhales sharply. I frown. What? Instead of answering, he stands and turns on the TV mounted on the wall. And suddenly, I understand. The headlines are everywhere. Breaking news. Billionaire Alistair Finch attacks lover in jealous rage. Sources confirm Gemma Houston was in a relationship with Nathaniel Cruz. Finch's obsession turns violent. Did he try to kill her? My stomach drops. Are you kidding me? I whisper. The footage on the screen cuts to a press conference. Nathaniel Cruz, that smug bastard, stands in front of a row of flashing cameras. I only want what's best for Gemma, he says, voice dripping with false concern. I hope the authorities look into this matter properly. I see red. That lying, manipulative. My voice cuts off as Alistair suddenly punches the wall. The sound is sharp, a sickening crack of skin against plaster. I jump slightly, heart hammering. His entire body is tight, rigid, barely contained fury radiating off him. He doesn't even look at me when he speaks, voice low and lethal. They're trying to frame me. And it's working. The news anchors are eating it up. Reporters are already speculating. Was I leaving Alistair for Nathaniel? Did I try to run, only for Alistair to snap? The media is painting him as a possessive, violent man, a man who tried to kill the woman he claimed to love. People believe it. I grab his wrist. He tenses immediately. Alistair. My voice is quiet, firm. He doesn't look at me. Alistair, look at me. Finally, his eyes meet mine. I see what this is doing to him. He's not just angry, he's losing. Losing his name, losing his legacy, losing the fight against the people who have been tearing his life apart. and I hate it. We need to fight back. His jaw clenches. How? The more I fight, the worse it gets. I take a breath. Then we need to be smarter. He scoffs, swiping his hand on his hair. Smarter? Gemma, they just made the world believe I almost killed you. You think a press statement is going to fix that? I don't answer. Because he's right. This is bigger than rumors. This is character assassination. And it's working. I have an idea. But it's risky. I swallow. What if I go public? Alistair's entire body snaps toward me. Absolutely not. It's the only way. If I clear your name. Gemma, if you do this, they'll come for you too. His voice is sharp, filled with something I can't quite place. Concern? Fear? I shake my head. They already are. This is about more than just you now. His breathing is ragged, uneven. If you go public, they'll dig into every part of your life. They'll twist your words. They'll make you the villain instead. Then let them, I say fiercely. His eyes darken. Gemma, I cut him off. This isn't just about you anymore, Alistair. It never was. For a long second, he says nothing. He just stares at me. And I see it in his eyes. The realization. Right now, I'm choosing to stand beside him. Not because of some fake arrangement. Not because of blackmail. But because I want to. He exhales slowly. If you do this, there's no going back. I know. His eyes search mine. He nods. Let's burn them to the ground. Chapter 56. Gemma. The moment we take back control. I'm nervous. Every camera in the room is pointed at us. Every journalist here is waiting for blood. And I know exactly what they expect. They expect Alistair Finch to snap. They expect me to play the victim. They expect a train wreck. But what they don't know, we're about to destroy everything they thought they knew. Gemma Houston confirms romance with Nathaniel Cruz. Billionaire Alistair Finch, a violent man exposed. Inside sources claim Finch's past is even darker than we thought. For days, we've watched the headlines spiral. Nathaniel played his part well, pretending to be the concerned noble businessman, protecting me from my dangerous ex. And Alistair? He's been painted as an unhinged, violent addict. And I'm done letting them tell our story. The studio lights are blinding. The host, a too-polished man in an expensive suit, shuffles his notes, clearing his throat. Miss Houston, Mr. Finch, thank you for being here today. I nod, keeping my expression calm, controlled. Alistair beside me sits rigid, unreadable. The interviewer smiles. It's fake. Let's get straight to it, shall we? He turns to me first. Miss Houston, there have been concerning reports about your relationship with Mr. Finch. People are saying you left him for Nathaniel Cruz, and that when you did, he tried to kill me? I interrupt smoothly. The interviewer hesitates. Well, yes. I let the silence hang. And do you believe that? He blinks. Well, that's what the reports say. The same reports funded by Nathaniel Cruz? I press, my tone sharp. The interviewer visibly tenses. Across from me, Alistair exhales slowly, dangerously. Miss Houston, the interviewer tries again. Are you saying Mr. Cruz manipulated the story? I don't look away. I'm saying, I correct, that he fabricated it. The tension in the room shifts. Let's cut the crap, Alistair finally says. The entire room stiffens. My eyes flick to him. He finally looks like himself. Not the broken man the media has been ripping apart. Not the villain in their headlines. but the man I know, the one who fights back. This isn't about a love triangle, he continues. This isn't about jealousy or rage or some screwed up breakup. His voice lowers. This is about power. The interviewer gulps. Power? Alistair leans forward. Nathaniel Cruz and his people have spent weeks trying to destroy me because I got too close to something they wanted buried. The cameras zoom in. The journalists scribble furiously. And what is that? The interviewer asks. Alistair turns to me, and I know. It's time. I take a breath. Vincent Lauder, I say. The entire room goes silent. The interviewer blanches. Vincent Lauder? As in the pharmaceutical executive? I nod. The same Vincent Lauder who worked for Finch Pharmaceuticals decades ago. The same man whose family was ruined by the human trials. The same man who has spent years setting Alistair up for destruction. The cameras flash wildly. The journalists murmur among themselves. And then, Alistair delivers the final blow. Lauder wants revenge, and Cruz wants a piece of the pie when Finch is out of the running. Alistair's voice is quiet, controlled, deadly. Lauder's wife was one of the volunteers in my father's experiments. He says, she died, and instead of exposing the truth back then, my family covered it up. Someone in the audience gasps. Alistair's grip tightens on the armrest. I was a kid when it happened. I didn't know what my family was doing until it was too late. Silence. He exhales. I won't pretend I'm a saint. I'm not. But I am done letting my family's sins be used as a weapon against me while the real criminals walk free. The interviewer looks stunned. Are you accusing Vincent Lauder of framing you? Alistair's expression hardens. I'm saying Lauder has been orchestrating this from the start, and now he's finally stepped into the light. The cameras flash again. The audience is buzzing. The interviewer shuffles his notes, clearly rattled, and then his earpiece buzzes. His eyes widen. He glances at Alistair. Mr. Finch, we just received breaking news. The room erupts. What? Alistair's voice is sharp. The interviewer reads from his notes. Jake Finch has reportedly gone into hiding, he says. Authorities went to question him this morning, but his residence was empty. He has not been seen since last night. My stomach twists. Jake is gone, and we have no idea where he went. Alistair's hands curl into fists. This isn't good, I murmur. He exhales sharply, standing. No, it isn't.
Chapter 57. Alistair. The moment we step off that set, I know. We just started a war. The air outside the studio is electric. Reporters shouting questions as security holds them back. Cameras flash in rapid succession, and it must be the adrenaline still in my system, or the sheer magnitude of what we just did at. But I feel it. This is the beginning of the end. Either we win or we burn. And right now, I have no idea which one it's going to be. The second we step into the waiting car, Gemma's phone vibrates. She glances down at the screen. Then, her jaw tightens. Nathaniel, she murmurs. My muscles lock up. Let me guess. He's pissed. Gemma exhales, declining the call. I'd be more worried if he wasn't. She stares out the window as the car pulls away, tension radiating from her. He didn't think I'd call him out, she mutters. He thought I'd play his game. Let him play the hero. I don't take my eyes off her. He underestimated you. She scoffs, shaking her head. A lot of people do. I smirk, but it's sharp, bitter. Not anymore. I pull up my phone. The headlines are already everywhere. Bombshell interview. Alistair Finch exposes secret enemy. Gemma Houston breaks her silence. I won't let them destroy him. The real story. Is Vincent Lauder behind it all? I keep scrolling until I see it. Jake Finch missing. Where is he? I freeze. Gemma notices instantly. What? I show her the screen. She exhales sharply. Damn. We need to find him, she says immediately. I grit my teeth. You don't think I know that? Jake isn't smart. He isn't calculated. But he's desperate. And desperate men do stupid, dangerous things. We need to assume he's still in the city. Gemma nods. If he was planning to run, he would have already left. He's waiting for something. I exhale, my mind racing. Or someone. Silence. Then, her eyes widen. Lauder. I nod, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Jake isn't running. He's waiting for his next move. My phone rings. Paulson. I answer immediately. Tell me you have something. Paulson doesn't waste time. You just painted a target on your back, Finch. I rub my temple. You think I'm so naive I won't know? Paulson sighs. Your interview just blew up, which means Lauder is going to accelerate whatever the hell he had planned. I glance at Gemma. She's already thinking the same thing. What do you have on him? I press. A pause. Then, Paulson exhales sharply. Not enough? My stomach tightens. What the hell does that mean? It means, Paulson grits out, that Lauder has covered his tracks so well, I can't pin anything on him without exposing you. Gemma's face darkens. So what do we do? Paulson is quiet for a second. Then, find Jake! He's the only loose thread left. If you get to him before Lauder does, you might have a shot. I inhale sharply. Find Jake before Lauder does. And if we fail, then we lose everything. As soon as we reach my penthouse, Gemma paces the living room thinking. Jake won't go to his usual spots, she mutters. That would be too obvious. I lean against the counter, watching her. So, where would he go? She exhales. He's broke. He has no connections outside of Lauder. But he's still Jake. He's selfish. He's going to hide somewhere he feels safe. I nod slowly. That limits it. She stops. Do you have properties under his name? My mind clicks. I pull up my phone, scanning through the properties Jake inherited from our family. Then, I find it. A lake house. My jaw tightens. Son of a... Gemma leans over, reading the address. This is it. I grab my keys. Let's go. She blinks. Wait, you mean right now? I throw on my jacket. Unless you have a better idea. She exhales, then grabs her own coat. I swear to God, if this turns into a horror movie situation, I'm blaming you. I smirk. Noted. As we step out into the night, I feel it. This is the turning point. Everything we've been fighting, everything we've been running from. It all leads to this, because Jake isn't just the loose thread. He's the only thing standing between us and the truth. And now, we're going to find him, before Lauder does. Before it's too late, before we lose everything.
Chapter 58. Gemma. This is a bad idea. Every instinct I have is screaming at me, telling me we shouldn't be here. And yet, here I am. Standing outside a dark, abandoned lake house, in the middle of goddamn nowhere, watching Alistair pick the lock like we're two criminals breaking into some serial killer's lair. This is how people die in horror movies. I fold my arms, shivering. You know, this is exactly how people die in horror movies. Alistair doesn't even look up. Then maybe stop narrating it like one. I glare at his back. Not funny. Click. The door unlocks. Damn, it's too quiet. The kind of unnatural stillness that doesn't belong in a place that should be abandoned. Alistair moves carefully, scanning every shadow. Then he freezes. I follow his gaze, my pulse spiking. On the bathroom mirror, written in smudged red ink, "Run!" A slow, mocking clap echoes from the hallway. Well, took you long enough? I whip around, heart pounding. And there he is, Jake Finch. He's pale, jittery, eyes wild, a gun clutched in his shaking hand. Damn. Alistair doesn't move. Jake tilts his head, lips twisting. Cousin. His voice is hoarse, like he's been screaming or crying for hours. I step forward carefully. Jake, put the gun down. He laughs, but there's no humor in it. You don't get it, do you? He mutters. You think you've been playing chess this whole time. But you're not the king, Alistair. You're just another pawn. Alistair's jaw locks. Who's been moving the pieces? Jake's smile disappears. His fingers tighten around the gun. Then, he flicks his gaze past us, toward the window, and suddenly I understand. I don't even have to look to know we're not alone. The shadows outside the window feel heavier, darker. We walked into a trap. I inhale sharply. Jake, if they sent you here to stall us? They didn't send me. He cuts in. His voice wavers. I ran. But there's nowhere to run, is there? Alistair steps closer. Jake, listen to me. Jake shakes his head violently. No. You still don't get it. His eyes flick between us, something unraveling in his expression. Then, his face crumples. They were never going to let me live. And then, his hand shoots out. Before I can react, he grabs me. The gun presses to my ribs. Alistair lunges forward. One more step, Jake breathes, and I pull the trigger. I feel it before I see it. The small metallic object slipping into my palm. A USB. Jake's lips barely move. Take it. My breath catches. He's giving this to me, and I know he's not making it out of this alive. Jake, don't do this. Alistair stiffens. Jake, let her go. Jake's grip tightens. You don't get it, he mutters. This isn't about you anymore, Alistair. It never was. He exhales sharply. Vincent played me just like he played you. I thought I had control, but I was just another loose end. Alistair's voice turns deadly. Then help us take him down. Jake lets out a broken laugh. You think there's still a way out for me? His fingers dig into my arm. There's only one way this ends. His gaze meets mine. Make it count, Houston. And then he shoves me forward. The second I hit the floor, the gunshot explodes through the house. Alistair lunges. Jake staggers back. But it wasn't his gun that fired. It came from outside. A sniper shot. Blood sprays the wall. Jake collapses. And just like that, he's gone. The second gunshot shatters the window. Alistair grabs me, dragging me toward the back door. Go, he snarls. I don't think. I just run. Gunfire erupts around us. Branches whip against my skin as we tear through the woods. The footsteps behind us are too close. We're not going to make it. Then, headlights explode through the trees. Paulson's car screeches to a stop. Get in, he yells. Alistair shoves me inside, slams the door, and we speed away. I stare down at the USB in my hand. Jake died for this. Alistair's breathing is ragged, uneven. Then his voice is cold. Lauder made his move. Paulson nods grimly. Yeah, and we just walked right into it. I close my eyes. We lost Jake. We almost died. And now? There's no going back. We either win this war, or we don't survive it.
Chapter 59. Alistair? I don't remember how we got here. 1 second we were running for our lives. The next, Paulson had us in the car, speeding through the dark, leaving Jake's blood and Lauder's trap behind. And now? Now we're sitting in an underground safe house, battered, bruised, and barely breathing. I don't even know where the hell we are. The room is small, sterile. Concrete walls, a dim overhead light, and a desk cluttered with files, burner phones, and weapons. Gemma is sitting on the worn-out couch, silent. She hasn't said a word since we got here. Her fingers are still trembling, gripping the cup of tea Paulson handed her. She's trying to hide it. But I see it. I always see it. And I hate that I can't fix it. You just made things worse, Finch. I exhale slowly, rubbing a hand down my face. You don't say, Paulson. He tosses a file on the table. No, I mean worse than you think. Gemma finally lifts her gaze. What now? She asks, voice hoarse. Paulson's expression hardens. Lauder isn't just covering his tracks. He's flipping the narrative. I feel the tension coil in my spine. What the hell does that mean? Paulson turns the TV on, and suddenly, I understand. Jake Finch dead. Alistair Finch's darkest secret. Did Alistair Finch kill his own cousin? New evidence suggests Jake was trying to expose Finch before his death. My blood turns to ice. They're framing you, Gemma breathes. Paulson nods. Jake's dead, which means he can't defend himself. And you? You're the easiest target. I clench my fists. So what? They think I killed him? Paulson's jaw tightens. That's exactly what they want people to think. Gemma leans forward, setting her cup down. Then we don't let them. Paulson raises a brow. And how exactly do you plan on doing that, sweetheart? Gemma's eyes flash. By playing offense. I stare at her. She meets my gaze. And I see it. She's not scared anymore. She's furious. We need to give a more detailed expose on Lauder. I exhale slowly. Gemma. No. She cuts in, voice firm, unyielding. We keep playing defense, we keep reacting, and he keeps winning. We need to hit first. Paulson sighs. And what exactly do you have that can take him down? Gemma pauses. Then she stands, strides toward the desk, and grabs a flash drive from her bag. I blink. What is that? She tosses it onto the table. The truth. I grab the flash drive, turning it over in my fingers. Gemma crosses her arms. Before Jake died, he gave me this. Her voice is quiet but steady. It's everything he had on Lauder. Financial records, off-the-books projects, shell companies tied to illegal drug trials. Paulson whistles. Holy crap! I stare at the drive, feeling the weight of it. This is what Lauder killed him for. Gemma steps closer. Alistair, she murmurs. I meet her gaze. And suddenly, I get it. This isn't just about revenge anymore. This is about ending it. I inhale deeply. If we release this, we're putting a target on our backs. Gemma shrugs. There's already a target on our backs. She's right. We can't just drop this to the press without protection, Paulson warns. Lauder has people everywhere. The second this leaks, they'll come for you. Gemma nods. Then we do it smart. I tilt my head. And how do you suggest we do that? She smirks. We go live. Gemma's plan is simple. Dangerous, reckless, but smart as hell. We set up a live interview. We go on a legitimate news station. We expose everything. Lauder's involvement, the human trials, the cover-ups. And most importantly, we make sure the whole damn world is watching. Paulson scoffs. This is insane. Gemma shrugs. So is letting them win. I exhale slowly, staring at her. She's all in. And that means so am I. I place the flash drive on the table. Then I reach for my phone. Who are you calling? Gemma asks. I smirk darkly. A news anchor who owes me a favor. Paulson groans. This is gonna be a bloodbath. I meet Gemma's gaze. Yeah, but this time it'll be our war.
Chapter 60. Gemma. We're running out of time. The world is closing in on us, and I can feel it in every tense second leading up to this moment. The new studio is set. The cameras are ready. The whole country, hell, maybe the whole world is waiting. And in just a few minutes, Alistair and I are going to step in front of them and rip the truth wide open. But before we do, he pulls me aside. We step into a small, dimly lit corridor behind the studio. The world outside this moment doesn't exist. Just him and me. I expect him to go over the plan again, to remind me what's at stake, to tell me that once we do this, there's no turning back. But instead, he just looks at me. He looks afraid. Gemma, he says, voice low, tight. I swallow. Yeah? His fingers curl into fists at his sides, like he's holding something back. This is dangerous. I breathe out a sharp laugh. Isn't it pretty obvious? His jaw clenches. I mean it. If we do this, if we go out there and put everything on the line, Lauder won't just go after me anymore. He'll come for you. I watch him for a long moment. He already has. Alistair's expression darkens. That's exactly what I mean. If you walk out there with me, you'll never be able to go back to your normal life. His voice dips lower. You'll always be looking over your shoulder. You'll always be a target, and He stops himself, breathing hard. I take a step forward, tilting my head. You what? His throat bobs. I don't want you to get hurt. The air between us shifts, thickens. I feel it wrap around me, pressing into my skin, into my bones. I should say something. Should tell him I know the risks, that I've already accepted them. But instead, I just watch him. Alistair Finch isn't trying to push me away. This truth sinks into my heart and hooks it. He's standing right here, letting me see all of it. The fear, the weight of it all. The way he doesn't know what to do with what's happening between us. Alistair, I say softly, stepping even closer until I can feel the heat radiating off him. He doesn't move away. I lift a hand, hesitating for a second before pressing my palm against his chest. His heartbeat is thunderous, fast, wild. I'm not doing this for you, I whisper. I'm doing this because the truth deserves to come out. Because I can't sit back and watch you get crucified for something you never had control over. His hands come up, hovering near my waist, like he wants to pull me in but won't let himself. You were a victim too, I continue, voice steady. I see that now. My heart splinters for the 14-year-old him. It breaks for the 16-year-old that got hooked into drugs without him knowing by his own family members. His breath is ragged. That doesn't mean I deserve saving. I shake my head. No, but it does mean you don't deserve to suffer alone. His eyes search mine. So many unspoken words between us. So much tension, raw and unrelenting. We don't fight it. We possibly can't. Alistair moves first. Or maybe I do. I don't know. All I know is that 1 second we're staring at each other, breathing hard, standing at the edge of something we can't name. And then his mouth crashes into mine. It's not rough, not frantic, not about desperation or control or proving something. It's deep, slow, lingering. It's a silent plea, a whispered confession, a desperate hold on something that's already slipping through our fingers. His hands finally grip my waist, pulling me flush against him. I shudder. My fingers slide into his hair, gripping tight. He exhales against my lips, like he's been starving for this. Like I'm the only thing keeping him from falling apart. And maybe I am. But then reality crashes back. A knock at the door interrupts us. Paulson's voice. Finch. Houston. It's time. We freeze. Alistair pulls back just enough for our foreheads to touch, his breath still tangled with mine. No one speaks. Not her. Definitely not me. Because there's nothing left to say. There's only what comes next. And what comes next is a fight for survival. And we hope we're the last ones standing.
Chapter 61. Alistair. The camera's red light blinks to life. And just like that, there's no going back. Millions are watching. Every major network, every journalist, every person who's ever wondered about the Finch name and the rot it was built on. And now, I'm about to do the one thing no Finch has ever done. Tell the truth. Tell them who we destroyed. Tell them what was done to me. Tell them who's still pulling the strings. I breathe deeply, my hands flat on the table. And then, I begin. My family built one of the most powerful pharmaceutical empires in the world, I say, voice steady. We were praised for advancing medicine, for saving lives. But that was a lie. The anchor leans forward. What was the truth? I glance at Gemma. She gives me a small, nearly imperceptible nod. I turn back to the camera. The truth, I say slowly, is that we experimented on people. Over 200 lives. Terminally ill patients. People desperate for hope. We promised them a cure, but what we gave them... I pause, swallowing hard. It killed them. A ripple of horror spreads through the live audience. The anchor doesn't react. She's too experienced for that. But her grip tightens on the stack of papers in front of her. You're referring to the drug known as VXC-012? I nod. It was supposed to be a breakthrough. A cognitive enhancer that could rewire the brain, heal the body, create a better human. I let out a bitter laugh. But it was poison, I continue. It rewrote their DNA, made their bodies dependent on it, deteriorating them from the inside out. And when they started dying, my family... My jaw locks. They covered it up. Beside me, Gemma's hands tighten into fists. She leans forward. My mother was one of them, she says, voice steady but thick with emotion. A hushed silence falls over the room. She believed them, she continues. She believed the drug would save her, and instead, it took everything from her. I watched her waste away, praying for something that never came, because it was never supposed to come. Her gaze is fierce, unrelenting. No one paid for it, she says, but I'm here to make sure they do. The anchor turns back to me. You claim your family covered it up. Do you have proof? I reach into my pocket and pull out the USB. The camera zooms in. Gemma exhales sharply. This, I say, placing it on the table, contains everything. Every falsified clinical report, every deleted patient file, every payment made to silence the families of the dead. It even traces back to the current mastermind. The anchor's expression sharpens. And who is that? I meet her gaze. Drop the final bomb. Vincent Lauder. The studio erupts. Phones buzz. Producers scramble behind the cameras. The anchor's eyes widen. You're saying Vincent Lauder, founder of Lauder Pharmaceuticals, was responsible for these human trials? Not just responsible, I say coldly. He continued them, even after my family fell. He's still using people, still funding illegal drug trials. I tap the USB, and this proves it. The audience is stunned. I glance at Gemma. She's staring at me, eyes burning with something I can't quite name. The anchor clears her throat. Mr. Finch, do you understand what you've done here today? I nod. I've just signed my own death warrant. The anchor prepares to close the segment, but before she can, Gemma speaks up one last time. This isn't just about Alistair, she says, or his family. This is about everyone who was sacrificed for greed. She turns to the camera. We aren't just exposing this, we're fighting back, and we won't stop until Vincent Lauder is held accountable. The camera pans back to me. The anchor's voice is calm, professional. Thank you, Mr. Finch. Thank you, Miss Houston. The camera light goes dark. The second the broadcast ends, chaos erupts. Security rushes in. Phones ring non-stop. Paulson bursts into the room. We need to move, now, he says. But before I can react, before I can think, Gemma turns to me, and then she kisses me. It's not rough, not frantic, not about desperation or control. It's deep, slow, lingering, a silent promise, a whispered, I'm here. I taste the fight in her, the fire, the war. I don't pull away. I kiss her back until Paulson clears his throat. Really, right now? Gemma pulls away, but not far. The look she gives me, it's everything. It doesn't matter when the sound of a gunshot rings outside.
Chapter 62. Gemma. The gunshot rips through the night. It's not just a warning. It's an execution attempt. Down, Paulson roars. Alistair grabs me, shoving me behind a desk as the windows explode in a shower of shattered glass. Chaos erupts. Security yells into radios. The studio staff screams, ducking for cover. And then another shot. Closer this time. My heart hammers. I clench Alistair's jacket. We have to move. His jaw is tight, his entire body rigid. They want us out in the open. Paulson crawls toward us, gun drawn. We've got a car in the alley. Move on my mark. Alistair looks at me. Gemma. I'm fine, I breathe. Just don't die, Finch. Stay close, he murmurs. Then, we run. The alley is pitch black. Shouts echo behind us, footsteps pounding against pavement. The car is just ahead. Another shot. Alistair jerks back. My blood runs cold, but before I can scream, Paulson fires back. A body drops. Alistair's grip on my wrist tightens. Go. Now. We dive into the car. The second the door slams shut, Paulson peels out, tires screeching. I look at Alistair. His face pale, breath ragged. Then I see the blood. You're shot, I gasp, voice trembling. He glances down at the red staining his side. It's not deep, he mutters. His hands are shaking anyway. I press my palm against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Stay awake, Finch. That's an order. His lips curve faintly. You like bossing me around, Houston? I grip my teeth. Shut up and survive, jerk. Paulson doesn't stop. We take back roads, twisting through darkened streets, moving like ghosts. Alistair's phone buzzes. A blocked number. We both know who it is. He answers. Vincent Lauder's voice is calm, almost amused. That was a cute little broadcast, Finch. But you know how this ends. Alistair closes his eyes. Yeah? Enlighten me. Lauder's chuckle is ice cold. With you buried next to your cousin. I suck in a breath. Alistair's fingers tighten around the phone. You killed Jake because he became a liability. Of course. Lauder sighs. The poor bastard actually thought he could play both sides. But you, Finch, you're a different kind of problem. Alistair leans forward, voice low, deadly. You think I'm scared of dying? Lauder pauses. Then he laughs. No, but she is. The blood in my veins turns to ice. I meet Alistair's gaze. He knows. Lauder doesn't need to kill him. He needs to kill me. Alistair's knuckles go white around the phone. Listen to me, you sick Lauder cuts him off. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., the docks. The line goes dead. Silence. Paulson exhales sharply. He wants a final meeting. Alistair throws the phone against the car door. It's a trap. I press a hand against his arm. Then we make it a trap for him. He turns, eyes dark, calculating. I see it now. The real Alistair Finch. Not the awkward, brilliant recluse. Not the broken heir trying to undo his family's sins. The man who's finally done running. We stop at a safe house. Paulson steps out to make calls, get reinforcements, and Alistair and I are alone. His wound is bandaged. He's staring at the wall, lost in thought. I move to stand in front of him. "Hey," I whisper. "Come back to me." He exhales sharply, dragging his hands down his face. "I almost lost you." I swallow hard. "You didn't." His gaze flicks to my lips, and suddenly, the air shifts. Tension, heat, something unsaid, something dangerous. I take a step closer. Alistair's fingers brush my jaw, and then he kisses me. Slow, deep, a silent plea, a whispered, "Don't you die on me." I kiss him back, fingers threading through his hair, until he finally pulls away breathless. His forehead rests against mine. "Tomorrow," he murmurs. "It ends?" I nod. I believe him.
Chapter 63. Alistair, the docks are empty. No workers, no ships coming in. Just the thick smell of salt and oil, the eerie silence, and the weight of knowing this is where it all ends. I'm in the concrete lot, hands in my pockets, scanning the shadows. Gemma's a few feet behind me, her tension palpable. Paulson is somewhere in the perimeter with his men. And across from me, Vincent Lauder steps out of the shadows, with armed men flanking him. Predictable. Lauder stops a few feet away, smiling like the devil himself. "Brave of you to show up, Finch." I smirk. "Well, you did roll out the red carpet. Would have been rude to decline." His eyes flick to Gemma. I step forward before he can say her name. His grin widens. "Protective, aren't we?" My jaw clenches. "You should be more worried about yourself, Vincent." He tilts his head. "Oh, and why's that?" Paulson's voice crackles in my earpiece. "We've got them surrounded, Finch. Just say the word." I keep my face blank, and then I pull the USB from my pocket and hold it up. "You recognize this?" I ask. Lauder's smile falters. "Oh yeah, he recognizes it. You killed Jake for this," I continue, "because he knew what was on it. Because it proves everything." His fingers twitch. "So what? You already ran your little broadcast. What more can you do?" I smirk, and then I tilt my chin toward Gemma. She holds up her phone, live streaming, millions of people watching. Again. Lauder's face drains of color. "Oh, you stupid bastard." For the first time, he's unraveling. "I should have killed you when I had the chance," he snarls. His men shift, hands twitching toward their weapons. I don't move. "You tried," I say evenly. "Didn't work." He breathes hard. "You have no idea what kind of war you've started." I arch a brow. "A war you're about to lose." And then a shot rings out. Lauder's men open fire first. Paulson's snipers return it immediately. The docks erupt into chaos. Gemma hits the ground, rolling behind a shipping container. I dodge left, gun already drawn. Lauder is running. Of course he is. The bastard wants to disappear before the authorities arrive. Not happening. I take off after him, footsteps pounding against concrete. "Paulson!" I bark into my earpiece. "He's running west!" Gunfire echoes behind me, but I don't stop. I round a corner, and suddenly Lauder spins, gun raised. Too late! I tackle him! The gun goes off. The bullet whizzes past my ear, and then we slam into the ground. He struggles beneath me, gritting his teeth. You don't get it, Finch, he spits. Even if you kill me, this doesn't end. I grab the gun from his grip, pressing it to his temple. His breath stutters and he looks scared. It ends, I say coldly, when I say it ends. And then Paulson storms in with his men. Vincent Lauder, you're under arrest! The sirens wail in the distance. Gemma runs toward me, breathless, eyes wide. I catch her, pulling her close. Her hands cup my face. You okay? She whispers. I nod, breathing hard. It's done, I murmur. She searches my face. And then she kisses me, fierce, desperate, alive. I hold her tight, breathing her in. I don't feel like I'm running anymore.
Chapter 64. Gemma. The sirens fade into the distance. The smoke clears. Lauder is gone. Hauled off in the back of an unmarked black car, his face set in a blank, calculating stare. But there's no escape this time. Paulson made sure of that. The cops swarmed the docks like ants, securing the scene, collecting evidence, processing the bodies of Lauder's men who went down in the gunfight. No one walks away from this clean, not even us. I take in the chaos around me with my heart is still pounding. Not from fear, not anymore. From the realization that this nightmare, this war, this endless cycle of revenge and pain is over. I turn to Alistair. He's watching me. His suit is ruined, ripped, stained with blood that isn't his. His hair is a mess. His glasses long gone. There's a faint bruise blooming along his jaw. And he's never looked more alive. His gaze sweeps over me, checking, like he still doesn't believe we made it out. I step forward, closing the distance between us. It's done, I whisper. His chest rises, falls. Yeah. Finally, Alistair Finch lets himself breathe. The world moves fast after Lauder's arrest. The media explodes. News reports flash across every channel, dissecting the fall of Lauder Pharmaceuticals, the Finch legacy, the human trials. And then, something else surfaces, something none of us expected. Nathaniel Cruz. For weeks he played his part perfectly. The clean businessman, the untouchable mogul, the knight in shining armor. But Karma, she's got a hell of a backhand. I see the headline while sitting on Alistair's couch, still processing everything. Breaking news. Cruz Industries. CEO Nathaniel Cruz facing domestic abuse allegations. I nearly dropped my phone. I clicked the article, my pulse jumping. There, in full display, leaked photos, footage, messages. The woman is young, barely in her mid-20s. A model, a socialite, someone Nathaniel kept in the shadows while parading his perfect image in public. But she came forward. And when she did, everything crumbled. The leaked recordings play on live television. Nathaniel's voice, cold, cruel, unmistakable. You think anyone will believe you over me? You're a nobody. I built you. I own you. If you ever try to leave, I'll make sure no one ever finds you. The studio is silent as the tape plays. The same journalists who cheered his name, who praised his empire. Now, they look disgusted. I exhale sharply, flipping my phone toward Alistair. He scans the screen. A slow, dark smirk spreads across his face. Took him long enough to fall. I arch a brow. You knew? He shrugs, leaning back against the couch. I had my suspicions. Men like Cruz, they don't play fair. They don't take no for an answer. And they sure as hell don't treat the people they own with respect. I watch him, something twisting in my chest. You never treated me like that? His eyes meet mine. Because I never owned you, he murmurs. You were never mine to claim. A beat of silence. Then he smirks again. But if you want to correct that. I laugh, shoving his shoulder. Cocky bastard. The world doesn't forget easily, but it does shift. Over the next few weeks, the headlines change. The truth behind Finch Industries. Vincent Lauder, the mastermind behind decades of corruption. From scandal to justice. The Gemma Houston interview. Alistair is still in the hot seat, but now people are asking questions. Now, the world is wondering if they got it wrong. Alistair is no longer running from it. It happens at night. On the balcony of his penthouse, overlooking the city. The air is warm, the sky stretched out in endless darkness. Alistair stands beside me, silent. His hands are stuffed into his pockets, shoulders tense. You're thinking too hard, I say softly. He exhales, shaking his head. I'm thinking about you. My breath catches. I turn to him, heartbeat uneven. Alistair. I almost lost you, he murmurs. So many times. Can I even survive that again? I swallow hard. You don't have to. His jaw tenses. What if I'm still a mess? I move closer, pressing my palm against his chest. You think I need perfect? I whisper. I need real. I need you. And then he kisses me. Not desperate, not wild, just right. Like he's finally home. So am I. Chapter 65. Gemma. It starts with a kiss. Not desperate, not wild. Just right. Slow, deep, unrushed. Alistair's lips move against mine like he's memorizing every inch of me, like we have all the time in the world. Like, this isn't just about need, this is about want. And that is more dangerous than anything. I want him too. I crave him. I desire him. I love him. Not because of the past, not because of the war we just fought. I need him because he's mine. His fingers thread through my hair, tilting my head back, taking his time. Every brush of his lips sinks into me. Every slow drag of his hands along my back brands me. He pulls me closer, his breath warm against my mouth. We don't have to do this, he murmurs. My fingers tighten in his shirt. Do you want to stop? No. His hands shake as they slide down my waist, resting at my hips. But I need to know this isn't just. I don't let him finish. I'm not running this time, Finch. He exhales sharply. And then, he kisses me like he believes it. He lifts me, not frantic, not rushed. Just slow, deliberate movements carrying me from the balcony to his bedroom. The gentleness in his actions almost breaks my heart. The door clicks shut behind us. And then, there's nothing left to hold us back. His mouth travels down my jaw, my throat, my collarbone. His lips trail down to my chest, and naughty tongue brushes against my chest over my clothes. I exhale, my fingers slipping under his shirt, pushing it up, wanting skin. He pulls back just enough to yank it over his head. My breath catches. I've seen him shirtless before. But now, my fingers trail over his scars, the faint bruises from the fight, the jagged edge of a past he never wanted. He stills beneath my touch. I'm not breakable, Houston. I meet his gaze. I know. And then I show him. We meet on a fervent kiss, a promise of some sort. My hands play over his skin, brushing so fleetingly he shivers. I watch his reactions, reading him like a book. I roll him under me. Alistair gazes at me with such love I choke back a sob, controlling my emotions. I kiss his neck, lick downwards, and leaves a hickey on the part above his heart. A woman after my heart, he murmurs, staring at me. I grin. I'm no saint, Finch. I want your body too. He licks his lips. His eyes roams all over me like physical touch. I'm all yours, baby. The next few moments are a blur of hands and mouths, fabric sliding away, bodies pressing together. His fingers skate down my spine, pushing my dress over my hips. Dragging it down my legs, I straddle him, my hands against his bare chest, feeling the tension thrumming beneath his skin. Gemma. He breathes, voice ragged. I press my lips to his before he can say anything else, because there are no more words left. Just this. Just us. The first time we did this, it was wild and unhinged, a collision of anger and frustration. The second time, we were two broken souls becoming undone. But now it's achingly slow, teeth against skin, fingertips tracing paths of fire, lips moving, whispering, gasping. He takes his time learning me, worshiping me, like this moment is something sacred, like he doesn't want to waste a second. And I let him, because this time, this is ours, not a fight, not a mistake, just love. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Minutes pass, or maybe hours. I don't know. I just know that we're still tangled together, still pressed against each other, still breathing the same air. His hand traces slow circles on my back. We stay silent. I don't have the words to express this moment. Nothing except the truth that we finally stopped fighting this, that we chose this, that we chose each other. I tilt my head, pressing a kiss to his jaw. He exhales like it's the first breath he's taken all night. And then he pulls me closer. Because for the first time in our screwed up, chaotic lives, we don't have to run anymore.
Chapter 66. Alistair. I always thought marriage was nonsense. A concept forced on people by society, by expectations, by a desperate need to tie someone to you legally, as if a contract could ever mean more than raw, undeniable devotion. And yet, here I am, standing in the middle of my penthouse, holding a velvet box that I never planned to buy, holding a future I never thought I'd want. Gemma sleeps soundly in my bed, her bare back rising and falling in slow, deep breaths. And me? I'm staring at the ring I can't believe I actually bought. A simple band, elegant, timeless, nothing ostentatious, nothing ridiculous. Something that belongs to her. Because this is real. And I want it to be real forever. I don't do romantic nonsense. I don't plan elaborate gestures. Don't get on one knee in a restaurant like some lovesick fool. But I do know Gemma. I know that she loves history, loves preservation, loves things that tell stories. So when I call her best friend and ask for a favor, when I arrange for a private showing at the museum where she once dreamed of working, I know exactly what I'm doing. Because if I'm going to ask her to be mine, it has to be somewhere she feels alive. The museum is empty when we arrive. She steps inside, brow furrowed. Why is no one here? I shrug. Exclusive tour? Her lips part in awe as she walks through the exhibits, hands ghosting over centuries-old tapestries, her eyes shining in the dim light. And then she sees it. The glass case centered in the hall. A ring, ancient, delicate, a story woven in golden time. She turns to me, eyes wide. Alistair, this is... Her voice catches. Because inside the case, sitting beside that ancient ring, is the one I bought. And a single note. Turn around, she does, and finds me holding a ring, not from history, but from us. Her breath hitches as I drop to one knee. Gemma Houston, I murmur, voice rough, uneven. I've spent my whole life avoiding this moment. She swallows hard. I grip her hand. But then you happened. You stormed into my world, screwed up my perfectly constructed walls, and made me realize that I don't want to exist without you. She inhales sharply. So I'm done pretending I don't need you, I say. I do. I need you like I need air. And I want you to be mine. Not because of our past. Not because of the war we fought. My grip tightens. But because I love you. A tear slips down her cheek. And then she laughs. Alistair Finch, she whispers. You just gave the most romantic speech I've ever heard. I smirk. Say yes, Houston. She tilts her head. You never actually asked the question. I roll my eyes. Will you marry me, Gemma? She smiles, and then she tackles me to the ground. Yes, you absolute jerk, she breathes against my lips. When I kiss her, it tastes like forever.
Chapter 67. Gemma. The day I become Gemma. Finch is warm and golden. The air is thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, the faint salt of the ocean drifting in from the cliffs where we stand. There are no hundreds of guests, no cameras, no press, just us, just the people who matter. And the man standing at the end of the aisle watches me with so much love. We chose a garden overlooking the ocean, not some grand estate, not some ballroom, just something that feels like us. Soft white roses trail along the arch where we'll say our vows. The wooden benches are filled with the only people who ever mattered. His best man is Paulson, because of course it is. Mine is my grandmother, sitting proudly in the front row, beaming through glassy eyes. And my father, he walks me down the aisle. His arm is steady, strong. You sure about this, baby? I look at Alistair. At the man who fought his way out of hell. At the man who chose me. Yeah, Dad, I whisper. I'm sure. The world fades as I step forward. Alistair stands tall, dressed in black, sharp and devastating. But it's his eyes that kill me, that wreck me, because they're burning. And not with tension, not with anger, not with that smirking arrogance he wears so well. With something else, something deeper. Something that makes my breath catch. Love, raw, real, unbreakable. There's no priest, no minister, just us. Standing bare and open, with nothing between us. Alistair takes my hands. His grip is solid, unshaking. Gemma, he murmurs. You know I don't do speeches. I smile. I know. But I do promises. His fingers tighten. And I promise you, right here, in front of everyone who's ever mattered to us, that I will never leave, that I will never let you walk this world alone, that I will fight for you, beside you, for the rest of my life. I exhale sharply. His jaw clenches. You're my beginning and my end, Houston. And I never thought I'd believe in forever. But now, I know what it looks like. I bite my lip, tears burning behind my eyes. Alistair Finch, I whisper. I once thought you were the worst mistake of my life. He smirks. I squeeze his hands. But you're not. My voice shakes. You're the best damn thing that ever happened to me. And I promise you, you will never be alone again. His throat bobs. And when the rings slide onto our fingers, when the officiant says the words, there's no hesitation, just a kiss that seals everything, a kiss that tastes like forever. The reception fades into laughter, into clinking glasses and quiet whispers. But I only remember one moment, the one where he pulls me onto the dance floor. The music is soft, slow. His hands grip my waist, his breath warm against my ear. "Come home with me," he murmurs. I tilt my head back, smiling. "I'm home, Finch." His gaze darkens. And suddenly, we're leaving. The suite is dimly lit, filled with flickering candlelight and the faintest scent of roses, but I don't see any of it. I only see him, standing in the doorway, watching me like he's starving. I step forward. He does too. "Take it off," he rasps. My breath catches. I undo the buttons at the back of my dress, slowly letting it pool at my feet. His jaw tightens. His fingers flex. "Jesus, Gemma." He exhales. I take his hands, pressing them to my waist. "Then do something about it," I whisper. And he does. There's no rush this time. No frantic need to claim, to mark, to prove. Only us. His hands slide over my skin, his mouth tracing slow burning paths along my collarbone, my shoulders. His name spills from my lips in whispers, in gasps. His fingers lace through mine. He moves with intent, with purpose, with the kind of love that's terrifying. And when I finally fall, when I finally shatter, he's there catching me, holding me, loving me, like he always will, like he always has. Chapter 68. Gemma. 3 years later, I wake up to the sound of the ocean. It rolls in soft and rhythmic, waves kissing the shoreline outside our bedroom window. The early morning light filters through sheer white curtains, painting everything in gold. And beside me, Alistair sleeps, face relaxed, breathing steady. His arm draped over my waist, fingers curled against my stomach like he still can't believe I'm here. I smile, brushing my fingers through his hair. This man, the one who once thought love was a weakness, who once pushed me away to protect me. Now, he clings to me in his sleep. Because after everything, after wars and wounds, after fights and losses, he finally let himself have this. The peace doesn't last long, because moments later, the bedroom door creaks open. Tiny footsteps patter across the wooden floor. Then, "Mama?" I smile before I even turn over. She stands in the doorway, chubby fingers clutching the stuffed rabbit Alistair bought her the day she was born. Dark curls tumble over bright brown eyes that mirror mine. But her smirk? That's all Alistair? "Hey, baby," I murmur, sitting up. "What are you doing up so early?" She toddles over, climbing onto the bed without hesitation. Alistair stirs beside me, groaning. "Too early," he mumbles against the pillow. She giggles, then smacks his arm. "Daddy, wake up." I laugh. "And Alistair?" He groans dramatically, then flips onto his back, reaching for her. She squeals as he pulls her onto his chest, pressing a kiss to her messy curls. "You're lucky you're cute," he grumbles. But there's no hiding the affection in his voice. She beams at him, then snuggles deeper. And I watch them, my heart aching with a love so deep it leaves me breathless because of how beautiful it is. The cemetery is quiet, just the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, the scent of jasmine lingering in the air. I hold her hand as we walk toward the headstone, the one I visited 100 times. But today, it's different. Today is her death anniversary. It's the first time I'm bringing my daughter to meet her. Today, I'm not just Gemma Houston. I'm a wife, a mother, a woman who survived. And in my arms, I carry her legacy. Alistair stands beside me, his hand warm against the small of my back. I exhale, then kneel beside the grave, pressing my palm against the smooth stone. "Hey, Mama," I whisper. The wind stirs. I take a shaky breath. "I want you to meet someone." I lift our daughter into my lap. "This is Maya Elaine Finch," I murmur. "She's smart, stubborn as hell. And she's got your name." Alistair crouches beside me, wrapping his arm around both of us. Right now, I don't feel the ache of loss. I feel the presence of something bigger, of something beautiful, because my mother isn't truly gone. She's here, in me, in Maya, in this life I built despite everything. We sit there for a while. Maya babbles softly, tracing the letters on the stone with tiny fingers. Alistair kisses my temple. And when we finally stand, when we finally walk away, I don't look back, because I don't have to. I'm carrying my mother with me now, always.
Chapter 69. Alistair. The world is quiet. Not the eerie, hollow quiet of loneliness, nor the deafening silence of guilt. No, this is the kind of quiet that feels like home. The kind of quiet where love breathes between heartbeats, where warmth curls into the spaces between fingers, where peace doesn't feel temporary. I never thought I'd have this. Never thought I'd want this. But now, I can't imagine my life any other way. Now my mornings start with love. Sunlight filters through the bedroom windows, casting golden hues over dark curls spread across my chest. Gemma sleeps, one leg tangled with mine, her breath warm against my skin. And in her arms, our daughter, Maya Finch, our fire, our light. She snuck in here at some point during the night, tiny arms curling around her mother, tiny fingers grasping onto my shirt like she's afraid I'll disappear. I stroke her back absently, marveling at how small she still is, how delicate, how perfect. Gemma shifts, sighing softly. Her fingers trace lazy circles against my stomach, her lips pressing the faintest kiss over my heart. "You're staring again," she murmurs, voice thick with sleep. I smirk. "You caught me." Her eyelids flutter open, rich brown eyes locking onto mine. She smiles. And God, it still knocks the breath out of me. Mornings in the Finch household are anything but elegant. Maya sits on the kitchen counter, cheeks smeared with syrup, chubby fingers clutching a piece of toast as she babbles about her latest adventure. Gemma stands by the stove, flipping pancakes in nothing but my shirt, her wild curls piled messily atop her head. I lean against the counter watching them, arms crossed, smirking. "This is chaos," I announce, amused. Gemma snorts. "This is breakfast." Maya grins, crumbs falling from her mouth. "Daddy, more syrup!" I arch a brow. "Are you sure you're my kid? I don't do sugar overload." Gemma tosses a spatula at me, and I laugh. Because this is my favorite kind of mess. Later, when Maya is playing in the garden, when the sun dips lower in the sky, casting shadows along the walls of our home, I pull Gemma onto the couch, tucking her into my lap. She fits against me like she was always meant to be here. Like she was always meant to be mine. "You still look at me like you can't believe I'm real," she murmurs, running her fingers along my jaw. I press my forehead to hers. "That's because I can't." She smiles, slow and sweet. "I'm yours, Finch. You don't have to keep watching me. I won't disappear." My fingers tighten on her waist. "And I'm yours," I murmur, "for however long we get in this life." Her breath catches, and when I kiss her, it's slow, deep, aching with the kind of love that never fades. We visit her mother's grave every year. It's the third time we brought Maya here. Today, Maya walks between us, tiny fingers wrapped around both of our hands. The headstone is covered in fresh flowers, white lilies and soft roses, petals dancing in the breeze. Gemma kneels, placing a small photograph beside the flowers, a picture of our family. Mama, she whispers. We're okay. Maya tugs at her hand. Grandma Elaine, did you know I can read now? She announces proudly, tracing the name carved into stone. I exhale, tightening my grip on Gemma's hand. Because this moment, this full circle moment, it's not about pain anymore. It's about carrying love forward. It's about legacy. And as I watch Gemma press a kiss to Maya's forehead, as I watch them stand together, strong and unbreakable, I realize that this is our eternity. That night, as the house falls into the kind of stillness that only exists in the safest places, Gemma rolls onto her side, her fingers skimming my chest, her body curling into mine. I brush a strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. Happy? She whispers. I gaze at her. At the woman who changed everything. At the woman who saved me without ever trying to. At the woman who became my home. Yeah, I murmur, pressing my lips to her forehead. I really am. Chapter 70. Epilogue. Alistair. The quiet of the house is broken only by the gentle rhythm of Gemma's breathing against my chest. She's finally asleep, right? Gemma sighs with a smile, laughing softly with sleepy eyes. She made me think twice about having a boy. I chuckle, rubbing her jaw with my thumb. We can practice more, I tease as I roll over her. Our gazes lock, soft smiles lingering on our faces. The moon casts long shadows across the bedroom, and her, painting the room in silver and gray. Gemma's hand, warm and comforting, rests on my stomach, her fingers tracing lazy patterns against my skin. I shift slightly, my hand finding its way beneath the hem of her nightshirt. The soft cotton yields to the curve of her hip, the delicate skin sending a shiver down my spine. I lean down, my lips brushing against her temple. Perfect, I whisper, the words a caress in themselves. She hums softly, her eyes fluttering open. Her gaze, hazy with sleep, meets mine, and a slow smile graces her lips. It's a smile that melts away the years, the pain, the doubts, a smile that speaks of a love deeper than the ocean, stronger than any storm. Perfectly, she murmurs, her voice thick with sleep. Her hand moves, finding its way to my hair, her fingers weaving through the strands. Yes, let's add a little warmth. The unspoken invitation hangs between us, heavy with promise. I lean closer, my lips tracing the delicate line of her jaw, lingering on the sensitive skin behind her ear. A soft gasp escapes her lips, a sound that ignites a fire in my belly. I pull back slightly, my eyes drinking in her beauty. The moonlight catches the highlights in her hair, turning it into something akin to the beautiful night sky. Her skin shimmers in the dim light. She's breathtaking, utterly and completely breathtaking. Warmth, I repeat, my voice a low rumble against her skin. I gently push her nightshirt higher, revealing the silken skin of her shoulders, the gentle curve of her chest. My fingers trail along her collarbone, the touch sending another wave of shivers through her. Gemma reaches up, her fingers tangling in my hair, pulling me closer. Her lips find mine, soft and yielding at first, then deepening into a kiss that is both tender and passionate. It's a kiss that speaks of our deep history, of battles fought and won, of a love that has survived the impossible. We move slowly, deliberately. The exploration of our bodies is sacred. My hands glide over her skin, tracing the curves of her body, reveling in the texture, the warmth. Her fingers knead into my back, her nails lightly scratching against my skin, a hint of playful dominance. Give it to me, baby, she whispers. I nibble on her chest, humming a yes. Gemma's body arches as her nails dig deeper on my skin.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
while we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I love you, she whispers, gazing at me so fervently, so raw, and so passionate it melts my soul into a puddle. I love you too, baby. I love you, I reply, embracing her. Her light seeps into my darkness, warming every nook and cranny of me. She pulled out of the only life I knew and made it so breathtaking. She makes me complete and gave me a beautiful daughter. I can't imagine life without Gemma. There are no words enough to describe how much I love her, but this is enough for now. Actions always speaks louder than words, and I'm going to spend the rest of my lifetime proving how much I love her more than life itself.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.